capital of Tint, Biagi in Africa, Ed in Asia Fatid, dal 1803 al 1807, Viaggi di Ali Bey El Abbassi in Africa e in Asia, dal anno 1803 a tutto 1807, tradotti da dottore Stefano Ticozzi con tavole in rame coloret, tomo 2, Milano Dalla, tipografia Sonzogno e Comte 1816, descrizione di Marocco, Pontela, Sante, dot, Palazzo del Sultano, Jude, Port, Line, Lepers. Here is the translation of the provided text from Auto to English. Gardens, Crows, Mount Atlas, Dol, Brebi, Lai, collection of some words from that language. The city of Marash, or Morocco, once the ancient capital of this kingdom, ruined by a long series of disastrous wars and depopulated by the plague, now only retains the shadow of its former splendor. Its walls, which survived the insults of time and human hand, bear witness to its ancient greatness. In the times of its prosperity, a population of almost 700,000 inhabitants revived the agriculture, arts, and trade of the country. Today it barely counts 30,000 inhabitants. Spaces within the islands. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. These islands circle 3 leagues around, and this space is now filled with ruins, or transformed into orchards. A small part forms the present city, and even though the walls are all solid, the houses are stretched out in a regular pattern and form districts. There are still large empty. The streets of the city are of very unequal breadth, expanding here and there and narrowing repeatedly. Here's a breakdown. L'Estrade de la Cita. Many astronomical observations have given me the longitude of my home, called Bebheim du Quali, located almost in the center of the walls. Eastern longitude, 955.45. From the Paris Observatory, northern latitude 31, 30, 37, 31, and magnetic 37, 31. Declination 2038, 40 east. The streets of the city, sono di larghezza assai disuguali, have very unequal breadth, allargandosi qua e là, expanding here and there, e restringendosi più volte, and narrowing repeatedly the accesses to the houses, which are quite considerable, in size, are almost always formed by narrow and so twisted alleys that a horse cannot plough. For the same reason, houses are provided with firewalls, and mine seems, rather than a house, a fortress, through them without difficulty, and this was done expressly by the powerful ones to be able to defend themselves more easily during popular revolutions and the frequent wars of the sheriffs for the succession to the throne, since it takes only 4 or 6 men to defend one of these passageways. Few have windows facing the street. The main buildings have 2 and 3 courtyards similar to the one described. Mine has 5. The architecture of Morocco is no different from that of other cities in the empire. That is to say, houses are composed of a courtyard with galleries or corridors around it, corresponding to long and narrow rooms, illuminated only by the light that enters through the door. Many are made of stone, but most have a plaster composed with earth, sand, and lime that is beaten between 2 boards attached to the 2 surfaces of the wall. What is called tabby. The city of Morocco is home to several squares or markets, which, like the streets, are neither paved nor covered in sand. This makes them extremely inconvenient, both on rainy days due to mud and during dry periods because of excessive dust. Among the many mosques in Morocco there are 6 grand ones, among which are El Koutoubia, El Muazzin, and El Benius. You will find the first one isolated in the middle of a large open space. Its architecture is elegant, and its very tall tower resembles that of Saleh. 350 years later, the truly magnificent mosque El Muazzin was built and located near my home. It is attended by 10 ministers, paid rather modestly by order of the Sultan from the mosque's revenue. The mosque of Benius is now 526 years old since it was built. It is quite large, but its architecture presents a strange mix of ancient and modern styles, as it has been rebuilt in many parts. Ah, great Mohammed! So that these ministers, like all others in Morocco, are obliged to procure their subsistence through work, or by the deceitful tricks of selling talismans to cure diseases, poisons, wounds, evil spirits, and other misfortune. You never deceived men with such small deceptions. The Prophet never claimed the gift of miracles for himself, publicly confessing that it was granted to Jesus Christ, not him. Sidi Bel Abbas is the patron saint of Morocco. The saint's tomb is covered with many layers of wool and silk fabrics. One can see a box for alms on one side. His mosque, like that of Moulay Idris in Fez, consists of a square hall covered by an octagonal dome, whose trusses are inscribed and painted in intricate patterns, and topped with coloured and weathered tiles outside. The platform and part of the walls are covered with carpets and other drapery. There are numerous courtyards with arcades and rooms in the hall or mosque, intended for housing the poor, disabled, invalids, and old people. This spectacle is repulsive, and to the sad sight of so many miseries of humanity is added the absence of those wise institutions practised in Europe in establishments of this nature. 1,800 unhappy individuals of both sexes are currently being fed in this place with the proceeds of alms and mosque revenues. This sanctuary also serves as a refuge for the disfavoured who are persecuted by despotism. Those who seek asylum within its borders can negotiate their grace and await being reinstated to the enjoyment of their rights, while meanwhile assured that their asylum will not be violated. The head of this establishment has, like that of Moulay Idris in Fez, the title. Moreover, there is no positive law in favour of such immunity, but it is so firmly founded on public opinion that any monarch who, abusing his power, dared to violate it, would be irrevocably lost in the revolutions he would inspire. How beneficial it is for humanity to have this prejudice in a country where the resident, devoid of any civil guarantee, is absorbed by the terrifying vortex of despotism. El Mkaden, the old one, and he is equally respected. Indeed, he begins to have a scent of sanctity. These two saints can be said to almost determine the fate of the empire, because it is believed that they alone bring upon the country the blessings from heaven. In their district there is neither pasha nor caid nor governor of the sultan, and no tribute is paid. The people are governed by their respective holy men, under a form of theocracy and in a manner of complete independence. So great is the reverence they enjoy that when they visit provinces, neighbouring governors receive their orders and advice. I will translate the text from Italian to English, while ensuring all content is accurately represented. I will speak here of the two greatest saints currently living in the Moroccan Empire, one of whom, Sidi Ali Ben Hamid, resides in Wareo, and second, called Sidi Al-Arbi Boimate, is located in Tedla. However, they do not leave. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. Adieu Santi preach the submission to the Sultan, domestic peace, and the practice of virtues. Immense is the yield of gifts and alms given to them, and perhaps there is not a single woman throughout the empire who does not seek an opportunity to speak with them when they come to her homeland. Many armed men follow them as well, prepared to defend the sacred cause with rifle fire. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. In these religious journeys, they are accompanied by a crowd of miserable people singing the praises of the Lord, or those of the holy figures. I have already pointed out that this celestial grace of sanctity was present in some. During a grand tour that Sidi Ali made in Morocco, I had the honour of entertaining him. He freed my delicate conscience from some scruples. Here is the translation of the text from Italian to English. Hereditary families. The father of Sidi Ali was a great saint. Sidi Ali is currently one, and his eldest son, Sidi Bent Kame, is beginning to be. I gave him a small gift of 1,000 francs, and he gave me a magnificent lion skin, on which he had been praying for 13 years. He added many jams and a large jar of lemon syrup, which he usually mixes with his tea. I did not fail to praise this syrup highly, when I took it in his company. Sidi Ali, around 50 years old, has a venerating and serious appearance. Completely free from all worldly interests, the holy man used the money I gave him, as well as the produce of the abundant arms he had received, to purchase rifles and other weapons for the defenders of the faith who accompany him. A regular face, vibrant colours, lively eyes, a small white beard, like snow, small and full shapes, perfectly proportioned. God be praised! His quite nasal voice gains grace from its divine sweetness. His uniform attire consists of a sort of shirt, or small woolen kaftan, a tiny turban, and a light woolen haik that covers his head, swaying freely over his shoulders and hips like a small cloak. The eldest son of Sidi Ali walks in his father's footsteps, and radiates sanctity despite his young age. He might be 26 years old, but he is taller and bulkier than his father, with a reddish tint to his skin. Other children born to his slaves accompany the saint on his travels, seated in a litter carried by 2 mules. This litter is quite long, so that the apostolic man can lay down when he is tired of having his fervent prayers summon the grace of divinity over the empire. He is very red-faced and so fat that he has difficulty breathing. I was unable to see Sidi Alabi, who was in Tedla, but I do know one of his nephews, who came to find me on his behalf. They told me that Sidi Alabi is even larger and fatter than his nephew. This seems to indicate that fasting and abstinence do not affect the strength and health of our saints. Unfortunately, some arguments took place between the saint and Sultan Moulay Suleiman. It was also added that, given his corpulence, Sidi Alabi can ride a horse somewhat easily, and he knows how to shoot well with a rifle, which is another blessing from the divine. Sidi Alabi believed he should convert the mosque into a stable. The latter had a mosque built on Tedla's territory, and there may have been some omissions regarding certain matters. To reconcile them, Moulay Suleiman gifted him 1,000 ducats. In return, the venerable saint sent 1,000 sheep to the Sultan. It is to be hoped that this act of repentance will bring him God's mercy through the intercession of the saint. The city of Morocco has 9 gates. The walls surrounding it are sufficiently strong, very high, and armed with towers on the outside, except on the side facing the Sultan's palace, where they are inside, forming a citadel that overlooks the city. The walls are almost all built of rammed earth with lime. The Sultan's palace is located in the southeast of the city's surroundings. It consists of the union of many very large buildings, because, in addition to the apartments of the Sultan, his sons, Muley Absalom, and a countless number of women who belong to them, there are also several gardens and orchards. Many buildings form a labyrinth of walls, and, like another city, its outer perimeter can be up to 1.5 leagues in circumference. The text translated from Auto to English is, Sonovi, the residences of the people of the court, the domestics, the guards, 2 mosques, and immense courtyards or plazas where the Sultan holds his meshwars or public audiences. To enter the palace itself, after crossing 3 immense courtyards or audience squares, it is advisable first to enter a 4th courtyard where the guard detail is located, and then pass through another, in the middle of which you will see a koba, or small square house, a few feet higher than the courtyard level. From this courtyard one enters a vestibule where there are servants and another guard. And beyond that, finally, one comes to a garden with 2 wooden cottages, in one of which the Sultan usually receives people. This small room, internally covered with carpets and furnished with some cushions, is where the high officials of the court wait for the orders of the Sultan. It is properly an antechamber, where those obliged to reside there are served lunch and dinner taught. This garden, of regular shape, is full of oranges. It is very beautiful, and well provided with flowers and aromatic plants. Women do not enter here. They have some others for exclusive use, inaccessible to men. Between the 2 houses there is a pillar on top of which a horizontal solar quadrant is placed. I performed this operation in the presence of the Sultan. One day I had my instruments carried, and I observed the passage of the sun to determine the latitude of this location, marking the pillar so that the position of the quadrant, which was somewhat disoriented, could be corrected. On another occasion, the Sultan himself led me into the interior of the palace and showed me. This apartment on the 1st floor is very nice, although the staircase is poorly located, dark, and quite cheap. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. I am in European-style apartments with large windows overlooking the garden, and a magnificent room that had no other furniture except for a few carpets. In the same garden there is an internal passage to reach the apartment of Moulay Abd al-Slem, located next to the palace. For anyone else, a special order from the Sultan is required. This entrance has no guards, but the doors are always closed. The porter only opens them for the Sultan, Moulay Abd al-Slem, and myself. The house of Muley Absalom is quite spacious, and it even has a beautiful garden in front. The Juderia, or the quarter of the Jews, which also has a partial fence, is located between the palace and the city. This quarter was also destroyed like the others, and there is only an abundantly supplied market left. The door is locked at night, and on Saturdays, and it is guarded by a kaid. Their black garb is quite meagre, and is perfectly similar to that of the Jews of Tangier. The Jews of this neighborhood number approximately 2,000. All of them, without distinction of age or sex, are not allowed to enter the city except barefoot, and they are treated with extreme contempt. Their leader, who seems like a good man, and came to find me several times, does not dress better than the others. Women walk in the streets with their faces uncovered, and I saw some very beautiful ones, indeed, remarkably so. Their hair, mostly blonde, adorned with roses and jasmine, gives their faces a seductive air. The male children of the Jews are beautiful as long as they are young, but they deteriorate with the passage of years, so it is rare to see a mature Jew of fine appearance. The delicateness and regularity of their features, the elegance of their form, the beauty of their expressive eyes, and the alluring graces scattered over their bodies give them that ideal beauty which is sought in vain elsewhere than in the theatrical elsewhere. That is sought in vain in masterpieces of Greek sculpture. Yet these singular beauties are despised and degraded. They go barefoot, and are compelled to prostrate themselves before the richly adorned feet of the abhorrent blacks, who enjoy the brutal love and confidence of their Moslem masters. One might attribute this to the inseparable sufferings of the terrible slavery that oppresses them. The Jews practice many arts or trades. They are the only silversmiths, the only blacksmiths, and the only leather workers from Morocco. The text translated from Author to English is, "The Maori are only shoemakers, carpenters, masons, magnates, and makers of haik." In ancient times, the city of Morocco was surrounded by gardens and beautiful plantations that stretched for a very long distance. For irrigation, those gardens derived from numerous springs flowing down from the Atlas Mountains via aqueducts or open channels, grand works of which only ruins remain today to inform educated people that the arid deserts now surrounding the city once were beautiful and fertile orchards. This water is excellent. The most common plant in Morocco's surroundings is the palm tree. The few gardens that still exist are supplied with water from some preserved underground aquifers. Among them, the one leading to my villa in Semelalia is so large that men assigned to clean it could walk underneath it for a considerable distance. This tree reaches an astonishing height, but its fruits are neither like those of taffele, nor can they be preserved dry for the entire year. They are called billow. In a palm forest between Semelalia and Morocco, a species of crow republic has formed, the customs of which are quite singular. Within and outside the region of Semelalia, I possess many of these plants, and in my garden I frequently ate the pith, or the central part of the trunk, which is an excellent thing. Every morning at daybreak, these birds all set out in search of food, heading to places far away. Leaving not a single one in that area, they then return in the evening. Despite the thorough investigations, I have never been able to find in these areas the red-footed corvids observed by other travellers and naturalists. A short distance from this forest lies a secluded suburb inhabited only by families that have the misfortune of being infected with a leprosy-like affliction that passes from father to son. Here is the translation of the text from Italian to English. Gathering at miles away in the forest, and making a terrible mess, almost as if they were recounting among themselves the adventures of that day, something I had observed several times, both in summer and winter. These unfortunates are excluded from society by the other residents, and no one dares to approach them. Here is the translation of the text from Italian to English. I saw the Atlas range from Morocco, of which a quarter is always covered with snow. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. The barbarians who surrounded me, and I sacrificed this object, like many others, to my grand project. I calculated that in its entirety it may reach 13,200 feet above sea level. This is an approximation. As to obtain an exact measurement, I would have had to perform trigonometric operations, which would have been alarming. This Cordillera is placed obliquely in front of Morocco, heading from south to northeast, but the closest part is to the south of the city, no more than 6 leagues away. It extends inland. Food is cheaper in Morocco than in Tanger or Fez. From Africa it turns towards the Levant, passing through the south of Algeria and Tunisia until the borders of Tripoli. We will have the opportunity to talk elsewhere about these mountains, examining them from a different perspective. This awkward capital, almost entirely depopulated by wars and plague, has lost all trade. Here's a breakdown. Le arti e le sciences. The arts and sciences cannot prosper or receive encouragement without even a school of some importance. The arts and sciences non possono prosperare, cannot flourish. Morocco correcting the spelling. Ne averi incoraggiamento, nor receive encouragement mancando, lacking Morocco. Perfino d'una scuola, even of a school, a circuit of the walls, the immense pile of ruins, the countless aqueducts now useless, and the vast cemeteries that surround it, are the only things that can make a destruction so rapid and surprising. Credible. The Alcazars of Morocco cannot be compared to those of Fez, but Arabs from the nearby mountains come to stock up there, which gives some life to the market. They are known by the name of Brebi, and form a separate nation. These mountain Arabs are all of small stature, black, tanned by the sun, and of an unappealing appearance. Although most of them speak Arabic like the other inhabitants, they use a completely different language from Arabic, except for expressions borrowed from it. A gram bread. Here is the translation of the text from Italian to English, ensuring all content is accurately translated without omitting any parts. I had some words explained to me, for which I provide the following notes. Haman water. Bone. Audi butter. Tifli meat. Gards. Tamant honey. Adieu grape. Acker indate. Agmar horse. Terzadant mule. Ergets man. Tamgart woman. Tamto possibly a variation of woman. Agiol donkey. Yesem black. Sure, here is the translation of your text from auto to English. Dawaya black. Tagiol sheep. Tesi sheep. Tagat goat. Tofaunakt cow. Azua boar. Aidi dog. Idan bitch. Tigme house. Agadir wall. Lafit fire. Imi door. Here is the translation of the text from auto to English. Zeka tree. Timusulin silver coin. Afu's hand. Caridin copper coin. Adar foot. Alan eye. Imi mouth. Tamar sheen. Medden world. Tadavat squid. Taparut key. Tauslin scissors. Hint knife. Here is the translation of the provided text from auto to English, ensuring all content is accurately translated without omitting any parts. Osan tooth. Is language. EGF test. Dot. Ibadan prepare. Wa. Amzog ear. Inzar nose. Aduko shoe. Idikan shoes. Sabait possible typo could be another word. Ziffer book totian. Kiegit paper note. Mais menik. How do you call yourself? Salvad call. Nil. Amda Pasha, or Pasha in modern English. Aronko vase. Here is the translation of the provided text into English. Aglid sultan. Torazin orzo, a type of pasta. Irdinu grain. Ibaun beans. Turret salt. A down skin or leather, in a literal sense, idemen blood. As hair, igzan arm. Ifeden knee. Po, sailor salt, lunar moon. Giorno day, not a night, mattino morning, sera evening, l'ora dopo mezzogiorno, the time afternoon. Tad out back. This stomach here is the translation of the provided text from auto to English, body parts. Oval, possibly oval, or a term for a specific body part. Without context is hard to determine. Heart, spalla, shoulder, dito finger, dita fingers, dio god, though this could be a name or a tie. Please note that without further context, some terms may have multiple translations or interpretations. Here is the translation of the text from auto to English. Takarin will be 1 or 3 hours after noon, Tenuski or El Mogareb, the sunset, Tinyets or Al-Asha, the last twilight. Idgam, yesterday, Aska, tomorrow, Aznumit, cold, Yerga, heat, Elhol, time, Bera, a lot, Imik, a little, Ariatsat, in a short while. Here is the translation of the provided text from auto to English. Ashat, come. Asht, come, Sodo, go away. Adra, mountain, Azif, river, Aragao, Aragao. Plain, Orti, garden, Atshag. Eat, Atsok. Drink, Igdad, birds, Hulusan, chicken. Diglay, egg, Hawant, cliff, Akore, stitch. Here is the translation of the provided text from auto to English. Words, Aganin. No match found, likely a non-standard abbreviation. Anna, dot. Cane, dog. Auchen, lupo, wolf. Typhloos, tabala, tabelagau. Terra, earth. Tigant, sail, salt. Imendi, grano, grain. Adauha, cucchiaio, spoon. Timsgeider, moskea, mosque. Tahanuts, bodega, shop. Aram, camello, camel numbers. Tau, 1 sin, 2 cred, 3 sure. Here is the translation of the provided text from auto to English. Cosno change, as it's a common word, 4 quattro in Italian, semi-slightly intended as 6, sed days, 6, zaset, 7, tam otto, 8, za 9, 9, merau 10, 10, ian de merau 10, 11, sindi merau, 8 ted, 12, 12, ikea, for example, coste asherin, 24, Zadetelation, 37. Might be a typo for e così, their meaning, and so on. Here is the translation of the text from Italian to English. In Brebi, they count up to 20, calling it Asherin, as the Arabs do, having adopted their decimal numerical expressions of 10. That combined with the Brebi units. They also use expressions like Asharin de Meraul, 30, Telatin, de Meraul, 40, and so on, according to the custom of the French, who say 60-10, 40-10. Chapter 60, Wallenseed. Reminded in the mountains are several dialects of the Breton language, all extremely poor and forming mixtures of Arabic, so it can be predicted that the Breton language will disappear in a few centuries. Ali Bey's illness. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. To subscribe in this language, Arabic characters and spelling are used. However, despite my most diligent research, I found no other book written in this language. Natural history. Lunar eclipse. Return of the Sultan. Gift of women. Announcement of a journey to Mecca. Etiquette, visit, and gift from the Sultan. Worth line. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. He sent mandates from the same. Ali Bey left from Morocco. While I was in Semelalia, a severe illness surprised me, which reduced me to extremes. During 3 months, I had 5 serious relapses, leaving me so weak that I could not even slightly engage in my most favoured studies. I remained constantly in my palace in Semelalia without a doctor, because I did not want to submit to the local ones, and there was no European doctor in Morocco. When I could rise from bed, I would not fail to perform some astronomical observation, and in regard to natural history, I collected the following facts. Therefore, I took care of myself using the medications, which he had an ample supply of, along with specific instructions on how to use them. And fortunately, in my sad state of being completely abandoned to myself, I did not lose consciousness or In May, the pomegranates were perfectly in bloom, as were the palms and olives, the apricots were ripe, and barley was being harvested. By the end of June, the fig season began, lasting until mid-August. In July, there were artichokes and parsnips, and by the end of August, the first dates from Tafilet arrived. By mid-August, markets began to be abundantly supplied with grapes. In June and July, there were many citruses, golden apples, etc., various types of legumes, and grains were harvested. On July 31st, my servants killed in my summer garden a snake 6 feet and 4 inches long, with a circumference of 5 inches and 8 lines at its thickest part. This reptile seemed to me similar to the Coluber malurus or. Burr, however, it had several large plates on its head, making it resemble a viper. Therefore, my servants quickly took it away from me, and carried this beautiful and curious animal far away. I believe it to be of a species unknown, but, alas, it was an unclean animal that the law would not permit me to touch, so I could not examine it closely, nor draw it, which would have been a crime in front of the people around me. For 3 months in May, June, and July, the atmosphere was almost always serene. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. Why couldn't natural sciences make any progress in Muslim countries? On the very same day when the beautiful snake was found, a wind from the southeast brought a kind of whirl that stayed at a great height, or rather, a mass of vapours with a terrifying appearance. There were no clouds, and the distant horizon seemed like an immense vortex of flames, while a crimson line appeared to surround us from all sides at an apparent height of 6 degrees, and up to the zenith the sky was all citrine colour. The thermometer had risen to 36 degrees, and the heat was indeed suffocating. The sun disk was pure white, entirely devoid of splendour, and resembled a clay globe, or rather a white paper disk. This meteor maintained itself throughout the day, and it was undoubtedly brought by the simum, wind from the desert, although it could not, for the sake of Mount Atlas, unfold its destructive force beyond the mountain ranges. The atmosphere was considerably less charged the following morning, and although the sun penetrated it with difficulty, it did not present the phenomenon of the previous day. 2 days later, the atmosphere became overcast with clouds, the weather turned stormy, with intermittent strong winds, accompanied by rain showers and thunder. It was assured to me that during this time neither fog nor rain occurred, which do not usually start until October. By mid-August, the young fruits are ripe. By the end of the same month, they still ripen, and the large grape-like apples are ready for harvest in mid-September. Here is the translation of the text from Auto to English. You begin to harvest dates around mid-October, with a full harvest taking place in November. As the last 15 days of the same month also see the picking of olives. During this season I had in my garden. At the same time, the leaves start falling. However, this year the trees shed their leaves so slowly that even on the first days of December they still had 2/3 of their foliage. All kinds of vegetables and legumes, roots, onions, garlic, lettuce, peas, cabbage, etc. The barley was beautiful, and it was already almost 8 inches tall. Perhaps this anomaly contributed to the late shedding of leaves. After the storms in August, the weather remained consistently beautiful, with only brief and light rains. Consequently, the need for water began to be felt, as by the end of November the land was so dry that it could not be sown. The fact is that this drought was very damaging to the province of Duquesne, considered the main grain repository of the empire. It is constantly observed that by the end of August all stalks have already departed for Sudan. I had 3 of them in my summer garden, whose wings had been trimmed, and they remained perfectly still and very familiar. The very cold nights and mornings at the end of November caused many aches and pains. So they would come to keep me company when I had lunch in the pavilion under a pergola, and even though they grew their wings back, they didn't think about leaving. In the early days of this month, neither frogs nor toads were seen. On November 10th, 2 scorpions, Scorpio africanus linnaeus, were found under my pillow. The dragonflies had already disappeared in October. Fly numbers begin to decrease around mid-November, and by the end of the month they are no longer visible. The thermometer exposed to the sun an hour after noon marked 41 on the 1st of December, and since it continued to rise, I had to remove it because the glass tube was about to break. On the same day, It recorded 21.2 in the shade. I exposed it several times in the following days, and its reading gradually decreased. The hottest day of the summer was September 2nd and 3rd. The thermometer in the shade showed 38.8. In mid-December the trees were not completely bare of leaves yet. On December 18th I observed a stork flying over my gardens without any movement from my 3 stalks. Since there were no birds of this species to be found around Morocco at that time, I cannot say from where it came, especially as it was not passing by, for after circling Semilalia 3 or 4 times, it flew off heading northeast. Perhaps some storks remain hidden in the countryside throughout the winter. This day was troubled, and in the morning there was a hurricane that perhaps caused the stork to leave its retreat. On December 19th the rains began, and before the end of the month the trees were bare of leaves. After noon, on December 31st, the sun had a poorly defined crown, which showed all. The colours of the iris were very vivid on a surface of 2 degrees of its circumference. The rain continued, and the sowing took place at the end of December. The background, if I may express it, was a white that bent towards grey, like a lunar crown over a space of 200, and the rest appeared blurred. There was no thunder heard on the night of December 30th, and the first snowfall was truly frightening. The winds were almost constantly from the west. The lowest temperature was 7 Réaumur above zero, at 5 in the morning on December 18th, even on that day, and at the same hour the cold was extremely sharp. The 1st of January, at 10:30 in the morning, the thermometer exposed to the sun indicated 29.5. I had 4 perfectly domesticated gazelles in my gardens. When they are completely free to play, their games are truly delightful, with surprising leaps and bounds. My gardeners harassed them because they ate and ruined the plants, but I protected them because the gardens were large enough to not notice the damage they caused. Tamed like storks, they never deprived me of their company during lunch and dinner. So I had in them and the storks my 7 best friends. Wishing that death would not cast a shadow over the sacred enclosure of my once-in-a-lifetime experience, I strictly prohibited all forms of hunting. My intention was to provide a safe haven for birds on my property, where the diverse songs of numerous species made my Semilalia a true earthly paradise. Whenever I walked outside the gardens, but still within the general enclosure, various bands of partridges surrounded me, and rabbits would often pass between my legs. I tried to coax and tame these animals, who responded to my care far more positively than some people whom we call civilized. The birds did not fear to come and take the pieces of bread that I threw, and they entered my rooms without hesitation. At night I had my bed curtains adorned with free birds in the land of slavery. However, I never succeeded in making a sad chacal that was brought to me familiar. I had a small cottage made for him. When it was finished, to give him more freedom, I had the chain removed, and left him master his new abode. But he found a way to escape through a passage under the wall, with such agility, for I cannot say otherwise, as a rational being could have used at that moment. It is true that my chacal was encouraged by the cries of its companions, who would gather in troops around Semilalia at night, and because many dogs of all kinds that I kept inside responded with barking in various tones. I ended up having 2 bands playing at night, often accompanied by the deep bass of the mules' whinnies, while roosters and guinea-fowl took on the soprano. Parts dot. The cacophony, instead of seeming unpleasant to me, became pleasant. Nothing about it was artificial. It seemed that the fame of my villa's immunity had spread even to the deserts, because I saw countless troops of gazelles coming to graze, and playing in groups around the walls of Semilalia. Perhaps I am mistaken, but sometimes it seemed to me that they longed for permission to enter. I made a very interesting collection of plants, insects, and fossils from Semilalia. Among the insects is the Aranea galliopodes, magnificent for its size. The first time I saw it, it scared me so much that it passed over my chest while I was sitting on the sofa. Among the fossils, the collection of porphyrite and rolled pebbles from the Atlas Range is particularly beautiful. The Sultan never stays in the same place for long. After only a few days following the eclipse, news reached of his imminent arrival in Morocco. Having given notice of a lunar eclipse that was to be seen on the night of January 15th, 1805, many pashas and other distinguished figures came to my home to observe it, but unfortunately the weather was entirely cloudy all night, and heavy rain, and I, accompanied by strong winds, prevented us from making any observations. The Sultan arrived in Morocco on the day announced, and I went to meet him at a considerable distance. This was very welcome news to the people, especially to me, as I wanted to take leave from him, so that I could make the pilgrimage to Mecca. He was lying in a litter carried by 2 mules. As soon as he saw me, he stopped and spoke to me for some time, testifying to the sincerity of his affection. Mule Absalom, who followed him, treated me as if I were his brother. During their absence, our correspondence had not been interrupted, and when illness did not allow me to write, people sent from Fez were ordered to visit me and report on my health. Now that they see me restored to health and able to endure the discomfort of riding a horse, they cannot express enough their full satisfaction. Staying in Morocco, we constantly enjoyed the closest intimacy. A few days later, I was surprisingly notified that the Sultan was gifting me 2 women. He feared to speak of my refusal with the Sultan and with me. In firm resolve not to accept it until I had completed my pilgrimage to the house of God, I refused the gift. But the women had already emerged from the Sultan's harem and could not re-enter. The good Muley Abd al-Salam was pleased to receive them in his home. The entire court had their eyes on us, eager to know the outcome of this grand affair. Each person whispered to their neighbour, yet no one dared speak openly about it. I kept going to court as if nothing had happened. I replied to him that I would go to his apartment the following day to address whatever he wished to discuss. Meanwhile, Muley Absalom, unable to endure this embarrassing situation any longer, finally opened up to me and shared his heart. When I went to meet him, he was waiting for me along with the first minister of the Sultan, a man of respectable standing in every way. The attack began, and I found myself having to respond to all the arguments of my opponents. The debate lasted for several hours. His eyes, forever closed to the light, were filled with tears. Muley Abdulslam, who did not want to displease neither the Sultan nor his friend, was extremely agitated. Here's a breakdown of the changes made. Formatting. The original text used Italian-specific formatting, e.g., NA, for neither. This has been adjusted to standard English phrasing. Symbol removal. Translation. Precise translations have been provided for each word and phrase, ensuring the meaning is clear and accurate. No uncommon symbols were present in this text. Let me know if you need any further assistance with translations. That you want me to do, and I will do it, but think about it carefully. He took my hand, pressing it to his heart, and after a moment of silence, he said with a trembling voice, "Let women be led to your homes." More moved by the danger in which for my love you had placed this good prince than by the evils that could befall me, I rose up and taking his hand, I said to him, "Finally, Muley Absalom, I know how much you love me, you who read the most secret." Thoughts of a friend at the bottom of his heart tell me what conduct I should follow. Let me know who. Relieved of the burden that weighed upon him, Muley Abd al-Rahman could no longer contain himself. "I agree," I responded, "but know this, Muley Abd al-Rahman, that I will not see them. The day I leave for Mecca will not be long in coming, and then, if women wish to stay, they may do so, because I will not have seen them, and if they wish to follow me, I will grant them protection." Transitioning from extreme sadness to the most vibrant joy, she leapt into my arms, embracing me with the warmth of brotherly affection. Her face shone with happiness, wet with tears of tenderness. The Sultan had gifted me a white horse named Mohana, and a black one called Tigmo. It was agreed that on the same evening the women would be escorted to my home. I requested that it be done quietly, and without any ceremony, and I immediately proceeded to my lodgings. It was almost 10 o'clock in the evening when my butler came to tell me that the women had arrived. I ordered the establishment of a separate apartment in my countryside house, and had it decently furnished. I stored there ample supplies of sugar, coffee, tea, etc., as well as a chest containing various fabrics, trinkets, some jewellery, and a bag with some gold coins. "Show them to their apartment," I replied, and continued talking with my secretary, my Fakih, and 2 other friends. The governor of Muley Abdulsam's harem, along with a half-dozen women, had come to accompany mine. I organized dinner separately for the women, and another for the men. After they had finished, I called the harem mistress of Muley Abdulsalam, who appeared veiled as is customary. Everything she will find in the apartment, and under this key, is her property. I hope she will protect Tigmu. I gave her a small present, then handed her the key to the safe and said, "Give this key to Mohana. Tell her that I hold her in esteem, but certain special circumstances prevent me from seeing her. All that she desires is to ask for it from Muley Hamid." I instantly released the surprised governess. I am leaving for Semelalia, but in my absence I leave here one of my family's house servants, Sheriff Muley Hamid, who will take care of serving her with 2 household staff and 2 servants. It was already midnight, and I mounted my horse with my friends and my people, accompanied by many lanterns, and took the road to Semelalia, where I intended to stay for a long time. The women of Muley Absalom remained in my house until the next day. If the Moroccan court was amazed by the women's refusal, it was no less surprised by the way I received them. With so many servants and other people frequenting my home, it was impossible for the matter to remain secret. Within 24 hours the whole city was informed of every detail. I continued to see the Sultan and Muley Abd al-Slem as if nothing had happened. Among the Muslims it is a custom not to speak of women. Finally, I revealed my determination to go to Mecca. I had lengthy discussions on this matter with the Sultan, with Muley Abd al-Slem, and with my friends, who advised me against embarking on this arduous journey. It was contrary to my belief that the Sultan had not done so, that religion did not oblige one to do it personally, and that by spending on a pilgrim I was acquiring the same merit in the eyes of the divine. These reasons, and many others that it is not worth mentioning, did not deter me from my resolute decision. The Sultan, who desired to have me close by, came one day to my house, accompanied by his brother Muley Abdulsalam, his cousin Muley Abdelmelek, and the entire court. The Sultan arrived at 9 in the morning, and did not leave until 4:30 in the evening. During this time my pilgrimage was spoken of many times, but I did not waver from my purpose. The feast was laid twice, first when the Sultan arrived with his entourage, and again when he left. Unmoved by all these kind offers, I set a deadline for my departure within 13 days. Most of the officers, after leading the Sultan back to his apartment, returned to congratulate me and begged me once again not to leave, making the most flattering predictions about my future if I stayed. The Sultan, who wanted to convince me of his affection and unbounded confidence, ate once, often had coffee, tea, and lemon, wrote and signed dispatches on my desk, treated me as a brother in all things, and finally, upon departure, 6 of his servants presented me with 2 magnificent carpets on his behalf. The time had come to say good-bye to the Sultan for the last time. As we left it, we embraced each other with tears in our eyes. He renewed his warmest entreaties, and repeated to me 1,000 times that I should well consider what I was doing, reflect upon the fatigues and dangers I exposed myself to in such a long journey. The final audience with Muley Absalom was even more tender, and until my last breath I will bear etched in my heart the image of that dear prince. The Sultan gifted me a most opulent tent, lined with red cloth, and decorated with silk fringes. I told Mohana to cover herself as she was about to speak to them. He added some jugs to this gift for carrying water, an essential item for this journey. Before sending it to me, he had it erected in his presence. Then 12 servants entered, reciting certain prayers intended to secure the heavens' blessings and consistent prosperity throughout my journey. She modestly replied, "I wish to follow my lord." As soon as I was settled, I went to her apartment accompanied by many people, and I said to her, "Mohana is about to leave for the Levant. I will not abandon you if you want to follow me, but you are equally free to stay behind, because you know that this is the first time I am seeing you and speaking to you." Mohana retorted, "Yes, my lord, I will follow you to any part of the world, and until death. Here is the translation of the provided text from Auto to English." "Think well," I replied, "about what you say, because I have answered that there is no room for regret. Prepare to leave with me." Then, turning to those accompanying me, "You hear what Mohana says. They are witnesses to my resolve. Farewell. Here is the translation of the provided text from Auto to English," I said to Mohana, You are a good woman, you have affection for me, and I will always protect you. I provided these women with a large tent where they could not be seen by anyone. No great ceremonies were held for Tigmu. She could travel wrapped in her haik or borno. I had them make immediately for Mohana a sort of litter called darbuko, enclosed on all sides, which is placed upon a mule or a camel, and used in the countryside for high-ranking ladies. Thus I set out on my journey to Mecca, leaving Sidi Omar Bujeta, the Pasha of that capital, in charge of managing my affairs with appropriate instructions. Chapter 17. Non, Legendos. The ruling house of Morocco. Genealogy. His guards. Sheriffs. Tactics. The Sultan's revenue. His women. Ali Bey's departure from Fez. Journey to Aushta. Morgue. Many authors have written the history of the sovereigns of the countries that make up the current kingdom of Morocco. Among those composed by European writers, that of Mr. Here's a breakdown. Chenier. This is likely a proper noun referring to a specific person. The sentence Chenier in caricato d'affari del re di Francia presso l'imperatore di Marocco mi sembra la più pregevole translates tu. Chenier. The king of France's business representative with the emperor of Morocco seems to me the most valuable. No translation was needed. To me, the most valuable. In caricato d'affari. Translate his to business representative or representative for business affairs. Del re di Francia means of the king of France. Presso translates to with. L'imperatore di Marocco means the emperor of Morocco. Mi sembra la più pregevole. Literally translates to it, seems to me the most precious, or it appears. He won the respect of all peoples through his virtues, and they quickly submitted to his laws. It is known that after Muley Edris, who lived in the 2nd century of Hejira, the 8th era of Christianity, the kingdoms of Morocco, Fez, Meknès, Sousse, and Tafile, were ruled by various dynasties that were constantly at war with each other until the time when the sheriff of Yenboa, Moulay Sherif, settled in Tafile. His son, Moulay Ismail, who after many wars ascended the throne, and his nephew Moulay Abdallah made their reign famous for cruelty. Moulay Mohammed, though more political than his predecessors, was no less avaricious. The current Sultan Moulay Suleiman is the most moderate of all the sheriffs who have ruled before him. The Moroccan Empire has neither a constitution nor written law. The peoples for their own cause, so the death of a Moroccan prince is always the cause of that of 100,000 men. The succession to the throne is unregulated, and every sovereign, before becoming master of the empire, must always fight against his brothers and other rivals, who all arm themselves in their turn. The current Sultan Moulay Suleiman has 3 brothers, Moulay Abduslam, the eldest of the family, Moulay Selim, who, after fighting against his brother, retreated to Cairo, where he lives miserably, and finally Moulay Musa is leading a very dissolute life. The text you provided is already in English, so no translation is needed. However, here it is for confirmation. 1. It is believed that Moulay Abdulman died soon after. No uncommon symbols were present in the text. Editor's note: I have removed the underscore and kept the original formatting, ensuring all content is accurately represented. So, except for Moulay Absalom and myself, perhaps no one dares to boast. Moulay Solimano is a man quite learned in the science of religion. He is a faqih, or doctor of law, yet precisely for this reason he is more devoted than others, spending part of his day in prayer, and usually dressing in a coarse haik, scorning any quest. Sort of luxury, and inspiring the same religious severity to his subjects. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. Some appearances of luxury. Although the use of tobacco is not explicitly prohibited by law, as the Prophet did not engage in it, strict observers consider it a filth. According to this principle, when Sultan Suleiman, the conqueror of his brothers, firmly established himself on the throne, his first concern was to uproot all tobacco plants found within his empire, which sustained thousands of families. With the exception of those living in ports and sailors, few other Moroccans used tobacco. Therefore, Muley Abdulum does not take much, and Muley Seliman, although very rarely, still uses it from time to time. And this is the very reason that deters him from trading with Christians. He always fears that dealings with unfaithful people might end up corrupting and turning the faithful believers away. This way of thinking makes it so difficult to engage in any commercial relations that there are individuals who could load entire fleets of grain ships, yet lack money to sustain themselves due to their inability to sell abroad. In a nation where man has no property, since the Sultan owns everything, where man does not have the freedom to sell or dispose of the fruits of his labor, and finally, where he cannot neither enjoy them or show them off in front of his fellow citizens, the cause of his inertia and misery is clear. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. I copied the genealogical tree of Muley Suleiman, which he himself confided to me as original. Tracing it back to him and up to the Prophet, the following order is maintained. Suleiman Hassan Ismail Mohammed Qasim El Qasim Abdallah Mohammed Mohammed Ismail Abul Qasim Abdallah al-Kamil Sharif. Note by the editor. Here is the translation of the provided text from Auto to English. Muhammad Hassan el-Meshna Ali Shtasen, son of Ali ben Abu Talib and Fatima el-Soran, the pearl, daughter of the Prophet Muhammad. In Tafile there are more than 2,000 sheriffs who all claim rights to the Moroccan throne, and for this reason enjoy certain light concessions from the Sultan. Here is the translation of the provided text from Auto to English. Mohammed Abdallah Ali Muhammad Yusuf Arafat Ali El Tasen Abu Bakr has established various ways of pronouncing it, as seen in this note. During periods of interregnum, many take up arms, since Morocco does not have a properly organized army to immediately suppress these factional movements. Thus the entire nation suffers from the ills of anarchy. The Moroccan tactic remains consistent across all battles. It involves advancing to a distance of roughly 500 steps from the enemy. Once they reach this point, they spread out with a sudden movement, aiming to present the broadest front possible. They then run at full speed while gripping their rifles. Upon reaching halfway, they make their shot. Stopping the horse suddenly, they retreat with the same speed at which they advanced. They reload their rifles while running, and if the enemy retreats, they continue firing, gaining ground. Sure, here is the translation of the text from Italian to English. But if the action becomes intense, and the sword is drawn, what predicament these warriors must not find themselves in, who without any order are forced to hold the bridle with their left hand, and a long rifle, and the sword with their right. What would then be the effect of a European line of battle across these ranks of troops? For this reason, the black soldier does not strive to fight with his sword, but relies on his speed in attack, retreat, and rifle-handling dexterity. In this circumstance, they place the rifle on top of the saddle's pommel, and at that moment each man occupies a broader front than two, remaining isolated and without support on his sides. The Sultan of Morocco's revenues are estimated at 25 million francs. With a small number of employees, their sole occupation is "I mend." The Sultan's Guard, estimated to be around 10,000 men, is the only standing army maintained even in times of peace. The eventual products and some rewards that are rarely granted to them. As they do not need to maintain an army, for in the case of war every Muslim is a soldier by religion, most of this money goes to be buried in the treasures of Morocco, Fez, and primarily Meknes. It is partly composed of black slaves purchased by the Sultan, received as gifts, or paid for with other goods, and also of the children of black soldiers. The other part consists of Moors taken from the Aldeas tribes. These troops remain in the provinces of the empire, and a large body always follows the Sultan. The soldiers, almost all on horseback, are known as El Mokari, who, by adopting the protection of the Imam bearing this name, whose doctrine is followed in Morocco, acquired this title. Although Sultan Moulay Solomon may live without splendor, the expense of his household is considerable due to his numerous wives and children. He cannot have more than 4 legitimate wives, in addition to his concubines. However, he frequently repudiates them to take others. The rejected women are sent to Tafile, where they are provided with a pension for their maintenance. Nor does Muley Solomon make a secret of having 2 sisters as wives at the same time, even though scholars do not look favourably upon this act, nor do they approve of drinking wine at night in the harem, which is against the law. I have seen many times the inhabitants present their daughters to him, who consequently enter the harem under the name of servants, and having been fortunate enough to please the sovereign, they are later raised to the rank of his wives, only to be, to the rank of a, subsequently repudiated by each other. He only eats food cooked in the harem by his black servants. At my house, moreover, I ate food prepared by my chefs. The Sultan, moreover, is sober, and eats with his fingers like the other Arabs. Even when he invited me to lunch with him, he had a wooden spoon brought, because the law does not permit the use of precious metals. For this reason, plates and table are entirely similar to those of his subjects. I took the same route going to Fez as I had done coming to Morocco. Although I was not fully restored to health, I did not fail to make some astronomical observations during my journey, which confirmed previous ones. Unfortunately, however, I was still not capable of undertaking continuous work. However, I firmly stated that I could not leave yet, and I stayed in Fez for a month and a half. Shortly before I left, Muley Abdulmen came to Fez and brought me a letter of recommendation from the Sultan for the Dey of Tunis, as well as another one for the Pasha of Taraba or Tripoli. In the first few days after my arrival in Fez, I had a dispute with the Pasha. He insisted that since I had been dismissed by the Sultan to go to Algiers, I should leave within 8 or 10 days, and even prepared the necessary items for my journey, and the escort that was supposed to accompany me. Muley Abdulmen also gave me a personal letter for the Dey of Algiers, which the Sultan had refused to write due to certain political considerations. Having finally fixed the day of my departure from Fez, I bid farewell to Muley Absalom and my friends with greater regret than ever before, as they saw me embark on a daring journey, and feared they would never see me again. On Thursday morning, May 30th, 1805, at 9:30, I left my home with my friends, who accompanied me first to the Mosque of Muley Edris, and then along a stretch of road until I bid them farewell. My house, the streets, the mosque, and the city's exit were packed with people from all sides trying to get close to me, touch me, ask for a prayer, etc. Reaching the north, I arrived at noon in my already established field on the other side of the bridge over the Cebu River, a river of considerable size that flows to the west. Friday, May 31st. The village is made up of secondary mountains, most of them limestone, with some stretches of cultivated land. Among the tributes that were given to me by the people of Dover, who lined the road, one deserves to be remembered. We set off at 8 in the morning, heading generally towards the northeast, and making 1,000 windings among the mountains, until 2 afternoon, when I pitched the tents on the bank of the river Jenaul, which flows with little water to the village west. I saw the children gathered to meet me. Among them, he who went before the others was dressed in a white cloak, with a silk handkerchief on his head, and in his hand he held a staff that was 7 feet tall, at the top of which was a small tablet, upon which a prayer was written. After paying me a thoughtful compliment, they kissed my hand, my garment, or whatever they could reach, and then left, greatly satisfied. How moving their simplicity was! The mothers stood by to see how I received their children. First Saturday in June. At 8 in the morning we were already on the road heading towards E, following the river Yenaul for over an hour and a half as it flows through the valley. We soon entered the mountains and crossed a small river about an hour after noon. By 2 o'clock we had climbed high on the right bank. The terrain did not differ from that of Jeri, except for the vegetation, which was considerably more lush. Early I saw many cultivated fields and a single Dover. The weather was partly cloudy, and the thermometer in my tent read 267 Réaumur at 4 in the afternoon. Sunday, too. They resumed their journey at 7 o'clock in the morning, following the course of numerous valleys between mountains. The view from this town is very picturesque, surrounded by ancient walls, with the minaret of the mosque rising above the houses like an obelisk. Of moderate height, they had to cross several small rivers at all times, and at 4 o'clock in the afternoon they pitched their tents near Tezza, a small town perched on a cliff at the foot of other higher mountains to the northeast. The cliff is steep in some places and covered with fruit-bearing plants in others. Gardens surround its base. An impressive number of sparrows, tortoiseshells, and other birds of various species make this place very delightful. A stream and other smaller brooks that rush down from above, along with a partially ruined bridge, add to the view. The valley, covered with abundant harvests, convinced me that these inhabitants are more diligent than those by the sea-coast. The weather was clear and very hot until the moment when thick clouds covered the sky. As soon as the tents were raised, terrible thunderclaps were heard, and a heavy rain fell. 15 west of the Palace Observatory. Despite this setback, I had the advantage of taking advantage of a moment when the sun appeared between the clouds, and I found my chronological longitude. 6. I met many caravans of Arabs coming from the Levant, driven out by the famine that reigned in their countries. They were composed of entire tribes who brought with them the remnants of their livestock and all they possessed. The sight of these caravans can give a fair idea of the ancient migrations from Palestine and Egypt, caused by the same reason. Here is the translation of your text from Italian to English. A sunburn on the back of my hands caused me a blister. Monday, March 3rd, they swelled up considerably, and the inflammation became intense, causing me sharp pains. Since my pain did not subside, I didn't go home. Moreover, throughout the night and morning, the weather was dreadful. The rain continued until evening, with a strong wind from the west, and my left hand still bothered me. Now, Tuesday, April 4th. Here is the translation of the provided text from Auto to English. I observed the sun passing through thick clouds, which gave me a latitude of 34°37. However, this observation is not reliable. The heavy rain prevented us from continuing our journey. Wednesday, May 5th. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. At 8 in the morning we set off, heading towards the east, crossing valleys, climbing and descending hills refreshed by soft streams. Castle, known as Temesavine. An hour and a quarter later, having crossed a river, I pitched the tents within the surroundings of an ancient alcazaba. The terrain of this area is entirely composed of sticky clay that forms the hills and valleys to a great depth, as I saw vertical layers exceeding 40 feet. I suppose it to be the same general layer, extending one way to the road leading from Tanger to Mekines, and in another direction, forming the mountains of the Terevan. On this day, I encountered a caravan sifila arriving from the east, leading a flock of over 1,500 goats. They had placed a sort of canopy or small tent on top of some camels, within which the women and children of the wealthiest families of the tribe were seated. The others walked uncovered. This was the order of the march. Here is the accurate and complete translation of the provided text from Italian to English. Many bulls and cows were loaded, carrying their load on their backs like mules. G formed the rearguard and also spread out to the two sides. The wall was 3 feet thick and 18 feet high. The alcazaba where we were encamped is formed of a square of walls, 425 feet long, with a square tower at each corner, and another in the center of each face. The livestock placed in front was divided into groups of approximately 100 heads each, supervised by 4 or 5 boys who tried to maintain an interval of about 20 steps between the groups. The tents, equipment, and most of the women and children on camels were located in the center, the men on horseback and foot with their rifles slung. From this height rises a thin parapet. In the center of the alcazaba, a ruined mosque can be seen among the ruins of other buildings. Various groups, each consisting of 3 or 4 huts, form the miserable asylum for the inhabitants of this solitude. On the outer extremity everything is scattered with wounds, and the remaining thickness of the wall is the only space where defenders must stand, unable to make any movement without risking falling. The chief of Alcazaba, who lives in a distant village 1 league away, came to congratulate me and offered me a goat, barley, milk, and other provisions. Thursday, June 6th. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. At 7:30 in the morning, my caravan headed east, and it maintained that course until 3:30 at night, when, near a poor village and not far from some ruins, I set up camp. The level clay terrain presented a vast plain, a true desert devoid of inhabitants and other vegetation, save for some scorched bushes. Here is the translation of the provided text. Although clear, the time was refreshed by an east wind. At 10 o'clock they passed by a large cistern filled with excellent water, and around noon they crossed a small river. Friday 7. I left a few minutes before 7 in the morning, and after crossing the river Moravia, I saw the ruins of an alcazaba. For 2 hours I continued on the road to the northeast, not far from the river, then turned east and kept that direction until 2 o'clock afternoon. The Moravia River is deep, but where we crossed it, being of great extent, it offered a good ford. I passed by a large fortified place alcazaba that was destroyed, around which many things could be seen. Subsequently, after crossing the Enza River, the camp was set up on its bank. It flows towards the northeast. Its waters, charged with mud, were red and thick like those of the Nile, but left to rest for a while. They are very good. The banks are low and covered with trees where we were yesterday. The Enza River, apart from having naturally low water levels, is further depleted by the channels used for irrigation. It was a true pleasure for me to contemplate these traces of human industry in the middle of a desert. Its waters flow towards the east. Initially, the soil appears as a continuation of the same clay-like, desolate plain observed the day before. At noon, I passed before a mountain that seemed to me formed of basalt, which I left on the straight path. At exactly 10 o'clock in the morning, he descended into another country alternately composed of layers of clay and limestone that form hills. At an hour and a half, I entered a beautiful country, well cultivated, covered with fine crops, in the centre of which is seen the alcazaba, and to the north the Enza, on whose straight bank I had it built high. The sky was half covered, and a strong wind from the northeast refreshed the air. This desert is known by the name of Angad. It appears to be expanding in the direction of northwest from the alcazaba of Temeswin to the south of Algiers. Saturday 8. Algiers. My people left camp at 7 o'clock and a quarter, and we took the direction of northwest following the same desert. At 8 o'clock we found a stream of very good water. At 9 and a half the country was narrowing between small limestone and clay mountains. At 1 hour and 34 minutes past noon we crossed a small river, and turning east I walked for some time along the right bank. After a while we began to see cultivated land, and later a town. At 3:30 the tents were pitched near an alcazaba and a place called Layon Mailuk. The soil encountered this day is alternately clay and calcareous. 2 mountain ranges that are part of the Little Atlas block the horizon to the north and south. Throughout this desert no other animals were seen except for some small ramlets, a few dead or sleeping spiders on the thorny branches of a shriveled plant. I arrived there just as the locals were performing a funeral procession ceremony. The cadaver, placed on display in a prominent location, was surrounded by 40 women, who divided into 2 choruses. They alternated in their chants, shouting, "Ah, ah." All the women in the chorus, while pronouncing their respective ahs, scratched themselves and damaged their facial skin, causing blood to pour out. 6 men stood at their sides, eyes fixed on the land of a hostile tribe that had slain the man they were burying. The other Arabs, on foot and forming a procession, surrounded them completely. The men buried the dead in the same place, and everyone withdrew without any further ceremony. They remained in this position for half an hour, and after continuing their cries and scratches for all that time, the women separated from the dead body, weeping in unison. The constantly fresh time was continuously covered. Note, the original Italian text has been accurately translated into English, while adhering to grammatical correctness. No uncommon symbols were present, so no removal was necessary. Sunday, September 9th. At 6 o'clock in the morning we resumed our journey towards the northeast. The soil here maintains the same nature as that of the deserted plain about which we spoke. At 8 o'clock in the morning I also saw a good arable land, but poorly sown. At 7 we crossed a small stream. Then, turning to the east-northeast, we passed another stream similar to the first one at 2 after noon, and at 4 minutes past 4 I entered Aosta. The two ranges of high mountains continued to limit the horizon to the north and south at a considerable distance. At 7:30 in the morning I had noticed in the distance, on a rise near the path, 2 armed men on horseback, slowly advancing towards us. Some men then confronted each other over the crops they were harvesting, all having their horses saddled and harnessed. My people began to grow alarmed, but I calmed them, and when we neared them, we learned they had listened to reports from the enemy tribe that had killed the man Ayan Moiluk, and that their troops were behind them. Further away, the armed troops could be seen. At 10 o'clock, we were on the territory of this tribe. It is a space about a league in diameter, all cultivated and having more than 20 dwellings. 4 armed men on horseback came to meet us, asking for a prayer. Then they politely sent me away. Chapter 8a. This tribe, named Mahaya Parvemi, is composed of armed people, and I believe that the Sultan of Morocco does not exercise a precarious power over them. Description of Aosta. Difficulties in continuing the journey. Detained by order of the Sultan. Departure from Aosta. Adventures in the desert. Arrival at Laraisk and its description. Departure from the Empire of Morocco. Leroux. The houses made of earth are small and so low that one can barely stand inside them. Aosta, a village with approximately 500 inhabitants, is similar to other populated places that I encountered beyond the Al-Kazaba of Temeswin in the Angad desert. I spent some time walking around a small but charming garden belonging to it. They are also so sick-side and full of insects that I would rather stay under the tent in the Al-Kasaba, which is very large and located at the edge of the village, than go out. An abundant spring, emerging half a league beyond Aosta, provides excellent water, irrigating the village gardens. They offer beautiful vegetables and various species of fruit trees, among which fig, olive, vine, palm hold the highest rank. The country also produces delicious lambs, and meat of exquisite quality. Nor can one imagine how delicate is the desert sheep. These animals are long and thin, with little fur, and live in a land where they barely find enough to survive. However, their meat is perhaps the best in the world. Both in the village and in the surrounding areas there are few chickens and no wild animals, but there is an abundance of meat, rice, flour, and legumes. My precise astronomical observations include the text seems to trail off, so I've left it as is, assuming the original intended to continue with more details. In una latitudine così elevata, il clima dovrebbe essere poco diverso da quello d'Europa, ma il deserto che circonda ne riscalda l'aria a dismisura. Fate collocano Aosta nella longitudine orientale dall'osservatorio di Parigi di Fort Etzeru e nella latitudine settentrionale di 4054. Translation. The stars place Aosta in the eastern longitude from the Paris Observatory at 480, and in the northern latitude at 344054. We had some relatively cool days in June, completely covered and even rainy. At such a high latitude, the climate should be little different from that of Europe, but the desert surrounding it heats the air to an extreme degree. I observed a lunar eclipse at Aosta, the principal of my journey. I should have made some other observations, but unfortunately circumstances did not allow it, as I had to sacrifice everything for the cause. After many discussions, and after mature reflection, I decided to send a messenger. When I arrived, the chief and leaders of the village told me that I could not continue my travel, as on that very day they had received news of a revolution in the kingdom of Algiers, and that blood was flowing in Tlemcen or Tremison, the place I was headed towards. I immediately asked. Upon his return, he brought me the news that the troubles in Tlemcen had subsided, but that the road was still infested by rebels who were stealing and killing. I escorted to the head of the village, who replied that he did not have enough forces, but that he would try in every way to accommodate my request. Before 2 days had passed, the chief and the elders of Aosta brought Sheikh El Bouanani, the leader of a neighboring tribe, and proposed that he escort me to Tlemcen. In the beginning, the sheikh did not agree to your request, and after long discussions he left without reaching a decision. Several days, had already passed in fruitless negotiations. Meanwhile, the rebels had approached the walls of Aushta, firing some shots that killed 2 men. My situation became increasingly difficult, because on one hand all my means of sustenance were running out, and on the other I was not ignoring that. I therefore decided to travel only on horseback to follow Boanani, who had his camp at the mouth of the mountains, 2 leagues from Aushta. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. My enemies in Morocco, who had managed to make the Sultan suspicious of my prolonged stay in Fez, would certainly take advantage of this circumstance to slander me. A great news astounded my people, except for 2 Spanish renegades who followed me from Fez. They approached me in this difficult circumstance and said, "Lord, if you permit us, we will follow you and share your fate." I set out to leave, accompanied by a faithful slave named. Here is the translation of the provided text. I fixed my eyes on them, knowing they were brave, and I ordered them to take up arms. One was to keep me company, while the other stayed with my equipment. Salem, I left my renegade behind, but I found the gate of the walls closed, and about 40 or 50 of the principal inhabitants determined to prevent me from leaving. I begged them to let me out, but they all answered at once, some with reasons, others with shouts. I persisted, but they held firm. "Open the door." Finally, turning to the chief, I grabbed one of the pistols hung on the pommel of my saddle, and, with a mixture of friendly thunder and menace, I said, "Sheikh Suleiman, we've started well, but I fear this might end badly." So Sheikh Suleiman opened the door, saying to others, "Since he wants to perish, let him go." I followed my slave and the renegade, taking the path to the mountains of Boanani. Shortly after my departure, I saw the very people who had come to escort me advancing with relaxed reins. We were very well received by Boanani. They approached me, apologizing for their opposition, which, they said, had no other purpose than their attachment to me and fear of some misfortune. He took the trouble to invite us to lunch, and treated us generously, but he always found 1,000 obstacles to take me only to Tlemcen. Finally, defeated by my persuasions and those of Sheikh Solimano, who served me very well on this occasion, it was agreed to make arrangements with the sheikh of another tribe called Beniznuz. 2 days later, Boanani came to tell me to be ready to leave the next day. The last part of the text you provided seems to be in Italian, and here is its accurate English translation. He was supposed to meet me halfway with his people to escort me to Tlemcen, while Boanani was assigned to guide me to him. He arrived with about 100 men, and we set off from Aushta immediately. They were followed by a troop led by a high-ranking officer of the guard called El Qaid Laimi. When we were only a half-league apart, 2 soldiers of the Sultan came up to us with loose reins, shouting for me to stop. He told me that the Sultan, having learned that I was considered valuable at Aushta, had sent him to protect me and defend me if necessary. I replied to him that the Algerian and Tlemcen revolutions and the brigandage of the rebels were the sole causes of my stay in Aushta, and that I could continue my journey without danger, as the threat had passed, especially since I was accompanied by the tribes of the Boananis and Beniznuz. I was therefore forced to return to Aushta and write to the Sultan. Despite my representations, Daimi told me that, given the current situation, he could not agree to my departure until he received new orders from the Sultan. Upon receiving my letter, he sent 2 other escort officers with instructions to conduct me to Tangier, where I could embark for the Levant. I was accompanied by the 2 officers and 30 Aldayas, or Sultan's bodyguards. This sovereign decree compelled me to leave Aushta with all my people and equipment on August 3rd at 9 in the evening. I left Qaid Lainchi and the remainder of his troops to Aushta, and then set off so late because Lainchi had received notice that 400 armed Arabs were waiting for me on the road. I was nonetheless forced to leave the city secretly, without knowing which direction to take until the very moment of my departure, when Lainchi indicated it to my guides. The night was very dark, with the sky completely covered. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. Leaving the beaten path, we crossed fields towards the San Saint, venturing deep into the desert. Lion, Sunday, August 4th. At its foot we found a spring of water and a large bath. After walking swiftly all night long and ascending mountains, I arrived at 6 in the morning at the ruins of a great alcazaba. as a result. If he continued walking without resting, following the course of many winding valleys, at the bottom of which flowed a river, however small, it was no less useful for irrigating their fields for the hard-working inhabitants of many villages. The 2 officers who accompanied me had an order to follow. From every task they would bring forth 1 or 2 Arab horsemen equipped with weapons, who would then join my entourage. Upon arriving around 9 in the morning at the location where the small river ended, the 30 Ardayas bid me farewell, leaving me with the escort of armed Arabs under the command of the 2 officers. At the same time, 2 of them arrived with their reins loose to demand, assuming that the officers had received part of the money due to them. As the Sultan's guards withdrew, I gave some gold coins to one of the officers to reward the soldiers, and continued on my way. But soon, upon hearing a commotion behind me, I turned my head and saw the Audays revolting against their leaders, threatening to massacre them. They rushed towards this group, and I quickly made them lower their weapons. I managed to get them to leave peacefully, and convince them. We always walked swiftly, fearing the encounter with the 400 Arabs, from whom we tried to keep away. Due to this reason, he advanced across the desert, instead of following the road. During this fight that kept us quite uneasy, due to the sad consequences it could have, nobody thought to provide water. Yet we started needing it, and fortunately for me, I didn't know this was the last place where one could find it. This land is completely devoid of water. There is not a single tree, nor any isolated rock that could offer the slightest defense against the scorching sun's rays. Every man met in this solitude is regarded as an enemy. Where is my sun? A perfectly transparent atmosphere, a vast sun that stings the head, a white terrain, and usually a concave shape like a burning mirror, a light wind that devours like a flame. Such is the faithful portrait of the deserts we crossed. Therefore, seeing my 13 Bedouins towards noon, a heavily armed man on horseback at a considerable distance, they instantly gathered together and set off like lightning to surprise him, shouting loudly, interrupted only by words of scorn and derision. "What are you looking for, my brother?" etc. Here's a breakdown of your provided text. Ed in pari tempo facevano scherzando passare. Translated from Italian to English, the text becomes, at the same time, neither men nor animals had eaten or drunk anything that day, and they had been walking since 9 o'clock yesterday evening without resting. Il fucile sopra la testa. Il bedovino, trovandosi scoperto, approfittò del suo vantaggio e fuggì nelle montagne, ove non lo raggiunsero, translates to, at the same time, they were playfully attempting to pass the gun over their heads. Fu questo il solo uomo da noi incontrato. The Bedouin, realizing he was exposed, took advantage of his situation and fled into the mountains, where they did not catch up with him. Translates to, this was the only man we encountered. At every step, the mules would collapse under their load. They had to be lifted, and the burden they carried supported. An hour after noon, we had no more than a single drop of water, and my people, along with their mounts, began to show signs of exhaustion. This arduous task drained our remaining strength. The final sentence reflects the exhaustion and lack of rest. Intanto gli uomini e gli animali non avevano quasi nulla mangiato né bevuto questo giorno, e dalle 9 di ieri sera avevano sempre camminato senza prendere riposo. I stopped with 3 or 4 of my servants to help him. Every 2 hours after noon, a man fell rigid as a dead man, exhausted from fatigue and thirst. He squeezed the little moist remaining in a jar, and we managed to get a few drops of water into his mouth, but such weak aid produced no effect. I myself began to feel a certain weakness that, growing beyond measure, presaged the next loss of my strength. I abandoned the unfortunate one and remounted my horse. Meanwhile, other people from my escort subsequently fell, remaining on the ground, abandoned to their unfortunate fate because the caravan had already dispersed. Let whoever can escape do so. But I viewed these losses with the same indifference as I would have things of no value, and I moved on. They were simply abandoned with their load, and I saw 2 of my large trunks on the ground, without knowing what had become of the animals that carried them, since there was no one left to take care of my belongings. I felt myself shaking under the horse, even though it was the sturdiest one in the caravan. We all walked wearily, without speaking or making eye contact. Whenever I tried to encourage someone to quicken their pace, instead of responding, they would stare at me fixedly and point to their mouth with their index finger, indicating their overwhelming thirst. I fully rebuked the officers in command for their lack of care in providing us with water, and they blamed the mutiny of the Audias on this, and they said, might we not suffer like them? Our fate was all the more terrifying, since none of us ever believed that we could make it to a place where there would be water. Finally, around 4 o'clock in the evening, I too collapsed from exhaustion and thirst. His servants, if a miracle of Providence, had not saved us. It had already been half an hour since I found myself in that state, as it was later reported to me, when, at a great distance, a large caravan of more than 2,000 people was seen approaching us. This one was led by a marabout, or saint, named Sidi al-Arbi, who was heading to Tresmen, or Tremiguet, on the orders of the Sultan, laid on the ground, without feelings, in the midst of a desert, surrounded by only 4 or 5 men, one of whom had fallen when I did, and all the others unable to assist me, because they did not know where to find water, and, moreover, find water, and, had enough strength to follow my tracks, I would undoubtedly have perished in that same place with air. Given our desperate situation, he quickly had several barrels of water poured over each of us. Since they kept splashing it on my face and hands, I started to regain consciousness. I opened my eyes and looked around. I couldn't recognize anyone. Finally, I saw 7 or 8 sheriffs and fakirs standing around me, speaking to me friendly. I wanted to answer, but an insurmountable lump in my throat prevented me from articulating a word, and I had to resort to signs, indicating my mouth with my fingers. They continued to splash water on my face, arms, and hands, and finally, after several sips, I could speak. Then I could ask, "Who are you?" As soon as they heard me talk, they responded cheerfully. "Do not fear anything. Far from being thieves or brigands, we are actually your friends. I am such a person too." So I recognized their faces without, however, remembering their names. I was once again thrown water on me, in greater quantities than before. I drank it all. When they saw that I was starting to regain my strength, they filled a portion of my skins with water and left me instantly. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English, because every moment they lost in this place was precious, and the loss irreparable. These are the symptoms that I noticed in my unfortunate fellow travellers on my journey, and soon after experienced for myself. Fatigue and a certain listlessness hinder movement, and anxiety, along with a kind of knot in the diaphragm and throat, prevent breathing. Large tears well up and fall from the eyes. One falls to the ground, and in a few moments loses consciousness. This thirst attacks the entire body surface with a severe dryness of the skin. The eyes become bloodshot. The tongue and mouth, both internally and externally, are covered with a tartar as dense as a line. This crust is a dull yellow, tasteless, and has a texture perfectly equal to that of soft wax from a honeycomb. Here is the translation of the provided text from Auto to English. I mounted a horse with great difficulty, and resumed my interrupted walk. Since each arrived hastily to show me what they had found, I had to drink it, and I drank more than 20 times, but soon after. My Bedouins and my faithful Salem were each on their side tracking water. 2 hours later, they returned one after the other with some good or bad water. I had swallowed a little water, and my mouth became dry again as soon as I tried to moisten it, so I could neither spit nor speak. At 7 o'clock in the evening, we stopped near a tree and a stream after a strenuous march of 22 consecutive hours with no rest at all. My people and my crew arrived at night in turns. I did not lose nearly anything, because the caravan of Sidi al-Arbi, having subsequently met my companions and servants, aided and saved men and animals with its water. If this caravan did not arrive, we would all have inevitably perished, because the water brought by the Bedouins and from Salem would have come too late. Breathing and vital functions were already failing, and I believe I would not have survived. Another 2 hours in such a violent state without perishing. Whenever I think that this great caravan had left the ordinary road because of the false report that there were 2,000 or 3,000 men ready to attack it, It was only the 400 Arabs who were waiting for me. I cannot help but admire, and bless Providence, to tell the truth. Here's a breakdown of changes made. Now I easily understand how the ungraceful Major Houghton can be lost in the desert as a result of a circumstance similar to mine, without any treachery on the part of those who accompanied him. Adesso comprendo facilmente. Now I easily understand, cum lo sgraziato maggiore, Houghton può essere perito, how the ungraceful Major Houghton can be lost nel deserto, in the desert, in conseguenza di una circostanza simile alla mia, as a result of a circumstance similar to mine, senza che vi abbia avuto parte la perfidia di coloro che lo accompagnavano, without any treachery on the part of those who accompanied him. I removed the underscores from the name Houghton, as they are not standard in English names. Most of the desert's soil is pure clay, except for a short stretch of limestone terrain. This layer is laid down with such perfect equality that it does not leave a single point uncovered, and makes the path very arduous. The surface is covered by a layer of white, rolled, free pebbles, about the size of a fist, nearly all of them similar in shape, with a pitted surface resembling old, broken bricks, which leads me to believe they are a volcanic product. There is no species of animals, quadrupeds or birds, reptiles or insects, to be seen in this desert. The eye searches in vain for a plant, and man sees nothing around but silence and death. Only towards 4 o'clock in the evening could some small, scorched plants be made out at a distance, along with a thorny tree without flowers or fruit. I had collected in the desert 2 stones, a piece of clay, and 2 pieces of mineral, but everything was lost. Monday, May 5. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. In this terrible calamity, my mules and horses not only lost their shoes, but were almost all laymen. It was 7 in the morning when we resumed our journey across the same desert, taking a turn to the south and southwest. The terrain is the same as yesterday's. On the opposite shore there was a single house where Sheikh Skawi, the provincial chief, lived. At 11 in the morning a long coastal area opened up, after which we found ourselves in the province of Scania and on the right bank of the Enza River. After crossing the river 3 times, we camped at noon on the left bank near a mill and a market. I was tormented by fever all day, a clear effect of the suffered disaster. My people still had such a vivid imagination of the past danger, and the animals felt the fatigue of the previous day so acutely that upon seeing a river they rushed in at once, both humans in their clothes and animals with their loads. It took a long time, great effort, and toil to get them out. The banks of the Enza were very well cultivated, and we found there in abundance pastinaches, poppies, and grapes, which we regarded as a gift from heaven, given our irritable state of blood. The text translated from Auto to English is, Sheikh Skawi, whose province reached me in great wealth, was absent, but his brother came to visit me, and sent me many provisions. The date, Martedi 6, translates to Tuesday 6. The mountains crossed on this day are not barren like the previous ones. They have small rivers and cultivated land, scattered here and there. The plain is the same desert that I had crossed earlier when heading towards Auster. At 6 o'clock in the morning we left the camp and headed towards the O Mountains, and after noon we only descended into the vast plain, where, walking in a northern direction, we crossed the great river Moluia around 4 o'clock in the evening, beyond which I had a high place built near a tree. Here is the translation of your text. I continued to feel very unwell, and feared a more serious attack. Wednesday, July 7th, following the same route, we reached the city of Tedza. My caravan took the already described path, leading us to the fortress of Temeswin. Thursday, July 8th. Friday, July 9th. No. On this day, camp was not pitched, and I entered the city to attend the public Friday prayer. Tedza is the most gentle city that I have seen in the Moroccan Empire, the only one where the eye is not saddened by the sight of ruins. The streets are beautiful, the houses painted. The main mosque is very large, well built, and adorned with a spacious vestibule. The markets are well stocked, with many shops, very fertile gardens, excellent water, and the purest air. Good food is available at very moderate prices in great abundance, and the people seemed very awake and alert. We found a body of troops encamped near our tents, commanded by a pasha. These advantages combined make me prefer Tedza over all cities of the empire, excluding Fez and Morocco. He had me pay the honours due to my rank, and sent me some provisions. There was with him Muli Musa, brother of the Emperor of Morocco, but my indisposition prevented me from visiting him. 32, which demonstrates the error into which I had fallen earlier. More accurate observations of the initial readings gave me the latitude of Tedza as 34.9. Only the longitude was correct. Departing from our usual practice, the journey resumed at 9 in the evening. Heading towards the south Essol, after crossing the Teza River and making many turns among the mountains, other rivers were crossed. Saturday 10. After walking all night, we crossed another river flowing towards the east at daybreak. Traversing a continually mountainous country, I turned to the west, and at 8 o'clock in the morning made camp near a tall tree. I was then in the province of Haina. Sunday 11th. We set out an hour after noon, heading east and to the southeast, until 5 o'clock in the evening, and then I pitched my tents near a village, home to one of the officers accompanying me. The kind inhabitants of this village kindly requested me to. Rest of sentence, incomplete or missing in original text. Here is the translation of the text from Italian to English. I agreed to stay with them for a day, which I could not refuse. They omitted nothing that could make my time enjoyable, in order to testify their gratitude and make my stay less unpleasant. I did not regret this arrangement, as it gave me the opportunity to rest after so many hardships. Monday, 12th. Having bid farewell to these kind Arabs, I set off at 6 o'clock, making many detours among the mountains. It was 9 o'clock when we descended to cross the Laverne River, which is very wide and flows towards the southeast. We followed its right bank for 2 hours in a flat area, after which we climbed back up into the mountains. An hour after noon, he stood tall near a tower. Tuesday 13th. A short distance from my field, there are several rich salt pans. Beyond them, I discovered a series of 6 or 7 isolated mountains shaped like sugar loaves. Their red colour made me suspect that they were entirely metallic. Every hour from morning, the journey continued among the mountains until 2 after noon, when camp was set up near a large dova. All the land that I had crossed belonged to the province of Haina. The soil is composed of round clay mountains, as sticky as those of Tetovan. They are naturally sterile, but the inhabitants are industrious, and almost all the hills are covered with panicum, that is to say, millet, which resembles corn and forms the basis of their livelihood. It was then ripe, and all the fields were guarded by some men who kept birds away by constantly shouting. Except for the rivers mentioned, the inhabitants of the Haina province have only water from small wells they dig into the mountain slopes. The waters of almost all these wells have a bad taste. They are salty, sulphurous, or mineralized. Some chasms and torrent beds covered with a white layer of salt can be seen. It is likely that this country abounds in minerals, without the inhabitants having the slightest suspicion of the treasures they walk upon. In many places, metallic layers are revealed beneath the clay that covers them, and some perpendicular rocks, almost entirely composed of metallic substances, rise here and there across the plain like isolated towers. The agricultural inhabitants have an abundance of grain, but they lack trees, and only cultivate a small amount of herbs or fruit. Their houses, made of earth and covered with vines, are quite small and only inhabited during the winter, for during the fine season they live under tents like other Arabs. Wednesday 14th. At exactly 6 in the morning we embarked on our journey, making numerous turns between very high and sparsely populated mountains. It was already noon when we reached the plain. The tribe that inhabits these and many other nearby areas is called Ved a-Isa, or the daughter of Jesus, and it is very numerous. After crossing the Velia River, which is quite wide and flows to the west, we followed its right bank in the same direction until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. At that time we set up our tents near 2 rocks. Thursday 15th. At 6 o'clock we were all ready to set out, taking the direction of N.O. The district of Wazir consists of vast plains enclosed to the east by high mountains. We entered the district of Wazir at 8, and soon after I saw on the north side the mountain on which the town stands, which we left to the right, continuing the road until 3 in the afternoon, when we pitched our tents near several villages. This is where the renowned Saint Sidi Ali Ben Hamid, mentioned briefly above, resides. Rising in the midst of these plains is a large, entirely unisolated mountain, on which the city of Wazir stands halfway up its slope. It is called the fortified city, but unlike other cities of the empire, it is not surrounded by walls. Master of the city and district, he lives almost entirely independently. I have never seen another country more beautiful, more populous, or better fed, nor more beautiful fields. Therefore, one must believe that divine grace protects these inhabitants in particular. The country is entirely sparsed with great things arranged in a way completely different from all the rest. Here the tents are set up in straight lines, and elsewhere in circles. Across the entire expanse of the plain there is not a single tree to be seen. There is only water from some small springs. My position was located at a distance from the mountain of Wazir to the east. From astronomical observations, I obtained the result of 655.0 of eastern longitude, and 3442.29 of latitude. Could this state of affairs last? The notaries and the officers condottieri seemed to share a mysterious air and signs of connivance. Yet they continued to treat me with deep respect, and I could not tell them anything, nor even entertain any doubt about their secret dealings. The stationary tribes on my passage would come to pay me all respects and offer me gifts of food and forage, and I continued to use the parasol. In sum, I was always treated as a son or brother of the Sultan. Herein lies what we shall soon see. Friday 16th. He resumed his journey around 6 in the morning, heading towards the north among small mountains, and an hour after our departure we arrived on the road from Fez to Tanger. We then turned directly towards the north until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, at which point I ordered the tents to be pitched between the gardens located to the north of Alcassa city. Here is the translation of the provided text. I made a bad observation regarding the longitude. However, I was unable to catch sight of any star's passage, nor that of the moon across the day's sky, due to some large clouds obscuring the hemisphere. Saturday, August 17th. This change displeased me greatly, but after reflecting on it, I let myself be led, being entirely indifferent about going to one place or another. On this day, the veil that had covered the mysterious behavior of my officers finally fell, when they announced to me that they were going to Larash, or Larash, and not to Tanger, as they had previously said they would. As a result of this, at 6 in the morning, we resumed our journey towards the east, and an hour later we turned north or northeast. We entered a dense forest of very tall oak trees abundant with ferns, from which we did not emerge until noon after making many detours. Finally, we crossed a river, and an hour after noon we arrived in Larash. Ships that do not exceed 200 tons can enter the river, but they are forced to unload in order to pass through the bar. Larash, Christians demand Larash, is a small town of about 400 houses, situated on the northern slope of a steep hill, from which the houses extend down to the river bank, the mouth of which serves as a harbour for large ships. Larash is abundant with mosques, the most remarkable of which is prestigious for its architecture. There is a large market surrounded by arcades supported by small stone columns. It is the finest market I have seen in the Moroccan Empire. It was built by Christians, just like the main fortifications. The city belonged to the Spanish, from whom it was taken by Muley Ismail. On the land side, the city is defended by good walls with a wide ditch, and 2 bastions protect the gate and the bridge. The Alcasaba, or castle, situated towards the land in the south of the city, is a small square of battlements with corbelled arches, surrounded by a ditch. Everything is fairly well preserved, except for the extremely damaged railing. Some is also taken from another source, located a league away. Unfortunately, the square has no water, and what is drunk there comes from a spring that flows on the shore at 180 paces from the walls, in a place covered by the fire of the square. The square fortress is equipped with many small pigeon houses. At the end of the city, near the mouth of the river, there is a castle that I was told was built on the order of Muley Edris. There is no fortification to the north of the river or port. The entrance to the port is defended by 2 batteries positioned in the south and a type of castle located in the same direction at a distance of 350 paces, armed with cannons and mortars. Her tomb is honoured there. To the south of the last battery of guns and mortars, there are some works near the water that, when seen from the sea, resemble a fortress, but in reality they are only the ruins of a house and a windmill. 60 leagues east of the square castle, there is a chapel or sanctuary dedicated to a female saint who is the patron of the city, known as Lala Minana. I had never been able to unravel the complexity of ideas that her existence as a canonized woman stirred in me, contrary to the Muslim belief in the exclusion of this sex from paradise. God knows more than men. The southern coast is formed by a very high cliff, while the northern coast has a small sandbank. By order of the Sultan, Sidi Mohammed Safaksi, who was Pasha of Larache, he assigned me the best house, located on the Grand Market, next to the main mosque, 15N. The magnetic declination is 213915 east. The temperature is very mild and comparable to that of Andalusia. Despite this advantageous position, as I could not climb above the house to observe the sky without obstructions, I was unable to measure the lunar distances. Therefore, through the eclipses of the satellites, I was able to determine the longitude OOA of the Paris Observatory at 8:21:45. As for the latitude, for the passage of the sun at 35:13, the city is surrounded by a reddish arena, which I perceive as a decomposition of feldspar, with a great tendency to conglutinate. The high cliff at noon is composed of perfectly horizontal layers, very thin and extremely close to each other, forming a type of slate cut perpendicularly at the shore of the sea. The city is by no means lacking in gardens. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. These layers of rock are made up solely of already fused red sand in a thin fabric of slate. The provisions are good, and the water, though somewhat raw, is not unhealthy. The hardships endured on the journey to Aosta caused me a 15-day illness. I took sea baths, and took advantage of the opportunity to enrich my collection of marine plants. Some of my servants were also indisposed, and some of the beasts of burden were lame, but only one mule died. A Tripoli corvette that had been in the river's waters for several months was in Larache. The Sultan ordered her to be equipped at his expense, assigning me the stern cabin for my journey to the Levant. I inspected the ship that was to set sail for Tripoli within a few days, and prepared the cabin allocated to me for this lengthy voyage. This kind offer was too flattering for me to refuse. On Sunday, October 13th, 1805, the day set for my departure, I went in the morning to take leave of the Pasha, who showed me every mark of respect and consideration, adding that if I desired to postpone my embarkation until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, he would be present at my departure. Having already packed and loaded my baggage, I went to the port at the agreed time to embark with my belongings. I inquired about the Pasha, and I was told he would not be long in coming. While the boat was approaching, I spent some time on the beach where the wall forms a recessed angle, and there is a narrow lane that opens up from this corner. Upon the boat's arrival, and not seeing the Pasha, I prepared to board when 2 groups of soldiers appeared, one on my right and another on my left, and a third emerged from the alley at the end of the corner. I asked for an explanation for this strange behavior, and they answered, "This is the Sultan's order." Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. Both leaders suddenly seized all my people. One of them placed me in the middle and ordered me to board alone and leave immediately. I demanded to speak to the Pasha, and they told me, "Board the ship." No. I embarked in the lifeboat with a torn heart from the cries of some family members desolate at such sudden separation. I then openly recognized the evil intentions of the Sultan and the Pasha, who had ordered, until the last moment, that I be honored by the troops and the people, while they conspired to deal me a deep wound, as I had no less concern for those attached to me than for myself. I descended the river consumed by anger and despair, until we reached the barrage, where violent waves hit me, upsetting my stomach, which was salutary as I had discharged an enormous amount. Here's a breakdown of the changes made. Grammar. Clarity. Phrases like lacerato dall'Igrida and divorata dalla rabbia e disperazione were rephrased for better understanding in English. Symbol removal. The sentence structure is adjusted to conform to standard English grammatical rules. No uncommon symbols were present in the original text. Consistency. Word choice. More natural English equivalents were used, such as torn heart, desolate, sudden separation, and upsetting my stomach. Here is the translation of the provided text. The tense was kept consistent throughout present tense for actions described as happening at a specific time. They carried me to my cabin and laid me down in bed. Debile. Exhausted by such violent moral and physical shocks, I arrived almost senseless at the corvette that was anchored a short distance from the shore. In this way I escaped from the Moroccan Empire. I put aside all reflections that would be inappropriate here. Perhaps they will find their place in another work. Of the ancient island. Capitolo 19, Porto Cabot. Of the existence of a Mediterranean Sea in the heart of Africa. The translation of Atlantide, from auto assuming it's from a language like French or Italian, to English is straightforward. Atlantide, this word, translates directly to Atlantis in English, referring to the legendary lost continent, said to have sunk into the ocean. Simultaneously, to two ideas that stem from the same principle and, supporting each other, seem to contribute to a higher degree of probability than can be expected in such matters. Before visiting the western part of Africa, a careful study of the physical geography of this region of the world, compared with the knowledge transmitted by tradition and history regarding the great globe revolutions and certain indications provided by recent geographers and travellers about the internal situation of this continent, led me almost 1. That ancient Atlantis was formed by the Atlas mountain range, that there exists a Mediterranean Sea in Africa, isolated, like the Caspian Sea in Asia, without communication with other seas. After countless systems and theories on the site that once held Atlantis, it might seem like madness to want to revive a question that has been debated so many times and is now seemingly forgotten. Since I only wish to briefly touch upon this idea, which has often been presented by other writers, its coincidence with the existence of an inland sea in Africa will excuse me in the eyes of the reader, who, therefore, will not be able to regard this chapter as an episode in the history of my travels. To understand it, one must have before their eyes the general map of northern Africa. Although no European traveller has ever crossed its centre, the Sahara, or Great Desert. Ocean. From Africa, we have sufficient data to be almost absolutely certain that from north to south is not cut by any mountain range that connects the Atlas Mountains with those of Kong and with those to the southeast of the desert, extending in phase Verolhofer, east-west direction until Abyssinia. The Atlantic, and from the other side the Mediterranean, becomes a true island with no apparent connection to the other mountains of Africa. At the eastern end of the Atlantic chain lie the deserts that approach Ghodemesh and Tripoli, Soda and Borka deserts, which touch the Sahara on one side and the Mediterranean Sea on the other. Thus the Atlantic range is surrounded to the north and west by the Mediterranean and the ocean, and to the south and east by sandy deserts that reach through. The text translates to, one might mistake the deserts south of the Atlas for those I have seen north and east. I have removed any uncommon symbols in this translation, ensuring a clear and accurate representation of the original Italian phrase. All that is known about the sand deserts surrounding the Atlas Mountains to the east and south indicates that they are not composed like those of Tartary's depleted humus, as described by Linnaeus, meaning land that, through constant agitation and production, has become impoverished and devoid of the organic molecules necessary for vegetation. Sure, here is the translation of your text from Italian to English. In these, I found only extremely thin layers of clay, considered a submarine volcanic product, plains of loose sand composed entirely of a silicious dust of quartz and feldspar, mixed with an extremely fine detritus of shells, and banks of a very pressure. Modern calcarenite formed from the consolidation of sand or animal detritus. It is true that I did not find any remains of marine animals in these deserts, but because of the situation in which I found myself, I was unable to conduct thorough research. And moreover, it is likely that if such remains existed, they would not be found here. The text you provided seems to be a fragment of Italian text, which I have translated to English below, at great depths either to the south or north of the Atlas, for the violence of the waves pulverizes any object that rises to the surface of the surface of the sea here. The impact. The terribleness of the waves is such that even without a storm, in the most perfect calm, and when from a distance the sea surface appears tranquil, the waves beat so furiously against the shore that they often raise mountains of foam up to 50 or 60 feet high, not only on rocky coasts, but also on sandy beaches. I will not examine the causes of this phenomenon at this time, which perhaps should be sought in the general movement of the great mass of the ocean waters, increased or diminished by the projection or configuration of the coasts, but we must only consider its results in relation to this issue. Jez rich vegetable land, abundantly provided with organic molecules that feed and give life to terrestrial animals, who in turn serve human needs. When the sea gently licks ashore, shells and zoopites settle there, marine plants grow and multiply as animals do. The subsequent decomposition of all these organic bodies enriches the soil, making it fertile for future generations, and from the accumulation of so many remains over several centuries, which to nature are but a day, ultimately emerge. The unhappy animal, or the plant that the current carries to these shores, perish victims of the fury of the waves, and their wreckage is driven to great distances. But when, on the contrary, the sea beats furiously against a coast, mollusks and other marine animals retreat as if from a rock against which they would be shattered. Marine plants cannot align there because they are uprooted before they have deeply fixed themselves in the ground that serves as their support. Area will be very extensive. It will be called desert. When, due to ocean currents and the receding of the seas, or for any other reason, this coast remains uncovered and outside of the water, it can only offer a disorganized mass of stones, sand, or isolated pieces of flint, unsuitable for vegetation, and therefore unsuitable as an animal habitat, in short, useless for human existence. And since this, a large portion of Morocco's coastline is in this condition. Tangier is surrounded by sandy soil, as is Rabat. Mogador, the southernmost point I have visited, is located in the center of a small Sahara, whose sand forms very high moving hills. As I assume, these deserts become more extensive as we move towards the S. We must find there the Sahara, or Great Desert, which is only a larger-scale replication of the phenomenon, seen on a smaller scale in Mogador, and in miniature at Rabat and Tangier. It is beyond doubt that these sandy plains are not deposits from the sea, which recedes sensibly from these shores. The Bay of Tangier is filling up, the river of Rabat is likewise filling up and narrowing, and the same phenomenon is reproduced at Mogador, in the channel that separates it from the island and serves as a port. Without additional context, it's challenging to provide a complete translation for the last part. These facts are proven by the ever-narrowing anchors, and at every moment one can see sand vortices formed on the sea shore by the wind from the east. In a short time note, the original text seems to have some missing or unclear words marked with an underscore. If you have more details or a clearer version, I can offer a more precise translation. This conjecture aligns closely with evidence when we consider the slight elevation of the Sahara above sea level. Therefore, if the Sahara is a large replica of the same phenomenon, as everything leads us to believe, it will be far from being composed of the depleted humus of Linnaeus, but merely a surface of sand, abandoned by the sea, like that of Tangier and Mogador, and which was never suitable for vegetation. Here is the translation of the provided text from Otto, presumably Italian to English. Dune in hills or places where they had not been before, without ever a contrary wind, a counteracting force to balance these effects, such that the sand is always jarred, lifted from the shore of the sea, and does not return. We observe the Wadrad, Wad Tafile, and other rivers rushing down from the northern rains on the Atlas Mountains into the desert, only to disappear without reaching the sea due to a lack of slope to continue their flow. Senegal and the Gambia swiftly descend from the nearby calm mountains towards the north and northwest. Upon reaching their destinations, Senegal touches the borders of the Sahara Desert, while the Gambia reaches another plain. They then abruptly turn west, following infinite meanders similar to those of the meander in Asia Minor, eventually reaching the sea across a nearly imperceptibly sloping plain. This journey creates countless small islands, because even the fall of a tree or any other minor obstacle can divert and split their weak currents. Here is a breakdown of changes made. Although their current is weak, it is enough to cause them to bend even the smallest obstacle, as is currently the case with the Senegal River when it nears its mouth in the sea. This seems to indicate that when the mountains of Kong formed an island, these great rivers tumbled into the Sahara Sea, and when this sea was filled with gradually accumulating sand, the rivers changed their course towards the ocean, forced to bend from their initial direction by subsequently increasing amounts of sand. Debole essendo la loro corrente. While literally translating to being weak their current, this phrasing was rewarded for natural English flow. Bastava a farli piegare il più leggero ostacolo. Translated directly, this means it was enough to cause them to bend the lightest obstacle. The wording was adjusted slightly for clarity and fluency. This phrase translates to as is currently the case with the Senegal River when it nears its mouth in the sea. Come nostri giorni è che rispetto al Senegal. Quando questo fiume è vicino a metà fosse nel mare, some word choices were changed for more natural English while maintaining meaning. These considerations, corroborated by the immense quantity of shells found in the deserts to the east of the Atlas Mountains, and by the considerable amount of salt present in the Sahara, and by other facts that I have observed, lead me to believe that the Sahara was once a sea. This range, called by naturalists, the text translated from Italian to English is very close times to our age, when compared with the great epochs of nature, and then we find that the Atlas Range was an island, Tedla, and since this word, according to the custom of Eastern languages, is written without vowels, it can still be pronounced Adla, which the Greeks added the final part as befitted the genius of their language, and thus this name has been preserved from ancient times to the present day. If one consults ancient authors and maps, they will find the seas surrounding Africa from the east, south, or west, known as the Atlantic Sea. Since the land of Atlas gave its name to these distant seas, it is all the more reasonable that it would have also given its name to the Sahara Sea that bathed its coasts. Another peculiarity of this island is its location right at the entrance that the Greeks call in their language the Pillars of Hercules. The Pillars of Hercules. At that time, the island of Atlas and Atlantis appeared surrounded by the sea of the same name and a Mediterranean Sea, exactly matching the first circumstances announced to Plato by the priest of Se, who stated that this island was located on the shores of the Atlantic Sea. The priest not only states that the island is located at the entrance to the Pillars of Hercules, but he more precisely identifies the place by saying it was right at the entrance that the Greeks call in their language. Here is almost the extent of both the great and small Atlases. This island was larger than Libya and Asia, combined three to be said of that part of Asia known by the ancients of that time. Now this approach was nothing more than the Strait of Gibraltar, and the small Atlas, which is a branch of the Cordillera that extends to Teza, meets exactly the second condition for Tetuan. Ed. Note. The priest of Sais adds that travellers could travel from this Atlantis to other islands, where it was easy for them to cross over to the mainland. It is clear that the many islands of the Mediterranean could facilitate Atlantis's communications with various points on the European and Asian continents, which are bathed in the same Sea. Moreover, given the powerful state in which the Atlantic kings are supposed to have existed, they must have extended their dominion over the nearby small islands, using the ladder, according to the expression of the priest of Say. Only one objection can be made to this system, which at first sight seems to destroy it entirely. The domination of the Atlantic kings, established by a force over Libya as far as Egypt, and from the other side until Sicily, and their threats against Greece, perfectly accord with the position of this island, situated on a central line of this country, and with its population. This is the narrative by the priest of Sais about the disappearance of the island caused by terrifying earthquakes and disastrous floods. In fact, the island ceased to be an island since it became part of the continent. It is not at all unlikely that some parts of the island were swallowed up by earthquakes, such as the portion that occupied the space now covered by the Gulf of Tripoli from Cape Bon near Tunis to... Here is the translation of the provided text from Auto to English. Capo Rassem near Derna. The large banks of Kirkina and those of Sidra, which are located in these bays, would support this hypothesis if one considers them as remnants of a submerged land, which would be consistent with the last circumstance reported by the priest of Sais about the island Atlantis, ere entirely gratuitous and not confirmed by any similar event recorded in natural history after the last great catastrophe. If one were to suppose that the island of Atlas extended as far as Cape Ras Sem, then this part of Atlantis would have been located right next to, and not very far from the Tyrrhenian Sea, Greece, Asia, Egypt, and Libya. As for the complete submersion that occurred in 24 hours of an island as vast as Atlantis is thought to have been, scattered with high mountains, it is an event that is barely accepted whenever one wants to represent to their imagination the immense abyss that must be conceived to understand such a miraculous effect. A supposition, more of? Here is a translation of the provided text from Italian to English, and here is the theatre of the conquests of the Atlante, whose metropolis was located in the centre. He does, in the middle of the Mediterranean, which never had the name Atlantic. I could add proof upon proof, arguments upon arguments in support of my system, but not wanting to treat this issue except as an accessory and subordinate part to that of the existence of an inner sea in Africa, I leave its solution to the learned critics who have already analyzed it. Meanwhile, without going into the many systems created around Atlantis, I believe I can observe that the position given to this island by the author of the philosophical history of the primitive world does not correspond to the data we have from priest of Sais, because it would no longer be on the shores of the Atlantic Ocean, placing it as... Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English, there in front of the entrance, which the Greeks call in their language the Pillars of Hercules, that is, the Strait of Gibraltar, from where, according to the cited author, it is the Strait of Gibraltar, from where, according to the cited author, would be almost 200 leagues away. In this hypothesis, no straight line could be drawn from the island across the strait without passing over intermediate lands due to the projection of the coasts of this sea. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English, in the vast adjacent countries, and they went older of their great powers. Moreover, the small space within which this island lies could not contain a territory so extensive as Libya and Asia together, whatever reduction might be made in the countries then known by these names, nor then a territory over which many famous kings ruled, whose power extended. Nor would Libya be on one side, and Tyrrhenian Sea on the other in such a case. According to the situation and form that they derived from him, there would not have been intermediate regions to cross over onto the continent. I see that the author of the philosophical history has tried to dispel so many inconveniences with ingenious solutions. But to him I subordinate these observations, and I am convinced that he will do justice to my votes for truth, whatever degree of probability he wants to attribute to my system. I must merely note that the situation given to this island of Mr. Bory de Saint-Vincent in his essays about the Fortunate Islands does not match better with the circumstances reported by the priest of Sais, because Mr. Bory supposes it in the first Atlantic Sea, and not near the shores of this sea, as stated by the priest. The times of Atlantis lay between the Strait of Gibraltar, and Athens did not exist, because it had not yet been opened. How, then, could the Athenians, who did not yet exist, have checked the ambition of the Atlantids. The other, with all the plains of Greece, was nevertheless covered by the waters of the Mediterranean, which only revealed them when they broke through the strait and swallowed Atlantis. But what is even more notable, the priest positively states that Athens already existed during the time of Atlantis, and that the Athenians steered their fleets against the conquering Atlantids. Now, in the author's system, it appears, despite his commentary, that at that time there was a connection between these two entities. It appears that since its surface is very little elevated above sea level, it must form a large basin where the rainwater from all the countries surrounding it flows. It is also probable that in the centre of Africa there once was a large lake, or a Mediterranean Sea, which would perhaps be an irrefutable proof of the Atlantic Ocean's withdrawal from the Sahara. We have shown the low elevation of the Sahara above sea level with the fact that rivers, after penetrating the desert, lack the slope to reach the outer seas of Africa. Why could the fleets of one and the other enter and exit the Mediterranean, which, as the author supposes, was not then a closed lake on every side without communication with any other sea? Once proven, as such objects can be proven, that the Sahara was a sea in times long after the last great global catastrophe. Now let us examine the reasons that lead me to accept an internal sea in Africa, independently of the waters left there by the ocean, and which, as in the Caspian Sea, might be sufficient to maintain a vast lake for many centuries. This area, and on the other side, the rivers that flow into the Gulf of Guinea are no more abundant than others, and therefore do not supply. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. It includes an area of 33.5 degrees within Africa, from east to west, from the sources of the Niger to those of the Mislad, and more than 20 degrees from north to south, from the southern range of the Atlas and other nearby mountains. In the Mediterranean, up to the northern Rhine, from the mountains of Kogo to the sources of the Baha Kula, an immense area from which not a drop of water flows into the outer seas of Africa, because on one side we do not know the sources of a Fesafe. Rivers that flow into the Mediterranean and the Western Ocean, all of which draw their waters outside. Its source is farther from its mouth than that of the southern rain-fed river of the Congo Mountains, and of the other mountains that follow the same line as the Nile to join the Kuri, or Moon Mountains, where the sources of Bahia El Abiad, or White River, are found, which forms the principal branch of the Nile, El, and others to the south and southwest. And finally, all those known in the interior of Africa have their direction towards the centre of the continent. We also know that the rivers in this part of Africa flow in converging lines towards the centre, the rivers of the Atlas, and those of the desert to the south and southeast, the Niger and those flowing from the mountains of Kong to the northeast and to the northeast, and east, the Misled, the Kulla, and many other intermediate ones to the northwest, the Cuckoo, the Gaze. The accounts of some travellers inland in Africa, and the information received from the inhabitants, suggest that the amount of water supplied by the continuous rains in that country is so considerable that animals and plants suffer from a state of decay. We know that in Europe, taking an average 18 inches of water fall annually, and this amount increases towards the south. Without direct metric observations of this quantity of water over the extent of the countries we are discussing, we feel compelled to supply approximate calculations based on measurements of known location. In Algiers, on an annual basis, 28 inches of rain fall. In 1730, 30 inches fell, and 44 inches in 1732. In Madeira, 30 inches of rain fall each year, and in tropical regions, according to the observations of the renowned Humboldt, 70 inches. Name gives. The area in question is cut in half by the tropic. Moreover, to give greater strength to all suppositions contrary to me, I will reduce the amount of rainfall to 54 inches, that is, 16 inches less than what Mr. Volta de Alto In Humboldt, I will reduce the desert's rainfall to 0, and I assume that the Sahara will occupy half of this area, so only the rainfall from the other half will provide water to the great interior lake. I hope that whoever finds these concessions generous, so let's calculate. The total area is 240,000 square leagues at 20 degrees, but since I have allocated half to the desert, there are only 120,000 left to provide rainwater to the Great Lake. This expanse, at a rate of 292,410,000 square feet per league, forms an area of 33,089,200,000,000 square feet, on which rainfall deposits a compensatory mass of water 157,901,400,000,000 cubic feet every year. If you look at the inner sea of Africa, it stretches 150 leagues in length and 50 in width, approximately the size of the Caspian Sea or Red Sea. This would cover an area of 12,500 square leagues, equivalent to 3,655,125,000,000 square feet. In Europe, at an average temperature of 11, presumably degrees Celsius, the evaporation rate, according to Dobson, is between 30 and 38 inches per year. In order not to leave anything desirable to the system's opponents, I will present this result, tripling the amount assigned by Mr. Humboldt, and bringing the evaporation of our lake to 240 inches, that is, 20 feet per year. Mr. Name omitted Humboldt, observed him in Cumana, in America, at a temperature of 28 centigrade, where he recorded 2,780 millimeters rainfall annually. On Guadalupe, he noted an average of 4 to 6 millimeters per day, and this learned traveler supposes that it could reach 80 inches per year under the tropics. If this evaporation is multiplied by the surface area of the lake, it results in a volume of 157,901,400,000,000 cubic feet, leaving behind a surplus of 84,600,000,000 and surplus 84 trillion operation in 100 lakes, as well as the decomposition of water for vegetation and other phenomena. This demonstrates, even according to the least favorable assumptions about the system, that in a sea as vast as the Red Sea or Caspian Sea, located in the center of Africa, evaporation would not deplete half the amount of water that rainfall deposits on the surface each year, and there would be more than half remaining for other absorption causes. Therefore, if these are not sufficient to consume the other half, as seems likely, our African Sea will be larger than both the Red and Caspian Seas. I will not comment on its depth, as it depends on the configuration of the land, but regardless of that depth, the sea will preserve without change all the excess above 2/10 of feet removed by evaporation. These calculations demonstrate the impossibility of the assumption that the Niger River disappears into the swamps. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. A Wangara. They explain where the many rivers that flow into Central Africa without emerging again should be. They also demonstrate the impossibility of such a large quantity of water flowing out through the Guinea coast, as supposed by a German scholar. In fact, the Niger and Senegal rivers have their sources in the Kong Mountains, located very close to each other. These rivers flow, one towards the northeast and the other towards the northwest. The situation of these two rivers is then absolutely the same. After travelling for approximately 160 leagues, or 100 miles, the first river reaches Djambala, on the border of the Sahara Desert, while the second, after covering the same distance, flows along the borders of the desert at Fariba. Senegal makes 1,000 twists, and turns to reach Fariba by the sea, which is no more than 50 leagues away, forming with its waters a large number of lakes and marshes on a level soil, almost at sea level. So it can be said that if the sea were to retreat 100 leagues from the current shores, maintaining the same level, Senegal could not reach there, and would evaporate into one or more lakes. Its presumed dimensions, up to Lake Fighter, where the rivers of the Gazelles, Misida, and others empty, and which communicate with Lake Semigonda, which I consider as a bay or a gulf of our Caspian Sea of Africa. For stronger reasons, the waters of the Niger, which at Gimbala are in the same position as the Senegal at Fariba, will not have a sufficient slope to flow for more than 150 leagues, that is, 3 times the distance that separates the Senegal from Fariba to the ocean. Then the great inland lake of Africa begins, stretching within. It is clear that upon finding a flat surface, they would spread out and be lost in lakes without reaching the ocean. But if from the point where I assume this inland sea begins, the Niger were to flow for another 240 leagues. The Gazelle, Mislad, and other rivers would need to travel an additional 340 leagues in a straight line, reach the Gulf of Guinea. Rye, where in a space smaller than half this area similar rivers are formed. The rivers of Senegal, Gambia, Rio Grande, Mesurata, and many others divide near Cape Roxo and the Bisagos Islands into large channels and lakes similar to those of Rio Formoso and Rio de Rey in the Gulf of Guinea. The great rivers Formoso and Rey, and the others that flow into the Gulf of Guinea, receive water from a very extensive area to match the mightiest rivers, as calculations from the southern rains on the mountains of Kong and Comrie down to the ocean cover a surface of 75,000 square leagues, more than sufficient to sustain all these rivers in a county. The general map of northern Africa by Major Rennell proves that the supposed existence of an inland sea solves the problem of the outlets for the rivers flowing into Africa without deviating a single atom from known geography. Furthermore, it cannot reach the ocean in the Gulf of Guinea. Once proven, as far as the quality of the argument allows, the immense quantity of water discharged by the rains within Africa and carried by the Niger River and other rivers in the centre of the continent, it cannot evaporate into small lakes, and even less so into simple swamps of Wangara. The ancient authors mention many great lakes deep within Africa, the Nigrite Marsh, the lakes Clonia, Libya. If we deduce from this the necessity of the existence of a large lake or internal sea, where the waters that exceed the needs of vegetation and other decomposition as this fluid can gather and evaporate, there remains only one fact to be presented as the final proof of the existence of this internal sea. Nile, Nuba, Gera, Gelonide. Could these not be bays or inlets of a single vast lake that was given these names? Nations that speak Arabic use Bahar to refer to the sea, a lake, or a river. In the discussions that this issue has sparked, people have, due to a lack of understanding, attributed different meanings to the word Bahar, and I find the main reason for this in the various interpretations of its meaning. The moderns did the same, and if someone ignorant of geography heard talk of the Adriatic Sea, the archipelago, the Sea of Marmora, and the Black Sea, they would never believe that these are parts of a single same sea called the Mediterranean, but rather would believe them to be isolated seas. When the locals, or Arab travellers, I also sent a memorandum on the same topic from Cadiz on May 30th, 1805, and another one from Tripoli in November of the same year. Here are reasons that led me to acknowledge this inland sea even before travelling to Africa, reasons that I discussed in 1802 in Paris with various scholars from the Institute, and in London with the many members of the Royal Society. From Africa internally they spoke of a Bahar existing in that country. The ancient and modern Europeans simply understood it as a lake, and without seeking further explanation of a term, they believed they had fully grasped the true meaning. Assumed it referred to lakes or rivers. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English, but let's come to the fact that confirms the system and makes the existence of this internal sea undeniable. That Boulal was the brother of a sheikh appointed by the Emperor of Morocco to direct the caravan to Mecca, if political circumstances had allowed the journey. He was an intelligent man in his 40s, of irreproachable conduct, truthful, rich, and who could have harboured no suspicion that I was seeking news about the internal state of Africa. The weight of these considerations leads me to fully believe his report, and to think that he had no intention of deceiving me, as he had no motive to do so. On the ship that brought me from Larache to Tripoli in October 1805, there was a Moroccan merchant named Sidi Mat Boulal, who had spent a long time in Tambat, or Tombouctou, and other countries of the Sultan, or of Nigeria, where he traded in partnership with one of his brothers. While travelling, I engaged in lengthy conversations with this merchant, and we found ourselves discussing Africa on more than one occasion. Tombat Boulal had more freedom than in Morocco. Here are some of the details I gathered. Tombat is a large, bustling city with a significant trading presence, inhabited by both Moors and blacks. The reigning family there descends from a Moroccan emperor who made an incursion into that country, and whose name is nevertheless highly respected there. This river flows towards the east. He always had many slaves at his disposal, which he bought, sold, or traded as he pleased. This also greatly altered his physical constitution, and caused him to fall ill more frequently. Here is a translation of the provided text from Auto to English. One finds the Tambout at the same distance from the Abid Nile Black Nile, or Niger as Fez from Wad Cebu, that is, less than 8 weeks away. The Abid Nile is wide, and every year during the rainy season it overflows from its banks, flooding the country as the Egyptian Nile does, so much so that it appears like a sea. Each boat carries up to 500 camel loads in salt, grain, and other goods. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. The Negroes navigate this river in boats of a peculiar construction. They have no nails, and all parts are bound together with thin palm fibers. This new form of navigation forces them to remain close to the shore. These boats travel without oars or sails. To make them move, a certain number of men, according to the size of the boat, are placed on both sides towards the bow. Each holds in hand a very long pole which leans against the riverbed, and they all leans against the riverbed, and they all push the boat at the same time. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. The Nile River flows inland into Africa, where it forms a vast sea without connection to others. In this sea, black ships take 48 days to navigate while skimming the coast, and never see the opposite shore. The most common commodities traded on this sea are grains and salt, as vast regions inland lack these resources. Here is the translation of the provided text from Auto to English. It is said that this sea communicates with the Nile in Egypt, but on this matter there is nothing positive. It is stated that Hausa is a very large and populous city, located east of Tambout, and that it is highly civilized. If you intended to replace this underscore with a specific term, please provide the correct word or context. Since we were speaking Arabic during these conversations, and Boulal always used the word, which seems to be a placeholder or an error as no meaningful term matches, I have left it as is. Such a notable fact dispels any doubt about the existence of the inland sea, or the African Caspian, that. Boulal always called it Bahar Sudan, which means the Sea of Nigeria. However, some objections will be raised, and future travellers are expected to provide, or seek an answer to, these questions. 4. Bahar, I never omitted to ask him for an explanation, and he replied several times that he meant a vast expanse of water stretching across many days' journey in both directions, like the one on which we were sailing in our ship, and it was for sailing in our ship, and it was free Mediterranean, our Sudan, sea. For some years after Ali, they conducted these surveys around the inland sea in Africa. Mr. Here is the translation of the provided text from Auto to English. Jackson's English vice-consul, Amagador, published that the inhabitants of Tombouctou had told him that 15 days' walk east of that city there was a large lake called Bahar Sudan. Oh, note by the editor. Why does he not give any further news about this sea, having limited his investigations only to the inhabitants of its coasts, investigations that we wish to believe are more accurate than those he conducted regarding the kingdom of Morocco? Nothing? Adds to the previous discovery of Ali Bey, which provides much clearer light on the subject. It does not therefore follow that there is anything singular in the coincidence of the position given to this sea. 15 days' journey east from Timbuktu, i.e. little more than 100 leagues, at the ordinary pace of a camel, which, 100 leagues, precisely corresponds with the calculation made by Ali Bey. Chapter 20. Rising of the Sea, Squall. Voyage by sea from Laraïch to Tripoli, in Barbary. Landing on the bank of Kirkini. Description of islands of the same name. Arrival at the port of Tripoli. Wednesday, October 16th. Start. The morning saw a wind from the southwest. We set sail on Tuesday, October 15th at dawn. However, without favourable wind, the ship could only stay close to shore. I embarked on Sunday, October 13th, 1805, aboard a Tripoli frigate commanded by Erez, i.e. Captain Omar. It was anchored in the harbour of Laravish, where I remained for the rest of the day. There was a British fleet and convoy in the port of Gibraltar. By noon we were in the Strait of Gibraltar, and 2 hours later between Gibraltar and Ceuta, where the two cities could be seen in a very picturesque perspective. The rumble was followed all day to the east, with the same wind. The field of Spanish camp, facing Gibraltar, formed of tents and barracks, the city of St. Rocco perched on a hill, and Algeciras visible across a point of land, made for a striking scene. Friday, 18th, early in the morning, Cape Palos could be seen. In the morning, Cape Pata was discovered, passing at 2 hours after noon, and afterward the ship took a course towards northeast. We had already passed over the area when the captain ordered a turn to the north-east, in order to chase down a ship that appeared to be evading our inspection. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. Thursday, 17th, during the night, the wind reinforced with great effort on the frigate. The water passed over the deck and penetrated further inside. He caught up with her an hour after noon. She was a Swedish brig. Wild. At sunset we were at 37:15 north latitude and 2:47:30 west longitude from the Paris Observatory. Saturday, 19th here, is the translation of the provided text from auto to English. During the night the ship had made very little progress, and in the morning it was nearly calm. There was no wind, but the current was flowing to the east. Our course was ESE at 4 in the evening. A range of mountains on the African coast appeared, and at 5 I found my longitude 137:30 W from. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. Sunday, 20th, a calm continued, and at 9 o'clock in the morning I had a longitude of 127:30 west of Paris. Monday, 21st, she turned head to the north with a light wind from the southeast. Tuesday, 22nd, the frigate continued its course north, approaching the island of Formentera, where it took a southwest direction. At noon it retracted to SEE, refreshing the wind at 3 o'clock afternoon. The ship found itself in the middle of a remarkable meteor. It sailed almost. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English, to OSO, until the fall of the sun, and then he turned the bow to an E Wednesday 24th. The cause of this phenomenon, which is very remarkable, the sea rose up all at once, and instead of moving the waves on the surface, one after another, the water shot vertically upwards in translucent pyramids or cones with sharp points, which sustained themselves for a long time without bending in any direction, until they fell perpendicularly upon themselves. Since the gunwales were open, torrents of water poured in from every side. At the same time, the wind intensified, causing the ship to jump across these sharp pyramids, creating terrifying vibrations, amplified by the entirely disproportionate volume of its rigging compared to the body of the vessel. The text you provided appears to be in Italian, and translates to English as follows. To that of the trumpets, I received a product from the electricity of some large clouds above us, and exercised such violent attraction to balance itself with C's electricity. They were not two pumps at all. One was completely useless, and the other in bad condition, so only a small amount of water was absorbed. The bottom of the hold was under water, and with no visible land there was no hope for rescue. The mariners and passengers who had landed had climbed onto the deck, convinced that they would sink. I'd pause, or possibly I'd ports, and the channels through which water was supposed to exit above the deck and bridges were blocked by cargo balls and debris, so the water that entered as torrents could not exit, threatening to drown the ship at any moment. They closed the gunwales as best they could, and threw into the sea bullets and other items that could overload the ship. Everyone worked around the single remaining trumpet, which was still usable, and with infinite patience and effort they managed to clear some of the vents to release the water. In just a few moments the frigate had significantly lightened. But despite this, and in spite of the crew's efforts, the ship was inevitably lost, if the meteorite had instead lasted for more than just 10 minutes. During these most terrible moments of our situation, I did not receive any recompense for some acts of kindness done on board. The captain, the first mate, and many sailors came to me one after the other, and whispered in my ear that I should not be afraid, as I would be saved before anyone else. Here's a breakdown. Il capitano, il contromaestro, the captain, the first mate e molti marinai. And many sailors venera adermi orecchio, came to me, literally came to tell me in my ear, gli uni dopo, gli altri, one after the other, s'io non dovessi temere, that I should not be afraid. Amidst of such terrible moments my property had been known. Perch sarei stato salvato a preferenza d'ogni altro. Because I would be saved before anyone else, understanding from that speech that he had formed a plot to insure the lifeboat, which at the end of the meteor was being prepared, and that it would defend itself with a knife in hand against anyone not intended to enter it. Fortunately, the matter ended with the loss of the cargo that belonged to the frigate, and to the passengers, whose value amounted to several thousand plates. I only lost about 300, because on this occasion the gratitude of Roe was useful to me. Some known effects of my ownership that occurred in the instant when they were thrown into the sea were retrieved from those who carried them, and returned to the chamber at the same time that the most valuable effects of the ship and its passengers were not spared, so much so that I am inclined to believe that I would not have lost anything if, in it. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English, Friday, 25th. After leaving Lara, he had distributed free medicine and other aid to the unfortunate ones who needed it. This is the reason for their attachment. They maintained the same course that day until sunset, and then turned to the Eni Saturday. 26th, as the ship reached noon at 38 degrees latitude, it turned with a light wind to the ESE Sunday, 27th. Cape Bugaroni was sighted at midday along the African coast, and that direction was set. Monday, 28th, by late in the evening, we were between the island of Galata and the coast of Africa. This island, observed through my powerful telescope, seemed to be formed by a vast granite cliff of red stone with wide veins of pure quartz undulating. It is a very high mountain, whose appearance bears some resemblance to that of Gibraltar. The channel between Galata and the continent is good. Translation. Illustration. View of the ruins of the Queen's Palace from the monastery of St. Chrysostomus, Tuesday, 29th. The Tripolitans never pass by the island, that is, between the island and Sardinia, due to the continuous wars they have with the inhabitants of that kingdom, who, as I was assured by the captain of the frigate, are accustomed to burn all ship, captains who have the misfortune of falling into their hands. Here is the translation of the text from Italian to English. Little progress was made this day, and at noon the ship found itself facing Bizerta, or White Headland. Wednesday, March 30th. After rounding Cape Bon, which was passed before noon, the captain headed southeast at a favourable light wind, 5 E. Thursday, March 31st. Maintaining the same course with a fresher breeze, they discovered the island of Lampedusa, or Lampedusa, in the evening, about 5 leagues east of the ship's position. I am returning this matter to the scientific section of my travels, where astronomical observations are discussed. If the movement of my chronometer did not exhibit any significant deviation from one day to the next, it can be said that the location of Lampedusa is approximately half a degree further west on the hydrological chart of Madrid, according to the FIAID. Astronomical observations I made while in sight of the island. At 9 in the evening the wind cooled down, and it continued to strengthen such that by midnight the storm was terrifying. The ship took on a lot of water. The sea pushed waves over the castle, which was half covered, and flooded the interior. Our bad trumpet always sounded, but with little success. The ship's equipment was old, and the sea was consuming it. The ship's motion was so strong that the antennas penetrated more than 6 feet under water. The crew thought they were lost, and already felt the canticle of death. The pale and frightened captain came to warn me that the ship could not sustain its course for much longer, and he sought my counsel on what measures to take in such a dire situation. I asked if the sails were still set, and upon his affirmative reply, I advised him to lower all but one small sail for steering. The captain instantly set sail to order the manoeuvre. Temporarily calculating with difficulty my estimated position, I found myself almost at 24 leagues north of Tripoli. When he returned, I asked him if the ship could tack, to which he replied, "I don't know, but we'll try." Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. "Well, you must sail towards the ONO and try, if possible, to enter the channel between Kirkeni and Zerbi." He obeyed, and soon after we managed to escape from that terrible wind that threatened to break us against the coast of Tripoli. The wind began to calm down, and the sea was smooth, although the waves were still large. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. Friday, November 1st. All aboard the ship looked like they had been resurrected, embracing one another and congratulating each other. Following the same rumble all day, as the sea grew calmer, they dropped anchor at 8 o'clock in the evening at 15 fathoms, on a reef near Kirkeni. Saturday, 2nd. I recognized our distant point 3 leagues from Kirkeni, located at 6N. We were above a large bank of red feldspar and quartz sand, extending over a surface of many leagues, on which we anchored. This bank forms a gentle slope, almost imperceptible to the islands of Kirkeni and to the coast of the Tunisian kingdom. A few miles before you reach it, you recognize the pale white color of the water, and when you are above it, for the tranquillity of the same, with the same security as in a closed port, because with the stronger wind, just as it did then, the waves did not rise, and the waters of the sea seemed like a pond. You could see some trees there, namely palm trees. These islands, called Karniana by their inhabitants and those of nearby coasts, are marked on maps as Kirkeni. 2 are the islands of Kirkeni, located a short distance from the coast of Tunis, separated from each other by a channel. They are so low that barely do they emerge from the sea. The captain landed several times, and he told me that the landing is extremely difficult, because even the smallest boat cannot find enough water. It can only be reached through certain known points by experienced pilots. The doubt I had regarding the longitude of the island of Lampedusa also extends to the situation of these islands. The latitude of the midpoint between the 2 islands is 34°39, quite different from its position shown on maps. These islands have no springs or rivers, and the inhabitants have no other water to drink but what falls from the sky. And even this is so scarce that it was necessary to collect it in small vessels near the inhabitants to bring a little on board. Fair ship.in. The soil, which is nearly exposed rock, produces only a few palm trees, and therefore those unhappy inhabitants have no other food source than dates, the Christ's palm, and dried fish for their annual provisions. The population lives there, gathered in very low huts that give the impression of extreme misery. They have a kind of extremely bad boat, with a small sail, that cannot carry more than 4 men. One of these came to bring us the water we had requested, and the few birds they had been able to catch. These boats, called sandal, run along the coast as far as Tripoli, and never stray more than a league from land. Men wear only a brown, coarse check. They are thin, and have the color of leather. Entirely devoted to fishing, they use various artifices to trap and catch fish, which form the basis of their livelihood. I could not obtain accurate information about the number of inhabitants of these islands, but I believe it does not reach 600, and perhaps it is much less. Practicing the Muslim religion, they are governed by a sheikh appointed by them, who sends an annual tribute to the Pasha of Tunis, from whom these islands receive no other product. Our ship lay at anchor in the Kirkeni bank until the night of November 7th, and during this time the winds were consistently. The text translated from Italian to English is, "Impetuous in manner, they once broke the tree, and tore the sail of the lifeboat carrying the captain to shore, while at our anchorage the sea was entirely calm. These days were spent repairing the sails, and sealing the cracks through which water seeped to the bottom of the cove with sheets of copper." Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. Thursday, July 7th. They raised anchor at 8 in the evening, and set a course for southeast with a light wind. Friday, July 8th. After maintaining this course throughout the day, the ship edged away from the coast of Tunisia during the night, as it was close by. Saturday, July 9th. He steered towards the port. In the morning the sky was overcast. However, before noon, Tripoli's coast could be clearly seen. As he passed before the castle, he saluted with a cannon, and his salute was reciprocated. The governor's boat came to recognize us at the entrance of the port. Several individuals boarded, and took some sort of declaration from the captain. The ship continued advancing, firing many artillery salvos, until it dropped anchor in the middle of the shallow water. Here is the translation of the text from Italian to English. It was then 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The captain immediately set foot on land. Sunday, 10. Monday, 11. On this day the crew landed, and I remained on board waiting for a house to be prepared for me in town. At noon I went ashore, after successfully completing this arduous journey. It should be noted that the great rise in the sea, on October 24th, occurred 2 days after the new moon, and almost an hour and a half after its passage through our meridian. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. In these 2 cases, the moon was in its northern position. The fierce storm of the night of October 31st arrived 2 days after the first quarter, and it began approximately an hour and a half after the moon passed through our meridian. It is left to the scholar Lamarck to appreciate these observations. Chapter 21. Landing. Measures, weights, coins, climate, antiquities. Presentation to the Pasha. Intrigues. Description of Tripoli. Government. Court. Mosques. Courts. Coffee. Provisions. Jews. Trade. The Kingdom of Tripoli. I have already noticed that when we arrived in the port of Tripoli, the captain immediately went ashore to present himself to the Pasha and hand over his papers and some letters from Morocco. The next morning the captain came aboard with orders to land the passengers. He apologized to me for not yet being able to prepare a house for me, and asked me to wait until evening. When everyone had disembarked, he returned after half a day to tell me to be patient until the next morning. I was not unaware that Pasha Salaovi of Laraik had written against me. I also distrusted 2 passengers who were on board, but I was completely sure about the others, the crew and the captain as well. So I didn't give it any thought, and even though I realized the delay was coming from anything but a lack of accommodation, I remained completely calm. The next day the captain informed me that I could go ashore. I didn't hesitate to check that my suspicions were unfounded. I disembarked my crew, and stepping out of the ship, I was led to the house where I was to stay, which faced the residences of the Prime Minister and the Spanish Consul General. I had already been in Tripoli for 3 days, when the captain brought me an order to present myself to the Pasha. My gift was presented to him, which he received with distinction, showered me with kindness, and granted me all sorts of honours. The hearing was solemn, and it took place in a large hall, where the Pasha sat on what resembled a throne, or a small sofa quite high, around which were his sons and many courtiers. I remained seated for a long time on a chair that he had given to me. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. I engaged in a prolonged preparation, entertaining the Pasha with various topics, and during this time I was served tea, fragrant water, and perfumes. After much talking, we parted, each very content. He extended his hand to me as to a friend, without allowing me to kiss it, as is customary with a sovereign. In short, he gave me the most sincere proof of affection. Starting, he ordered 2 of his senior officials to escort me to the Prime Minister, a truly respectable person who had almost completely lost his sight. Our conference was long and very friendly, so I returned home very satisfied with the 2 visits I had made. The passenger, who was a Moroccan merchant, did not receive anything but universal aversion, neglected of all that could make me hateful, yet his dark schemes were scorned by the Pasha and his court after due inquiry, and the statements made by every person on board. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. Some people from Morocco, and especially Pasha Salaovi, had written and painted me with the darkest colours. One of the passengers, perhaps on a mission from the same Pasha, had nothing. I was so certain of my position that when I presented myself to the Pasha, I did not wish to make use of the imperial commission from Morocco. I had previously declared to the captain and others that, in view of the conduct of the Sultan when I left Larash, I refused his protection. My frank and loyal behaviour made me more respectable in the eyes of the Pasha and his court. The stated reasons did not allow me to extend my research much. Meanwhile, to completely erase any memory of the Moroccan affair, and also due to Ramadan and an unexpected indisposition, I left home only occasionally, while staying in Tripoli, except for going to the mosque, paying courtesy calls, and taking a few mosque, paying courtesy calls, and taking a few walks. From the few astronomical observations I made, Moroccan Kingdom. It lies on the seashore, and its streets are straight and quite wide. The houses regularly built are almost all white. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. I have noted the longitude as E11830 from Tripoli to the Paris Observatory, and the latitude as M325639. The observed magnetic declination is 1841. Tuaruet Tripoli of Barbary is called Tarabla by its inhabitants. It is a city much more beautiful than any in Fee. The architecture resembles much more the European than the Arab style, and in particular the doors follow mostly Tuscan orders, the courtyards with stone columns, arches of excellent design, rather than the sharp Arabic arches seen in Morocco. The text translated from Italian to English is, "There are very frequent stone breasts, and one can also see some fine marbles in the courtyards, doors, staircases, and mosques. The houses have windows facing the street, a practice not seen in Morocco, but they are always closed with dense gratings. You observe a very singular custom in the houses of Tripoli, namely, that almost all the rooms, which are mostly long and narrow, have a platform of boards, about 4 feet high from the ground, at each end. You ascend to these platforms by narrow steps, and they have a balustrade and some wooden decorations with a small door leading underneath. Examining what could be the purpose of this singular arrangement, I found that each room could accommodate all the belongings of a woman, as one was placed above for the bed, and the other for the children's furniture. Under one was set the tableware, under one was set the tableware, and other things needed for lunch, and under the other the family's other effects. This distribution leaves enough space in the middle of the room to receive visits, and a man in a house, or in an apartment consisting of 3 or 4 rooms, can have 3 or 4 women with all possible comforts, completely independent of each other. Tripoli has no fountains or rivers. Its inhabitants drink water that falls from the sky, stored in cisterns, which every house is equipped with. For bathing, ablutions, and other uses, they make do with well water. The plague destroyed much of the population. Many houses are still ruined as a result of that scourge, which sent entire families to their graves. The current population can be estimated at between 12 and 15,000. This population is made up of Moors, Turks, and Jews. Since the government has always been Turkish, the inhabitants are more civilized than in Morocco. Silk and precious metals are used in clothing, and the court maintains itself with great luxury. The majority of the population knows and speaks several European languages, and even the Pasha speaks Italian something, that in Morocco would be considered a more or less serious sin. Society is also more sincere and free here than in Morocco. European consuls frequently visited me, and no one made an issue of it. Christian slaves are well treated, allowed to serve in private households, and contribute part of their profits to the government. Here is the translation of the text from Italian to English. Neglected Europeans can gain advancement and rise to top state positions. The admiral or head of the Tripoli navy is an Englishman who married a relative of the Pasha. The ruler of Tripoli still retains the title of Pasha, because previously that country was governed by a Pasha sent every 3 years by the Grand Lord. These ephemeral commanders, seeing nothing in their firman but a means to strip the inhabitants impunely, became so intolerable that they massacred the last Pasha sent from the gate. After such a revolution that took place about 80 years ago, they chose Sidi Hamid Karamanli, a native of Karamania, as their prince, who became the founder of the reigning dynasty. Later, Sidi Hamid's son, Sidi Ali, the father of the current ruler, ascended the throne. However, due to some revolutions, he was forced to abandon his homeland and seek refuge in Tunisia. The son of Sidi Ali, named Sidi Hamid, like his ancestor, took over the reins of government. Sidi Yusuf, or Mr. Joseph, is a handsome man in his 40s. He was a corrupt man, whose evil qualities cost him the throne and his life, and he was succeeded by his brother Sidi Yusuf, who is now reigning. He is not without spirit. He speaks Italian very well. He loves splendor and magnificence, and he maintains himself dignitely without neglecting to be polite and kind. He has been on the throne for 10.5 years, and the people are satisfied with him. He owns many black slaves, but none fair-skinned. Sidi Yusuf has only 2 wives properly so, one of whom is his cousin, and fair-skinned. She has already borne him 3 sons and 3 daughters. The other is a black woman from whom he had a male child, and 2 female children. He displays all manner of luxury and magnificence in the attire of his wives, and in the furnishings of their homes. I was assured that the Pasha's revenues do not amount to 1 million francs per year. The children of the Pasha take the title of Bey, and one of them has my name, Ali Bey. But when only Bey is mentioned, it is understood as a synonym for the firstborn, who is already known as the heir to the throne. Here is a breakdown of changes made. The internal doorkeeper of the palace is a black slave, and there are over 40 Christian slaves, all Italians, for domestic service. Using black rather than Negro makes the language more accessible and avoids potentially offensive terms. Il portiere interno del palazzo è uno schiavo nero was translated literally as the internal doorkeeper of the palace is a black slave. This clarifies the sentence structure and retains the meaning. I sonovi più di 40 anni. Schiavi cristiani, tutti italiani per servizio interno, was simplified to, and there are over 40 Christian slaves, all Italians, for domestic service. The language used here reflects historical context and should be understood as such. It's important to note that the practice of slavery is abhorrent and has no place in modern society. In the brief moments that I heard them, I found their music passable, and infinitely better than that of Morocco. On Easter Day, as I entered the palace to see the Pasha, his orchestra, which was inside a more interior room, began to play, but when he saw me, he signalled for them to stop, considering it an entertainment that a serious Muslim should regard with a serious Muslim should regard disdain. It was told to me that the orchestra was composed of 24 parts. Valry. The Pasha's guard consists of 300 Turks and 100 horsemen. The main employees are the Haznadar, i.e. the treasurer, the guardian, Bachi head butler, and major domo of the palace, the Kiahia, deputy to the Pasha, who occupies a magnificent sofa in the vestibule, then the second Kiahia, 5 ministers responsible. For different branches of administration, the Turkish Agar, and the general of the Arab Ka. With the exception of the guards, the Pasha maintains no other disciplined troops. His naval forces consist of the following ships. 1. When he needs to engage in a war, he gathers the Arab tribes that arrive with their flags or banners. At that time he can field 10,000 horses and 40,000 infantrymen. We have already stated that the admiral of the Pasha is a renegade Englishman married to a cousin. Frigate, or corvette, with 28 guns, 1. Same with 16-3. Schooners with 10 cannons, each 31. Sloop, 8-2. 6-gun galleons, 12, 1. Small pirate ship, 4-1. Ship, 1-1. Galleon, 4 in total. 11 ships and cannons, N103 at this time. 2 additional galleons were being built, bringing the total to 13 armed ships. Tripoli contains 6 first-class mosques with towers and 6 smaller ones. It was built by the ancestor of Sidi Yusuf. The great mosque is truly magnificent, with elegant architecture. The entire roof is formed by cupolas supported by 16 majestic Doric columns of fine grey marble, which I was told were taken from a Christian ship. This temple, like the others I saw in Tripoli, is not of that meagre architecture I noted in Morocco. Their elevation lacks none of grandeur, and in each one there are, according to the custom of European churches, high platforms for singers. All mosques are covered with carpets, while those in Morocco, including the Mosque of the Imperial Palace, are covered with mats. Only the Mosque of Moulay Edris in Fez has carpets. The towers of Tripoli are cylindrical in shape, very tall, with a circular gallery at the top, through which a small tower or garret rises. From the gallery, the muddy souls call the people to prayer. In Morocco, worship is simpler and more blended. Here, it is more complex and pompous. On Fridays at noon, many singers begin the ceremony by intoning verses from the Koran. The Imam ascends his distinctive platform, which consists of a simple step, as in Morocco, with the difference that in Tripoli it is made of stone, while there it is wooden. Here is the translation of the provided text from auto to English. Whisper a prayer facing the wall, and then, turning towards the people, sing a sermon with the same trills and rhythms, typical of certain Spanish songs, called polos andaluces. A part of the sermon is variable, and the preacher sings as he reads his manuscript. The other part, which is always the same, is recited from memory, with some prayers and other practical formulas, which he sings on the same tune. Descending 2 or 3 steps of the ladder, he recites some prayers for the Pasha and the people. Finally, from each of which the people respond, Amen. The Imam, finally in his sermon, turns with affectation towards the mehereb, or niche that stands to his right, singing a prayer in a louder tone. Then, turning to the left with the same affectation, he repeats the same affectation. He repeats the same yeah. Finally, while the choir sings, the Imam, descending to the mehereb, recites the canonical prayer with the people, as is customary in Morocco. The shouts from the towers for the assembly of the people are less severe in Tripoli than in Morocco, because in some mosques boys perform the duties of muezzins, which does not evoke too much devotion. During Ramadan, the funeral trumpets commonly used in Morocco are not heard. Every night the galleries of the towers are illuminated. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. They sing some long prayers. Mosques own houses and land obtained through voluntary donations. These revenues are used to support ministers and other church officials. The mufti is the head of religion and the interpreter of the law. The composition of the courts of the mufti and the caid is indeed a respectable institution. Below him are 2 qadis, one for individuals following the Hanafi school of thought, and another for those following the Maliki school. These judges are incorruptible, and all their ministers are supported by the proceeds of mosques. Coffee is taken without sugar from everywhere. There are 3 prisons in Tripoli, 1 for Turks and 2 for Moors, but they are badly managed, and prisoners are forced to support themselves, or with the produce of public charity. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. Traders and idlers often gather in a coffee shop, and the lower classes in 2 others of a lower order. There are also some taverns where Muslims sell wine and liquors, who make no secret of drinking them themselves, despite the prohibition by law. This public entrance branch generated 100,000 francs for the treasury. The market is well stocked, and foodstuffs are sold at moderate prices. Excellent bread and meat can be found there, but not legumes. The country produces the oil necessary for its consumption. The Tripolitans make couscous less fine than in Morocco. They use many other grains, some of which come from the interior of Africa. I was told that the Pasha has one beautiful estate. The land is common, like in Morocco, as long as it is not surrounded by any fence. And there are various inhabitants who own 15 or even 20 closed estates. Due to the lack of running water, gardens are irrigated with brackish water from wells, which is drawn using a machine powered by mules. The Jews, who have 3 synagogues in Tripoli, are treated much better than in Morocco. There are about 2,000 of them who dress like Muslims, with only a beret and slippers that must be black, and a turban usually blue. Among these there are approximately 30 extremely wealthy families, while the others are artisans, jewelers, etc. The commerce of Europe is almost all in their hands. They mainly correspond with Marseille, Livorno, Venice, Trieste, and Malta. There are also some Moorish merchants among them, including Sidi Mehemet de Gaiz, the first minister of the Pasha, who is said to have 1,000,000 francs in circulation. I will detail elsewhere the specifics of this city's trade compared to other countries. If the news I have gathered is sincere, the trade balance of Tripoli with Europe is in its favor, because exports exceed by 1/3 the value of imports. However, its trade with the Levant and the interior of Africa balances the benefits of that with Africa, Europe. The measures and weights used there are as inaccurate as in Morocco, both due to their coarse form and the lack of an original standard. After comparing many direct measurements, I have obtained the following results. The Tripoli pick, or elbow, known as drah. This is the base of all their measures. It corresponds to 25 inches, 9½ lines of the Paris foot. The artel oar. Rotla equals 16 ounces, 6 groves, and 54 grains in weight according to the Paris standard. The measure of the grains is called an oiva, but since it is inconvenient due to its size, they usually use a quarter of that as their usual measurement. This measure of capacity, quarter oiva, is a wooden vessel that has the shape of a truncated cone, done rather roughly. After making possible reductions, I found its capacity to be equal to 1,200 cubic inches of Paris. However, since it's common to fill the measure, 130 more need to be added. Thus, this filled measure contains 1,330 cubic inches of the Parisian foot. The current coins in Tripoli are as follows. Here is the translation of the text from Auto to English, in gold. Sheriff's worth 48 Hamesins. It is the most valuable coin. Here is the translation of your text from Auto to English, while ensuring accuracy and completeness, and removing uncommon symbols. These are the feet and measures I have compared. Considering the means by which I have availed myself, I have reason to flatter myself that my results are more accurate than previously obtained. Our sheriffs equal to 24 Hamesins. In silver, Mahbub troubles worth 28 Hamesins. Yuslik worth 10 Hamesins. 9 Hamesin coin equal to 9 Hamesins, as its name suggests. Nos Hamesin, half a Hamesin, as its name suggests. Para, 12.5 para are equivalent to 1 Hamesin, in copper. Here is the translation of the provided text from Auto to English. Hamesin, or Bu Hamesin, is the monetary unit and the most common coin in circulation. 26 Hamesin were equal to 1 Spanish dollar at that time. Para, 12.5 para, are equivalent to 1 Hamesin. Ideal coin. Here is the translation of the provided text from Auto to English. Our coins, that is, half coins, of which 25 form a Hamesin, are the smallest current species. Piastra, 50 piastra, form a Hamesin. All these species, and in particular those made of silver, are of a low alloy, little more than copper-plated with silver. The Europeans in Tripoli are held in high regard and respected. Among them were agents from various European powers, a French merchant brother of the consul, a Spanish shipbuilder, a Maltese doctor, and a Swiss watchmaker. The respective value of these species is subject to the whims of the moment. So, when I was in Tripoli, there were coins of good silver in circulation that had exactly the same weight as those of copper, and both had the same representative value of 12.5 coins for a Hamesin. Christians have a chapel attended by 4 monks from the 3rd Order of Rome. It is very strange indeed that these monks have a bell in their chapel, the sound of which is heard every day in all parts of the town. This church tower is maintained with the help of donations and a pension from the Roman court. It is said that the climate is hot in summer, proportionately to the latitude, but that all other seasons offer the image of a perpetual spring. Nevertheless, during my stay I had some cold days, which, however, I was told are by no means unusual for the country. Based on my weather observations in Tripoli, the highest degree of heat reached 16.1. Here is a breakdown of the changes. Die. From an apparent place name or starting point, possibly from Tripoli in this context. In English, we typically drop such introductory phrases unless necessary for clarity. Mi osservazioni meteorologiche, my weather observations. Fate Tripoli, made in Tripoli risalta, che, it appears it is observed that il più alto grado di calore, the highest degree of heat, Fudi, was 16.1, 16 degrees, 1 minute presumably referring to Celsius or Fahrenheit. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. Réaumur on various mornings and during the night. This decrease in heat would be barely noticeable in Europe, but here it produces a very sharp sensation of cold, akin to the cold of European winters, which is undoubtedly relative to the usual state of the pores, which are always open in this country. I have seen winds reign almost habitually in the quarter of O. Much rain fell, and Socher's hygrometer frequently marked 100 degrees, the limit of extreme humidity. Everything is done without cement, using enormous cut stones supported by their own gravity. 5. I saw a beautiful monument near the house of the French consul, a triumphal arch raised by the Romans, composed of an octagon dome, supported by 4 arches resting on 4 pillars. 5. The Romans who built for eternity knew full well that the only cement capable of resisting the assault of time is gravity. On the northern and western facades one can see the remnants of an inscription which appears to have been the same on both sides. This monument was adorned with sculptures, figures, garlands, and weapons, trophies both internally and externally, but most of these reliefs were destroyed. Now only isolated, inconsistent parts remain that still attest to the ancient excellence of the work. 20 leagues away from Tripoli one can see the ruins of ancient Leptis and Lebda. This singularity made it easy for Mr. Nissen from Denmark to reassemble and organize the fragments of the 2 inscriptions. I was told that many columns, capitals, and other interesting debris still remain there. Mr. the Consul General of France, Mr. de la Porte, who visited these ruins, copied the inscriptions. At greater distances inland one can also see the majestic ruins of other ancient cities, with catacombs, statues, and remnants of buildings of all kinds. The coast of Tripoli extends from the borders of Tunisia to those of Egypt, a distance of 220 to 230 leagues. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. A counting extension covers the following ports. 9. Travanca port located at the end of the coast. 12 leagues beyond, to the west, there is Bomba, a bay with good anchoring. 1. Razatin is 8 leagues farther, a port that only admits small ships that come to load salt. Further on, 15 leagues away, is Derna, whose shallow harbour makes it unusable in the winter. Goods are loaded there for Alexandria, including butter, wax, and wool, in exchange for rice and cotton cloth. The people of Derna use only Levantine currency or Spanish plates. 40 leagues beyond Derna you find Benghazi, a good port but not suitable for large ships. Nevertheless, a significant trade takes place in wool, butter, honey, wax, and ostrich feathers with Marseille, Livorno, Venice, Malta, and Tripoli. 50 leagues further on is located Cape Neseret, whose bad anchorage is exposed to all winds. Dates are loaded there for Benghazi. The port of Tripoli does not have enough depth for warships, and is open to the northeast winds, located 38 leagues west of Cape Meshura. There they load up with dates, saffron, soda, mustard, black women, skins, and ostrich feathers for the European ports mentioned above and for the Levant. 10 leagues to the west was the old Tripoli, whose port is now only accessible to small boats that load soda for Tripoli. Finally, 24 more leagues away, there is Savara, where in its harbour small boats go to load salt and salted fish for the entire coast. In such a vast expanse of the Tripoli region, there are only 2 million inhabitants, as most of the country is desert, and aside from those living in the capital, the others are poor and unfortunate Arabs. The authority. The inhabitants of Soakem, Fezzan, and Gudames, who are tributaries of Tripoli, correspond with the people of the interior of Africa. The government's control over the country is so AAX that no one, unless Arab, can travel any distance without a caravan or strong escort. Otherwise they would be inevitably robbed or murdered. The people of Fezzan are black-grey, poor, but of a very gentle character. The ruler of Fezzan is recognized by the Bashir of Tripoli under the name of Sheikh of Fezzan. In Tripoli they engage in no small exercises. 2 leagues away from Tripoli lives the country's greatest saint, or marabout, known as the Lion. The current Leone Lion is a man over 40 years old. Please note that I have translated Leone as lion, assuming it's used metaphorically here to refer to a powerful or dominant figure. It has a village surrounded by walls where the mosque is located. It enjoys the gift of hereditary sanctity. Like the saints of Morocco, its village is an inviolable sanctuary for criminals, no matter their misdeeds, even if it's the assassination of Al-Fa'al. The Pasha, if it refers to an actual animal, it would be best to keep the original Italian term for accuracy. The nearest mountains to the city are 8 leagues south, whose inhabitants are subjects of the Pasha. Here's a breakdown of changes made. Due to the danger, it is not possible to travel alone. So many caravans go back and forth from east to west in peaceful times. Formatting: used standard English sentence structure for clarity. Removed unnecessary symbols. Legue and DQE, translated to the more direct 8 leagues, and whose. No uncommon symbols were present in the original text. Conciseness. Combine some phrases for natural flow while preserving meaning. This situation compelled me to embark on a sea journey from Alexandria, and thus continue my pilgrimage to the house of God. Chapter 22. The great caravans from Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia, and El Garid, when they undertake the journey to Mecca, rest here for 15 days. Currently, they cannot travel due to the turbulences that shake nearly all of Barbary and Egypt. Ali Bey's departure from the Pasha of Tripoli. The captain's mistake, setting off for Alexandria. Arrival on the coasts of Greece, island of wisdom. Lack of provisions, continuing the path. Yet, return to Sapienza. Modone. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. Onward should I leave. As a result of my arrangements, a large Turkish ship was prepared for my journey to Alexandria, departing from the port of Tripoli on January 26, 1806, with my people and crews aboard, while I was still in Tripoli with 2 servants, awaiting orders of the Pasha, who had informed me that he desired to meet me. Because time passed, and the Pasha did not send anyone to look for me, I began to feel restless, as did my friends, since the ship was already 2 miles offshore, tacking about to meet me. Finally, at noon I received orders from the Pasha to go to his palace. He welcomed me with the greatest cordiality, had me sit down next to him, and in a lengthy conversation renewed his earlier attempts to persuade me to stay in Tripoli. Speak. I rose impulsively, stood before him, and said, "I am your brother. What do you want?" I expressed my gratitude to him, but remained steadfast in my decision to leave. Look how it beckons to you." Shortly after, jesting with me, he led me to a window from which I could see the ship bobbing up and down towards the horizon, and began to tell me, "It's calling out to you." As the ship fired a cannon, he added. At this point, I took the floor to say, "In God's name, my friend, let me go." We embraced each other with tears in our eyes, and I left, accompanied by my friends and some of his courtiers. At the port, I found the Pasha's boats prepared. My friends embarked with me an hour after noon, and they accompanied me to the ship, where we said our goodbyes. Immediately afterward, the vessel set sail to the northeast with a favourable wind, and soon enough land disappeared from view. This ship was large, but a bad sailing vessel, and the captain the greatest beast one could find. When he no longer saw land, he did not know where he was, nor could he even make the smallest estimate. Fortunately, his second-in-command took care of everything, leaving this fool nothing but to drink excessively and sleep. Adventurers, seeking fortune, than people on a pilgrimage, to fulfill the duties of devotion. Many passengers were found on board, namely 2 Moroccan merchants, a Tripoli Pasha's official, 2 or 3 small Tripoli merchants, a Marabout sheikh named Mara Hassan, who boasted of being a great destroyer of the French during the Egyptian War, 5 to 6 women, and many pilgrims going to Mecca, who were so miserable that they seemed more live. The sea air was so contrary to me that every journey I made only ruined my temperament more and more, so much so that this time I found myself extremely unwell, having had to stay in bed for 2 days. The captain prevented the error, and he had the ship change course to the east to search for the coast of Morea, where we arrived after 4 days of calm. On the 29th I was able to rise, and after making some astronomical observations, I realized that instead of taking the route to Alexandria, we had set a course towards the north, heading into the Adriatic Sea in the direction of Corfu. He dropped anchor at the island of Sapienza, facing Modone. This country offers a terrifying prospect. Everything appears scarred by volcanic eruptions. We had run aground at 40 fathoms from the coast, north of the island of Wisdom, in over 20 fathoms of water. The base of the land is a very sticky and tenacious clay, and the bottom of the sea is of the same kind of earth, which is why anchors stick to it with extraordinary force. They stayed at anchor for 5 days. in the same position, and although sick, I one day went ashore and found that the north latitude of the island near our anchorage was 36·49·51. But the longitude needs further discussion. The island. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. Observe also the eastern declination of the magnetic needle at 14·27·0, not accounting for a difference of 1 or 2 degrees, as my compass suffered damage due to a sea wave. During the journey to Laraish, the land of wisdom can have 8 miles in 10 miles of circumference. It is formed of clay soil covered with limestone rock, and it is entirely scattered with small mountains and hills. Lacking streams, springs, or wells, it is only a little water that collects during rain in some caves in the cliffs. But even this unclean water does not last through the summer. A family resides there permanently, and only while water is available are some pens for sheep and goats led there, guarded by Greek shepherds dressed in a type of vest and wearing underwear made from unstripped mountain goat skin. They appear healthy and robust, and in the laughter of their faces they seem content with their fate. Their skin is beautiful, and their gaze penetrating and alive. Since they only know the language of their own country, I could not engage them in conversation. But it seemed to me that they still retain a remnant of politeness and urbanity that formed the character of ancient Greeks. From this island one can see the city of Modone on the continent by the sea, at a distance of half a league to the north-northwest. Also visible is a small, very high island, where the Russians had installed a battery of 24 cannons during the last war to bomb the city. As for me, I did not so persuading me that in such a limited space, as advantageous as it is for the object, 24 guns could be handled. A little before I had shown him the direction he should take to stay clear of the island of Crete and head straight for Alexandria. We remained at anchor, and the captain continued to drink liberally. Finally, on the morning of February 7th, the sails were spread with a wind from the east. He promised to follow my instructions. However, he intended to enter the archipelago and drop anchor in the port of Chania or Candia under any pretext. Therefore, during the night it changed direction to the east, and as dawn broke, I found myself facing the islands of Serigo and Candia at the entrance to the archipelago. In this state of affairs, we were surprised by a perfect calm. I reproached the captain for an operation that was bound to extend our journey considerably, but he apologized, saying that he had no choice but to enter the archipelago. The many heads and mountains of the Morea covered in snow, and the various islands positioned at the entrance to the archipelago, present a striking sight. All the very high islands seemed composed of the same rock from which the island of wisdom is formed. The one in Serigo, overlooking the entrance to the archipelago, seemed well cultivated, and it contained many villages. At that time it was occupied by Russian troops. As night began, a light wind arose, causing the captain to fear the approach of land, and turning the prow towards the sea, he fell asleep completely drunk. The next day he intended to enter the archipelago, but we were too far away. What would not have happened? And we would have entered the archipelago on the second day, if, after keeping watch for one night, it had made small tacks to maintain its position. The ship, with small winds, or hindered by calms, advanced very slowly, and since night fell before reaching their destination, the captain renewed the manoeuvre of the previous day, doing the same for 5 consecutive days. One day we doubted being threatened by a pirate. The arms were prepared, but the pirate withdrew, perhaps respecting the range of our ship and the considerable number of men he saw aboard. The labyrinth of islands in the archipelago favours the plans of these assassins, who, with weak boats without artillery, but with determined and well-armed crews, attack quite considerable ships. Our captain and his second had practised this noble ship's, profession for many years. This clearly shows that the Turkish government is either incapable or indifferent to destroying such infamy. Whenever a pirate seizes a ship, he usually drowns the entire crew and anyone on board to keep the secret hidden. Then he takes the ship to one of the many deserted ports that this sea abounds in, and there he peacefully enjoys his plunder. During this wretched voyage, almost all of our provisions and water were consumed. Many passengers had nothing left to eat, and we were all reduced to 1/8 of our water ration. In this situation, The travellers and sailors were all the more saddened because they could not see an end to their plight. They kept their eyes fixed on me, but what could I do about that foolish captain who, in the midst of so much misfortune, continued to get drunk and sleep? Finally, I climbed onto the bridge, distributed part of my supplies, and gave money to about 40 unfortunate souls so they could buy food from those who had some. This somewhat relieved the people. I severely criticized the captain for his conduct, which had led us into such a dire situation. Here's a breakdown. Sentendo il suo torto e vergognandosi, feeling wronged and ashamed, volto bordo al N, turned northeastward. Feeling wronged and ashamed, he turned northeastward, and, keeping a good watch throughout the night, on the following day, February 14th, he returned to a small port on the island of Sapienza to resupply in Modone, of Sapienza to resupply in... E facendo buona guardia tutta la notte, and keeping a good watch throughout the night, all indomani 14 febbraio. On the following day, February 14th, rientro in un piccolo porto dell'isola Sapienza, he returned to a small port on the island of Sapienza. It allows for grounding up to 40 arms from the shore, and even closer with smaller vessels. Onde to regarsi a Modone, to resupply in Modone, this small port, known as Porta Longa, is beautiful and well protected by a small island at its entrance, offering an excellent depth. It can accommodate 12 to 15 warships that can remain securely in any wind condition, as it is covered from all sides and protected by mountains. The same evening, a Greek ship arrived at Porta Lunga from Livorno. On Sunday, February 16th, I landed in Modone, a small town 7 miles away from Porta Lunga. Since none of them understood Arabic, or any other language I knew, I could only respond with signs of gratitude for their kindness. 3 large Turkish figures greeted me at the customs house by the sea, showering me with kindness, inviting me for coffee, and offering me one of their long pipes, which I declined. We were both satisfied, and I entered the city, where a house in the main district had been assigned to me. The city of Modone can be considered a good fortress. Here's a breakdown. Once possessed by the Spanish, then by the Venetians, it was subsequently fortified by both nations. Posseduta un tempo dagli Spagnoli, once possessed by the Spanish poi dai Veneziani, then by the Venetians fu successivamente fortificata da quelle due nazioni, was subsequently fortified by both nations. The city has only 1 gate from the landward side, and 2 facing the sea. It is surrounded by very high and strong walls, with towers equipped with numerous artillery pieces, wide trenches, outposts, covered roads, palisades, etc. But what particularly defends the bridges and the land gate is a large bastion, built by the Venetians, on which one can still see the lion of St. Mark. It is said that it also has a secret door leading to the country, and for which, while in Russia, they were besieged, and the Turkish soldiers made a sortie, defeating the besiegers so severely that they were forced to flee, abandoning their artillery and other campaign effects. Therefore, this square has a critical defect. It is on the side of the north, dominated by a small hill, on which the enemy can easily establish batteries only 150 paces away from the square's body, without the square being able to oppose them. From there, the enemy controls a large part of the covered road and bombardes even the foot of the wall. To avoid this inconvenience, the Spaniards built a very high battery in the square, and this work, although partly damaged by Russian fire, still exists in good condition. However, they should have levelled the outer rampart, which doesn't seem to be a very difficult task. This square is filled with an immense quantity of artillery of all calibers, from every nation, of all ages, but these pieces are all poorly mounted. Most lack carriages, and are merely placed for show. Modone is inhabited by Turks, although as long as they remain, the batteries that the enemy can always establish there, despite the efforts of the army on the ground, will soon manage to silence the fire of the besieged, and then the besiegers can freely settle on the crest of Freely, the covered road, and breach it. I believe it can hold 1,000 families, and it is said to have 700 soldiers paid by the Grand Lord. A few of I saw them appear as handsome, white, well-made, and above all, well-equipped and well-dressed. I saw very few horses, and these were still quite bad. Their weapons consist of a small carabine, 2 pistols, and the kanjia, that is, knife. During the time of my stay, all armed men left the city to hunt down a band of brigands who had surprised a village just a few days prior, slaughtering men, women, and children. These terrible scenes are unfortunately quite frequent in the Morea, clearly indicating the disorganization of Turkish rule. The place is surrounded by high walls, with narrow streets, and gives the impression of an unhealthy stay, as it breathes imprisoned air, infected with bad odours. I have also observed in the countryside that clay forms a muddy terrain, unpleasant to walk on, and for this reason I attribute that appearance of putrefaction that is seen equally in legumes and fruit. The soft bread, and quite black, resembled perfectly a piece of half-dried mud, and the same disgusting appearance I even found in the meat. The inhabitants there remain healthy and have beautiful colours. In the city there are no natural springs, only wells, and the water from these wells is not potable. These advantages can perhaps be attributed to the large amount of wine consumed there, in greater proportion than in any other European city, despite the prohibition of the law. The water that is drunk comes from beasts of burden, taken from a stream that flows nearby. There used to be springs in past times, but their pipes were damaged. From Europe, and the streets are well paved. Almost all the walls are made of hewn stones. The houses are also of stone, roofed with tiles, as is customary. The balconies of the rooms are made of wood. These stones are of various types of slate, limestone, or coarse marble. The houses have many windows facing the street, designed in the European style, and closed with very tight gratings. In general, the appearance of this city is very sad. Here is the translation of the provided text from Auto to English. Some doors and some arches that hint at architectural ideas are all in a Greek style, and nothing there reminds one of Arabic style. The greyish colour of the buildings, the tiles of the same hue, the height of the walls, the filth left in the streets, the persistent bad odour, the poor quality of food, the scarcity of good water, the poverty and absolute idleness of its inhabitants, who possess neither arts nor trade, their mutual distrust, the diverse sects always armed and prepared, ready to fight, the sombre silence that reigns in the city, public drunkenness, all these contribute to giving this city the appearance of an infernal abode. She has excellent ports in her vicinity, which could make her a trading emporium. Even its fortifications can be considered secondary, as is its geographical position, being the southeastern corner of Morea, and the passage from the archipelago to the seas of Europe. A previous poor observation gave 2 minutes less. Its longitude is that of Sapienza Island to the south. I was unable to observe lunar distances there. I found, with careful observation, the northern latitude of Madone to be 36°51'41". During the time of my stay, the temperature was cold, and the atmosphere was almost always covered in clouds, with frequent rain. There used to be another pier near Porta Amer, of which only ruins remain now. On a small island, a few miles away from the city, is a castle, or octagonal tower, consisting of 3 floors stacked on top of each other. The lowest floor is equipped with artillery. Here is the translation of the text from Italian to English. In this tower lives the captain of the port, and in order to cross from the tower to the island, a kind of pier was built. The public bath is poorly maintained and meagre. There are many cafes where Turks are constantly engaged in drinking, smoking, and playing chess. The monetary unit used in Modon, as in all Turkey, is a very small silver coin, or copper-plated silver, called a para. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. You can see along the main street several poorly supplied and shabby shops. 140 paras equal 1 Spanish dollar. The gersh, or Turkish piastra, of the same size as the Spanish piastra, is worth 40 paras. It is copper with a small mixture of silver. The yoslik of the same metal is worth 100 para. The marbud from Cairo and gold coin is worth 180 para. The governor of Modone, whose authority is always precarious, was then called Mehemet Aga, who was indisposed. He always leaves home armed with a knife and pistols. The most influential resident of Modone is certainly Mustafa Skow, a rich man who looks perfectly like a rough bandit. As the master of the public bathroom, the Grand Café, and all the corners of the city in Sapienza Island, he keeps the Aga nearly confined to his residence, and the port captain, who equally fears him, dares not enter the city. The Grand Café is a safe haven for every criminal. After entering, he had nothing to fear from public authority as long as he stayed within that sacred enclosure. Mustafa Su protected piracy on his island. He was a friend of my captain, and his second-in-command, who accompanied me from the ship to the house when I disembarked. Since he had warned the customs officials that he was leading me to a house belonging to Mustafa Sheox, they all bowed their heads. Special considerations were made for me, and I was sent on my way instantly. Moreover, this very Mustafa had just recently waged war against a faction that had risen up against his tyranny. The hostilities lasted for several months. His numerous partisans retired to his cafes and homes, from where they fired upon the enemies emerging from their dwellings and dared to walk in the streets. Eventually he triumphed and maintained his despotism, which was reinforced more than ever. I have already stated that I was lodged in a house belonging to Mustafa Shah. Similar events occur every moment in most of the provinces subjected to the Emperor of Constantinople. It is not difficult to predict that such an order of things cannot last long, and that this perpetual anarchy, these partial revolts, will ultimately lead to the destruction of the Turkish Empire. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. My brother was entrusted with my affairs, and he constantly courted me, repeating that Ali Bey was the first man in the world, by which he wished to make me feel that my gratitude should be proportionate to the services and honours he conferred upon me. This powerful and fierce man has a daughter and 2 sons who are drinkers like the father, just as rough and red, a sure sign of the perpetuity of this noble lineage. The daughter, around 12 years old, came alone to bring me my linens. Upon entering my room, I discovered her entirely revealing a very attractive face. When Mustafa returned, I asked him why his daughter had so much freedom. "My dear lord," he replied, "we are but one family." I expressed my gratitude for the consideration he showed in agreeing with me. Even in this place, the only foreign consul who resided in Modon was that of Ragusa. On the reverse side of the hill, overlooking the city, is built the village of the Greeks, where barely 150 inhabitants are counted, and their houses have the appearance of extreme misery. The other European consuls reside in the city of Coron, 1 day's journey east of Modon. This was a man of polite manners. He had been a canon, an apostolic prefect of the Morea, a very learned person, and during his long stay in Rome he had acquired all the delicacy of Roman urbanity. Tripolitza is the capital of the Morea, where the Pasha resides. It is assumed that the Morea contains 88,000 Greeks and 18,000 Turks. If this trend continues for much longer, the Greeks will completely abandon the land of their fathers. The Greek population was infinitely more numerous in the past. However, constantly oppressed and tormented by their brutal rulers, they suffer a significant emigration each year. The virtue and austerity of Spartan customs could not save the proud city from the shame of slavery. What nation can ever boast of being free? The eastern part of the Peloponnese forms a separate district, called the Maina, inhabited by 30,000 people. This district is always under the rule of the Captain Pasha of the Ottoman Gate, who governs it. Chapter 23. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. A is caprice and perceives all its profits. Long port, terrifying storm. European ships, insolence. Continuation of the voyage. Storm, quote. Arrival at Cyprus. Arrival in Alexandria. Hurricane. No. Ship in poor condition. Landing in Limassol, Dortier. I stayed in Modon until February 20th in the evening, when the captain informed me that it was time to depart. The captains held a small celebration for me the next day, so I boarded the lifeboat that took me to Porto Longa, where I found 3 Austrian ships. The east winds forced us to stay in that port on the eastern coast of the island for 3 days. Accurate observations made on land provided me with the northern latitude of 36, 46, 37. In the meantime, the ship was supplied with provisions taken from Modon, as well as rainwater collected on the island. A major general and several officers came to visit me. On the last day, a large Russian armed galleon entered the harbour, along with another ship from Naples and Corfu, carrying Russian officers and soldiers to the shores of the Black Sea. The general seemed to me a good man. He was dressed in black, with a small leather cap of the same colour on his head, and a crown composed of a dozen large grains, about the size of a walnut, which he held in his hand. The officers all had an English air and demeanour. They were accompanied by a Greek, called Constantine Ypsilanti, nephew of the famous prince of that name. This young man, who had served as an officer in the Spanish Valley Guards, seemed to me an ambulant polyglot dictionary, since he spoke and made verses in 10 or 12 languages. I heard her speak English, French, Spanish, and Italian very well, gracefully, moreover, with a great deal of knowledge and talent. Her ideas were often confused. Since they withdrew, I sent them a small gift of milk and refreshments, to which they responded with a general barrage from the artillery of both ships. Ypsilanti sent me the following verses: "Your victorious glory will fly from shore to shore, and your fame, triumphing over oblivion, will endure. And not only in these forests will your courage be known, but every wiser people will raise effigies to your name and valour. In token of genuine esteem and profound respect, yes, though humble, I am a sincere servant. Costantino Ypsilanti. Wow! If these improvised verses are indeed his, one may regard the Greek Ypsilanti as the most learned man of his nation at present. The morning after, February 21st, he set sail to continue our navigation towards the South Ocean, having the captain finally decided to pass by Crete without entering the archipelago. The northeastern wind started to freshen at noon, and by evening it had turned into a strong gale. She sailed all night, and the following day with terrible sea storms, but by 9 in the evening the wind had calmed down and the danger ceased. The winds the next day were moderate, although the sea remained rough. I found myself in an extreme state of weakness, unable to eat or keep anything down, and vomiting blood. Almost all the passengers were equally ill, and in the most pitiful state. I would never have believed I'd meet a Turkish captain so devoted to drunkenness and so careless about concealing it. The captain aggravated our ailments by prolonging the journey, as he had to turn the sails at night to allow for sleep, after spending an hour singing songs in honour of Bacchus among the bottles, something he did not refrain from even during storm. He was carried in the manner of a dying person on the shoulders of some men, and often came on to the bridge. Many times he asked me to stand up and observe our position, as he paid no regard to estimation, not even approximately. He was like a blind man at sea, not knowing which way to go, which caused the passengers despair, as they all begged me to free them from such embarrassment. This news spread among all the travellers, and since you had no estimate of our position, I made various observations of sun, Venus, and by subsequent approximations I was able to determine with accuracy our point, which I found already very close to Alexandria. The next morning, March 3rd, having discovered that our longitude was very close to that of Alexandria, I set the ship's bow towards land to find a beach. Indeed, before noon we made landfall, and from that moment on joy spread throughout the crew. However, as it is a very low and uniform shore, I could not find any distinctive features. Observe the southern latitude, and I found it almost identical to that of Alexandria. I turned the ship to the east with a fresh wind from the north, which made us advance bravely. An hour and a half later, Alexandria came into view directly ahead of us. 2 hours after that, we had already reached the port, and the houses seemed so close that you could almost touch them with your hand. All jumping for joy, they dressed and prepared to descend to the earth. Their anchors were already ready. At the same moment, we seized the mouth of the port with the most favourable wind. A terrifying hurricane struck the ship and petrified the captain. His second and the sailors insist on entering port. The captain opposes them, has his orders obeyed with a stick, and running to the bridge, he turns the bow back to sea. He begs them to take the other port of Alexandria, or that of Abukir, but deaf to their prayers, he resumes the sea, and carries us in his embrace into the most terrible storm imaginable. I climbed onto the bridge and saw a scene of horror. The fury of the wind and waves increased, so that by evening All of the passengers believed themselves lost, and already cried out in high voices for divine mercy. The waves were much higher than the ship, crashing into each other. They formed like a dense fog, passing through the uncertain. The ship was being struck around like a ball between the two elements pounding it. The light of twilight confused the view of the sky with that of the sea. All objects seemed a grey colour that turned reddish. The sails were torn, the ship was taking on water from all sides, and the pumps were not enough to reduce its volume. A majority of trembling passengers seemed on the brink of death. Many sailors were wounded, either from the strikes by the captain or from falls and blows during a manoeuvre. Such was the terrifying scene that presented itself to my eyes. The captain approached me with tears in his eyes and said, "What could I do, Ali Bey? If it is God's will that we die here tonight, what then should we become? I've made the following changes." With tears in his eyes, Midissa said to me, "Je potrei io far." Il capitano mi, translated to the captain, approached me, s'avvicinò, meaning approached colle lagrime agli occhi. What could I do? Keep the emphasis on the original italics. Se di Ali Bey, se è volontà di Dio che noi moriamo qui questa notte, ci andiamo noi ad essere? Here's a breakdown of the changes made. If it is God's will that we die here tonight, what then should we become? I removed any symbols that weren't relevant to the English language. Removed symbols. I only replied to him, "Ah, Captain," and I did not want to continue, because his bad conduct and foolish obstinacy had brought them to such an extreme that he could have avoided it by entering one of the ports of Alexandria, or even better, clarity. No uncommon symbols were present in the original text. The translation aims for natural-sounding English while preserving the meaning and flow of the original Italian. Contextual understanding. Phrases like cattiva sua condotta, his bad conduct, and saioca sua ostinazione, foolish obstinacy, are directly translated, emphasizing the negative connotations. Had he kept watch the night before, in which case we should have reached port by midday. This terrible storm gradually abated as night fell. Such an urgent danger did not prevent the captain from retiring to his cabin, where, after drinking several bottles of wine, he slept so peacefully as if he were at anchor. The same happened to his second officer, since he had secured the rudder. I remained on the bridge with a Maltese sailor and 2 Neapolitans. The tired sailors, without a leader, disappeared one by one, going to sleep below deck. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the wind strengthened further, and the sea-strokes became more daring and frequent. At 11 o'clock, the moon crossed the meridian, the storm intensified, and by midnight it had become more horrible than ever. Which spectacle presents a ship of the size of a frigate, battered by a violent storm, taking on water on every side, without a captain, without a pilot, without sailors, with the rudder attached, and completely abandoned to the fury of the winds and the earth, and an arrival perslia. Waves! Seeing that the storm was regaining strength, I prepared for a terrible crisis as the moon passed through the meridian, and not being able to count on the captain nor the crew, I considered everything lost. Despite the moon, we found ourselves amidst the densest darkness. Waves of water covered us from time to time, and rain and hail alternated with the fury of the sea. The storm continued with the same force. I found myself utterly weak, and now without any hope of salvation, but the consideration that 20 years of life pass more or less like a dream, and some other reflections calmed my spirit, and I remained for some time quietly waiting for the fatal whiting, for the fatal moment. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. Flashlights illuminated this scene of horror, but no thundercrack was heard, as the roar of the waves echoed like 1,000 lions and bulls. And to cap it all, at such an extreme lions and bulls, and to the end, the ship was, so to speak, abandoned by the captain and crew. I have seen lightning fall near me on several occasions, and I once observed it flash from the sea towards the clouds. In the meantime I managed to rouse the second one, and some sailors, who started bailing out water, while the second, a colossal man, took the wheel and tried to bring the bow of the ship to the waves. These 2 actions were very useful. Its explosion occurred without a flash or apparent movement. Its brilliant light, like the sun, lasted for 3 to 4 seconds. The figure of this meteor resembled that of a sack being emptied, with its fabric unfurling. Finally, 2 hours after midnight, I saw a flame shining before the prow that seemed to have a diameter of 3 feet. However, as I could not calculate its distance, I was unable to determine its actual size. Azure and reddish was the last ray of light. The disappearance of the meteor was followed by an awful combination of sea spray, wind, and hailstone, lasting up to 3 hours. So then the storm began to subside, although it was still very violent right after sunrise, with the north wind and huge waves continuing throughout the day. On March 5th, after I had noted my position, the captain decided that it would be impossible to reach Alexandria. He resolved instead to sail to Cyprus. I steered the ship on that occasion, and after 3 days of navigation with relentless winds and a raging sea, she grounded in the harbour of Limassol on the island of Cyprus on March 7th, 1806. How could I describe the miserable state of our ship? The crewmen, helping each other, climbed down to the shore, escaping while leaving the captain and 3 or 4 Turkish sailors on board. We all hurried to disembark, all sails torn, and with none to replace them. The hull was taking on water from every side, necessitating the constant use of pumps. All the people were sick. The wind seemed ready to cease. 1 man had died on day 4, and his body was thrown overboard. Another died when we reached port. 2 others were on the verge of death, and 2 had gone mad. The locals, seeing the ship's unfortunate state, fled. No one wanted to board. It was only after the city governor ordered some shipwrights to secure the vessel, at least the main openings of the hull, to save the ship, which caused fear of sinking to the bottom soon. From this, it is easy to imagine the state of those unfortunate ones. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. To breathe. We were all sad and depressed, having only a few cold foods, and the waste of many people thrown at the bottom of the cabin. He assumed that the bad water on the island of Sapienza had affected the health of our people, and that the steam from several kilograms of saffron had contaminated the air on board. But the worst was that for many days, buffeted by storms, there were always more than 80 people closed below without any opening. As for me, fortunately, the stern cabin, where I was alone, did not have communication with the lower deck. As soon as I landed in Limassol, some Turks and Greeks approached me. Upon asking for accommodation, they led me to a beautiful house, which I took possession of along with my servants. In every respect, I was treated with the delicacy that I could have hoped for in the most polite city of Europe. Later, the Turkish governor, Ege, offered his services to me, and sent 2 boats with an officer to dock my belongings, which were not inspected by customs. The person responsible for my affairs was the richest Greek, Demetrio Francondi, who at the time was the vice-consul of England and Russia, and the consul of Naples. He spoke Italian very well, and was equally respected by Greeks and Turks. An Englishman named Mr. Rich, who resided in Cairo, as he stated, to manage the affairs of the India Company, was lodged in his house. This young man, who spoke Turkish and Persian fluently, and had adopted Muslim customs and habits, often accompanied me. At lunch, he always spoke to me with enthusiasm about Mamluk Ali Bey. He also found himself in the company of Mr. Francondi, a black eunuch, who was one of the 4 heads of the palace of the Grand Lord. He was called Lala, and was responsible for guarding the Prophet's tomb in Medina. One of my servants was ill, as a result of the hardships suffered on board the ship. There were many other unfortunate people in the mosque in the same condition. As soon as he arrived in Limassol, he was seriously wounded by some soldiers who had attacked one of his servants. And this man, endowed with the sweetest character that can be imagined, perished as a victim of such an accident. On the 23rd, another of my servants fell ill. On March 21st, one of the women on board the ship died, and on the 25th, another passenger went missing. Chapter 24. Journey to Nicosia. Description of this city. Architecture. Etiquette visits. Archbishops and bishops. Greek tributes. Women. Ignorance. Turkish churches. Mosques. Padri. On March 28, 1806, I left at 5 in the morning. taking the road to the east. Just after crossing the Amantuna River, which flows south and empties into the sea shortly afterward, I found on the shore of the sea the ruins of the city, whose description we will see below. Finding myself in a country made famous by the descriptions of poets of the gentle adventures of Mother Love, I wanted to visit the most celebrated sites of Cythera, Idalia, Paphos, and Amathanta, accompanied only by Mr. Francondi, his son, and 4 servants. Continuing in the same direction northeast, I entered the mountains, where at noon I was surprised by the storm, and at 1:15 I arrived in the village of Togi. The country traversed on this day offers the most cheerful prospects. Beyond the hills rises a chain of high mountains, whose peaks were crowned with snow. From Limassol to the ruins, the road runs along the sea, and the land presents small, gently sloping plains that give way to pleasant hills covered with a fine green vegetation. The soil, consisting of fertile reddish land, is incredibly rich. The mountains traversed by the road have a very gentle slope, and the most luxuriant vegetation gives life to this beautiful landscape. The village of Togi, whose houses are ugly and poorly built, is situated in a picturesque location on the slope of 2 hills, one inhabited by Greeks and the other by Turks. A small river flows between the 2 hills under a single arch bridge, upon which stands the Greek church dedicated to St. Helena. At 9:30 the road turned towards Ne, and we began to ascend onto the high mountains. On March 23rd I left at 7:15. Heading always in the direction of E an hour later, we crossed the Scarino River, which flows to the south, and at 3 hours passed another river flowing from the same direction, St. Thecla, at noon. We reached the summit at 11 o'clock, and descending down a gentle slope, we crossed half an hour after passing through a village called Korno. We entered the Greek monastery of Aya, Thecla. Upon leaving the monastery an hour and a half later, I headed towards the north-northeast. At 2 o'clock I crossed a small river, and after another one I left behind the village Troforio, located a short distance from the road. Continuing on our journey, we found another village to the right called Tisdakavi, and after crossing a stream, we arrived at 6 o'clock, maintaining the same direction, in the city of Nicosia, the island's capital. At first, the country presented us with small, stepped mountains covered in the freshest greenery, offering bright and delightful perspectives at every turn. Of the amiable deity to whom the island was dedicated, the soil consists of excellent vegetable land, such as one might desire for a garden. The high mountains are formed from a hard rock with various shades of green, ranging from green apple to dark green. And there are still pieces of very beautiful and shiny horn found there. "Stop for a moment and examine these rocks," I said to my horse. Mr. Francondi told me, "These rocks are called the Korno rocks." I asked him how such a name came about, and he replied, "From a place that we will see shortly. This is the very spot of which I made mention when describing the road. If this encounter is merely fortuitous, I could get no information about the history of this village, which is proof of its antiquity. From the vernacular name of a village to its mineralogical designation would be quite singular, and conversely, if we assume that a mineralogist founded or named this village Korno, what is the origin of it? Almost all of the inhabitants are potters. It can have, to say no less than 30 houses, but its location in the middle of a valley covered with olive trees and cabbage is truly delightful. These mountains are dotted with wild cypresses that form very graceful patches. This native tree of Cyprus has also given it its name. The presence of mica, as well as copper and iron oxides, confirms that these mountains are metalliferous. Among the layers of hard rock we can see some veins and small quartz veins. However, I could not detect any hint of granite. After crossing a stream 2 hours after noon, we entered a plain of poor clay-like soil. The plan may have a diameter of a league, and it is closed to the E by small hills of pure white clay, completely sterile and bare. All the subsequent plains do not exhibit the fertility or beauty of the southern part of the island. There is a little vegetative soil at the exit of this small desert, but of inferior quality. The monastery of St. Cecilia is in a picturesque location on the slope of the Horned Mountains. It is inhabited by a single monk, with many servants and workers who cultivate the lands of the monastery. Beneath the church of St. Cecilia springs a source of excellent water. The Archbishop of Nicosia, the true prince of the island, enjoys the revenues of this monastery and many others. The church is well maintained. Within the monastery are cells and accommodations for travellers. The extent of Nicosia, the island's capital, would allow it to house 100,000 inhabitants. However, it is quite depopulated. Instead of homes, one sees many vast gardens and numerous plots of land cluttered with ruins. I was told that currently there are no more than 1,000 Turkish families, and an equal number of Greek ones. This city, situated on a rise several feet above a vast plain, enjoys the purest air and a delightful view. There are 3 gates in Paphos, Cherliga, and Famagosta. The circumference of the rise is steep, serving as a wall to the city with cut stone barriers, and half-moons at prominent and receding corners, making it capable of regular defence, which gives it an important appearance. The last one is magnificent, as it is formed by a cylindrical arch that covers the entire ascent from the lower level of the countryside to the upper, where the city is located. In the middle of the ascent there is a compressed dome, or spherical segment with a circular window in its centre, to let light in. This entirely stone and common marble monument reminds of the excellence of Greek architecture. There are some very beautiful houses, and also some that are quite large. The part of the city inhabited by the Greeks is not at all devoid of beautiful streets, but all the others are very narrow, and moreover dangerous, and not paved. The one in which I was hosted, and which belonged to the diplomat of Cyprus, the first representative of the Greek nation on the island, can be described as a true palace, adorned with columns, gardens, and fountains. Here is the translation of the provided text, where the buildings are constructed entirely differently from those in Barbary. Over there, they receive light only from the door. The text translated from Order to English is, as for width, there were 14 windows beyond the door. Here, on the contrary, you do not see an internal or external wall that does not have 2 rows of windows, one above the other, and in such a number that in the room I most frequently use, which was 24 feet long over 12. The upper order of windows is closed by an external grid, and internally by glass. The lower ones have grids, glass, and shutters. The corridors and the galleries are also equipped with grills. This arrangement produces a good effect in houses with very high roofs, and I should not forget to mention that even the dividing walls have their windows like the exterior ones. The roof and a part of the staircase are made of wood. The floors of all the rooms are marble, as well as the pillars of the doors and windows, and the first row of bricks in the houses. The remaining walls are made of common stones, rough bricks, and lime. The ancient cathedral of A.R. Sophia Santa Sofia, a grand Gothic structure, was converted into a mosque by the Turks, who covered the columns with a thick layer of plaster, making them look like monstrous cylinders. They added 2 very well-constructed towers, but they were entirely out of place compared to the overall design of the building. The roof is not of tiles, but flat and very heavy, and it is perhaps to this harmful practice that we can attribute the destruction of all the ancient buildings, of which only the palace, known as Screa or Seraglio, a vast yet poorly designed, monument where the Governor-General of the island resides, remains today. Why? Since the law orders prayer with one's face turned towards Mecca, and as this temple was not built for Muslim worship, wooden facades or frontispieces were erected inside, placed at an oblique angle to the direction of Mecca, so that prayers could be offered in the prescribed position. All the bishops of the island had come to Nicosia to welcome the new Governor-General, and there were also many of the most distinguished figures from the island present. The day after my arrival, the Bishop of Lanka visited me, accompanied by a large entourage. I came to know him as a man of good sense, sound judgment, and great learning. Here's a breakdown of the translation. Il susseguente giorno. The following day I received the visit of the Bishop of Paphos, who, although young, seemed very capable to me. The other bishop from Kirga, however, was seriously ill. The following day, accogli la visita del vescovo di Paphos, received the visit of the Bishop of Paphos Che, my assai destro, who, although young, seemed very capable to me, l'altro vescovo di Sherida. The other bishop from Syria, gravamente disposto, was seriously ill. The archbishop, considered extremely old, and, suffering from gout, sent his in partibus bishop to represent him, who came to find me, accompanied by the archimandrite, the econom, and other 50 priests. The 3 dignitaries made 1,000 excuses in the name of the archbishop, who, despite his condition, insisted on being transported, if he was not prevented from doing so. Among the many remarkable people who surrounded me, I particularly distinguished Mr. Nicolaou Nicolidi, who was in charge of the dragomanic duties in Cyprus in the absence of the dragoman. He speaks with such eloquence, even spontaneously, that I gave him the nickname Modern Demosthenes. At the door of the room stood a sentinel with an axe on his shoulder. The governor rose to greet me, and had me sit beside him on a magnificent sofa. On the 3rd day I visited the Governor-General, who received me with great ceremony, surrounded by numerous officers, soldiers, and armed servants. The conference, which was very long, focused particularly on political subjects. I found him a man of spirit, full of fire, and it was said that he was highly educated. The richly dressed governor had a superb fur. Mr. Nicolidi and Mr. Francondi, who had accompanied me, served as interpreters, because the governor did not speak Arabic or any European language, and I could not understand Turkish. His Persian pipe was brought to him, which he offered to me, but I refused, as I am not accustomed to smoking. Starting off, the governor insisted on accompanying me to the door of my apartment. 6 pages, aged 15, of beautiful and advantageous stature, lavishly dressed in silk, and wearing the finest Kashmiri shawls, served as waiters. Later they perfumed and spritzed me with rose-water. I then visited the room of one of his brothers, a kind old man. He also served us coffee, and became enthusiastic about me when he heard that I was preparing to make the pilgrimage to Mecca, which he had visited several times before. He offered some advice, and we parted ways, both happy for each other. After visiting the zoo, I went to the Archbishop's palace. At the door I met the archimandrite and the economist, along with 20 to 30 domestics ready to receive me. In the second gallery I encountered the Archbishop. At the foot of the stairs I was greeted by several priests, who accompanied me to the first gallery, where I was received by the bishop in partibus, accompanied by many other priests. This venerable old man, even though he had extraordinarily swollen legs, had been carried there by the Bishop of Paphos, and 5 or 6 other people to meet me. I gave him friendly reproaches for taking so much trouble, and taking his hand, I followed him into his room. He is a man of good humour, very perceptive, and free from any prejudices. The Italian Dr. Brunoni, who resides in Nicosia, having fully embraced the local customs, costumes, and Greek manners, served as my interpreter. The venerable Archbishop recounted to me the violent oppressions suffered in the previous year by the rebel Turks of the island, and I endeavoured to console this heart, still smarting from recent injuries. Much was said on the subject. After the usual honours of coffee, perfumes, and anaf water, we parted, borne away by reciprocal affection. I visited in turn their residences, the econom and the archimandrite, where I also found the Bishop of Paphos and the Bishop in partibus. But what was not my surprise, when going out I still saw the venerable Archbishop in the gallery, where he had been brought to bid me farewell one last time. I cannot express how deeply this gesture from the venerable old man affected me. I wanted to give him a gentle rebuke, but the words died on my lips. He is accountable to the great Lord regarding the taxes and conduct of the Greek Cypriots. The Archbishop of Cyprus, an independent patriarch within the Greek Church, is also the prince, or supreme spiritual and temporal leader, of the Greek nation on the island, dragoman of Cyprus. To avoid delving into the intricacies of criminal affairs, and to delegate part of the temporal government's responsibilities, he assigned his powers to Phi. There had been a bold uprising on the island the year before against the dragoman by the Turks. By virtue of this delegation, the dragoman became the primary civilian authority, with a rank and authorities equivalent to that of a prince of the nation. The governor cannot take any action against a Greek without the participation and involvement of the dragoman, who is also responsible for conveying the nation's votes to the throne of the great Lord. Having seized Nicosia, they committed countless atrocities against the Archbishop and other Greeks, killing those who refused to give them money. In such a difficult situation, the economist served as the nation's guardian angel, managing to somewhat quell the fervor of the factions through his skills. After various battles, they entered into negotiations with the Pasha, who, due to the intervention of some European consuls, promised not to punish them. Under this condition, the rebels opened the doors of the city. The diplomat fled to Constantinople, where not only did he win the case on behalf of the Greeks, but he also received orders to march a pashas with troops from Caramania against the rebels who were holed up in Nicosia. However, without respecting his word, as soon as he entered, the pasha had many people beheaded. This event humiliated the Turks on the island, and encouraged the Greeks, who sought a certain air of independence. The Grand Vizier, however, remained in Constantinople. But though I could not personally know him, his works, which I have seen, make him known as a man endowed with spirit and talent. I have already noted that, with regard to spiritual matters, the Archbishop of Cyprus is an independent patriarch. Therefore, he has no relationship with the Patriarch of Constantinople, but rather with that of Jerusalem, out of respect for the Holy Age, places whose priests possess certain properties on the island. If their wife dies, they are not allowed to remarry. The archbishop, bishops, and other high officials cannot marry, but it is permitted for secular priests to have wives before they become priests. The archbishop confers the bishoprics and other dignities and ecclesiastical offices behind the presentation of the people, and grants matrimonial dispensations in prohibited degrees. The current archbishop is widowed and has a son. Monks are bound by perpetual celibacy. Bishops have the distinguishing mark of a small violet ribbon around their head, and they often wear cloth of the same colour. The distinctive sign of the clergy consists of a black felt hat, angular for married men, round in the shape of an upside-down cone for celibates and monks. The other priests are mostly dressed in black. The Greeks are very submissive and respectful towards their bishops. When they greet them, they bow, take off their hats, and present them upside down, and almost dare not speak in their presence. It is true that the bishops are like meeting points for this slave nation, and to whom they owe their very existence, and therefore their own interest dictates that they should give. In their homes, bishops enjoy princely luxury, never leaving without a large following, and being carried when they ascend a staircase. The AI prelates that political importance which the same Turks recognize, if we judge it from the way they treat them, both in terms of deference, and, I would say, respect they show them. The Greeks pay the bishop tithes and first-fruits of their fruits, uncertain gifts, dispensations, and numerous other alms. The Turkish government could never accurately know the number of Greeks on the island. Since these leaders collect taxes for the nation to pay the ordinary tribute to the Turkish government, this gives rise among them to a sort of monopoly. They confess a total of 32,000 souls, but educated people bring the Greek population to 100,000. In the previous year, the government sent a commissioner to make an exact census of the Greek population, but he was bribed with gold and left without doing anything. This administration of taxes brings immense profit to the leaders, and the people suffer in silence for fear of worse things. The Greeks pay the government a tribute of 500,000 plates per year for the pay of the garrison of 4,000 Turkish soldiers, a number far from ever being fulfilled. Beyond the great lord, they still collect 2 out of 300,000 plates on the export of cotton and other products from the island. However, bishops and other leaders of the nation collect much more. When these amounts are added to what the general government and individual governors demand, taxes could reach 1,000,000 plates that Greek Cypriots pay to the Turks. The Greeks are no less jealous than the Turks, and they keep their women in such secluded places that it is not possible to see them. Those I encountered on the streets were covered and wrapped in a white cloth, like Turkish women. They do not go about with uncovered faces, except for old women, who are quite disfigured. Their dress is not without elegance, but I regret a certain type of cone-shaped cap they wear on their heads. Compared to men, they are generally well built and have a beautiful complexion. The rich always wear long robes like the Turks, from whom they are distinguished only by their blue turban, and many have even other coloured ones, including white, without the Turks complaining. In general, I observed that all the Greeks on the island, except for shepherds, day labourers, and the poor, were decently dressed. To study the sublime sciences, they are very little instructed. There being no public schools on the island, the Greeks lack education. The Greeks observe strictly a longer week than the Catholics. Yet the ancient spirit of their fathers can still be seen, and one often finds men filled with fire and excellent dispositions. But the mass of the nation, humbled by slavery, is cowardly, ignorant, and base. The Lenten fast. The rest of the sentence is not provided, but I've ensured the initial portion is accurately translated. They adopt the ancient calendar without the Gregorian correction, so their calculation lags 12 days behind that of Europe. It is also behind the solar course, such that if it is not corrected, there will come a time when the calendar marks July, as the winter solstice, or the cold days during the heat. They consider themselves the only orthodox, as they believe they have preserved the primitive Greek rite, and call Latin Christians schismatic. They have all the sacraments acknowledged by the Roman Church, but they consecrate the Eucharist with leavened bread. During this time of penance, they do not eat meat, fish, or dairy products, and even go so far as to refrain from using oil. Hence their diet consists solely of bread and a few olives. The sanctuary of the Greek churches is separated from the nave by a wooden bar, covered with paintings executed in poor taste, characteristic of the late Empire period. Some small paintings are visible on this pedestal, as well as the missal and other liturgical items. This bar has a large door in the middle, and other narrower ones on each side for entering the sanctuary, in which there stands a square pedestal covered and surrounded by a small wooden railing. The ministers of the cult, who are alone permitted to enter this part of the church, celebrate Mass, as I was told, with 3 doors closed, which only open at certain times, designated by the ritual. The faithful are in the nave, and their imagination compensates for the magnitude of the mysteries they do not see. Women are in a high tribune, enclosed by dense grills, where they cannot be seen. The Greeks wear moustaches and shave their beards like the Turks. However, older men and priests usually let it grow. It is forbidden for them to carry weapons, but everyone keeps a stiletto or knife hidden under their clothes. The Greeks virtually monopolize the island's trade, whose main product is cotton, and the Turks are far inferior to them in this region. The indolence of their character is quite well known. Content with the climate and the people of Cyprus, they smoke their pipes peacefully, disturbing only when they can commit a slight wrong against a Greek under the pretext of a real or apparent wrongdoing. The most serious crime is forgiven when the culprit places on the scale the amount of gold that, according to the judge's greed, equates to the severity of the act. Property is respected only when the owner is stronger or better protected than the thief. Thus, one often sees unfortunate Greek peasants dispossessed by Turks, who usurp their heritage. To avoid these arbitrary oppressions, some Greeks seek protection under the European consuls, who can grant this favour to a certain number of families. These protected ones enjoy the immunities accorded to individuals of the nation that protects them. 6. They bear a distinctive mark in the form of a large fur mitre made from bearskin, called kalpak, with very black hair. However, I have seen some Greeks wearing the mitre without being protected, and without the Turks looking too closely for a moment. 6. Ed. Note. These privileges later ceased in Turkey. The mosques in the country, except for St. Sophia, called by the Turks Hagia Sophia, are meagre and dirty. Although Arabic the sacred language of Muslims, there are barely 10 people on the entire island who understand it. On tempt or derision. We have already stated that every Friday before noon prayer the imam must deliver a sermon in Arabic. However, here, since no Turkish imam knows that language, their sermons reduce to a few very short phrases that they memorize and repeat, like parrots, without understanding, and without being understood by the listeners. With satisfactory observations, I obtained the latitude N of Nicosia, 35, 13, 14, and the longitude E from the Paris Observatory 31, 6, 30. It is to be noted that in this country the negative gesture, i.e. the sign that takes the place of the word not, consists in raising the head in the same way as it is usually done in Europe, to indicate see it. The negative sign of Europeans turning their heads to the right and left is not known in Cyprus. The gesture of disdain is made by placing the tip of the tongue between the lips and pronouncing potu, almost as if one was spitting. Chapter 25. Journey to Syria. Ruins of the Queen's Palace. Observations on their origin. Return to Nicosia. Travel to Idalia. Larnaca. Return to Limassol. Leaving Nicosia on April 3rd at 8 in the morning, I headed northeast towards Cythera. By 9 o'clock I passed through a village called Diamelia, and after 3/4 of an hour I reached the end of my journey. The vast plain of Nicosia extends all the way to Cythera, nestled among clay hills. How much a poetic imagination would be warmed by the sight of these sacred places once dedicated to the Mother of Love. In Limassol, Mr. Rooke, an English traveller, had found himself after visiting Cythera. My chief, contrary to custom, could not present me with images that contradicted those received by my senses. He told me that his imagination had filled in for the lack of reality, and he had pictured the goddess surrounded by her court before his eyes. The nymphs, graces, and loves would not adorn, in my eyes, the appearance of the poor Cythera, which I could only equate to the most modest rural cottage in Venesina or Limagna in Alvernia. Cythera's is indeed merely a small, irregular quarter, covered with orchards and mulberry trees, spanning about a league from north to south, and 1/4 of a league from east to west. One can see scattered here and there in this valley various houses, and some mills that supply Nicosia with flour. This small village owes its existence to an abundant fountain, which, splitting into 2 streams, waters the plain of a valley formed by completely bare hills of pure clay that have never been able to become fertile. The land is not naturally fertile, but the scarcity of water on the entire island means that irrigation methods are not neglected, and this valley is well cultivated wherever it can be irrigated. There are many gardens and many alleys, and these are not isolated from each other, as is customary in Europe, but on the contrary, they are dense and form a thick thicket that could be considered a forest, because the little plantlets are so thin and delicate. It is said that this method produces greater abundance of leaves, and additionally it has the advantage of being able to strip them while standing on the ground. Summer. The pure inhabitants desire that the heat be moderate, but since man is an animal accustomed to all climates, one should rather trust his geographical position than all their claims. Here is the translation of the text from Italian to English. Cythera thus presents a forest of mulberry trees for silkworms, some oak trees, olive trees, fruit trees, and herbs at the bottom of a valley that, due to the still air, the reflection of the hills, and the proximity of a volcanic mountain range to the north, must be an infernal place. I had no other companions on this journey, but a servant and Dr. Brunoni, who served as my interpreter, and my interpreter, Cicerone. We stayed, by order of the Archbishop, in the house of the parish priest, who was a very good old man. I wanted to see some of the women who have such universal opinion of beauty, but both in the houses and in the streets I saw no women but those below average. She pretended to her doctor that she was not really beautiful, but that she was the most promiscuous on the island, and often caused proceedings before Nicosia's magistrates. It is not unlikely that the warmth of the climate, the separation of homes, the dense patches of mulberry trees, and the frequent absence of husbands who go to the city market are causes of their dissoluteness, or at least make it easier. Make sure that ancient Cythera was located on a small hill a mile away. I will never believe that there could be a garden there, or at least I see no signs of one. But we must describe much more interesting objects. Starting from Nicosia, I was prejudiced that, on returning from Cythera, I might visit the ruins of the Queen's Palace. But this was mentioned to me with such nonchalance, as if it were of little consequence. The doctor had shown me, by the way, the site of these ruins on the highest peak of the mountains, to the north of Nicosia. I believed, observing them with a telescope, that I could see objects worthy of my curiosity. Wherefore I proposed to visit them on my return from Cythera. From the parson's house in which we were lodged, the mountain of the Queen's Palace is seen at the side. I was given leave after lunch by our host, and we set off to see the source that feeds Cythera. At the feet of the clay hills, south of a basalt mountain range, water rises abundantly from 5 places, and in smaller quantities from many others, quickly forming a small river. It is transparent, light, perfectly pure, and extremely cold, as I was told in the summer, which proves to derive from a deep deposit located in the mountains, and never in the clay hills. The locals believe it originates from the continental Carmelian mountains and travels beneath the sea. Nation and overlie the primordial mass of the mountains. Here's a breakdown of the changes made. Here is the translation of the provided text from Auto to English. Nor would it be strictly possible, but it is much more likely to originate from the basaltic mountains of the island, working its way beneath the clay hills without touching them. For if it did, it would lose its good qualities, all the more so since these hills are of a later form. Fulfilling my curiosity in such a way, I left with complete indifference the poor Cythera, which has little remaining of its beauty that it once had when the goddess of grace dwelt there, sodis fata, fulfilling in tal modo, in such a way, la mia curiosità. My curiosity lasciai con tutta indifferenza, left with complete indifference la povera Cythera, the poor Cythera, cui ben poco rimane del bello, which has little remaining of its beauty, chevallo quanto fiti morava la dea della grazie, that it once had when the goddess of grace dwelt there. We headed north to the first line of mountains, overlooking the clay hills and the vast plain to the south. From there we turned west, ascending the upper level of this lava-covered line, passing by the basalt mountain range on our right. This monastery, which has almost the form of that of St. Thecla, belongs to the sites of Holy Land. After 2 hours we resumed a northern direction until we reached the monastery of St. John Chrysostom, situated near a rock that bears the ruins of the Queen's palace, known as Buffavento. 3 Greek monks, the prior's sister, an old and widowed woman, and a young servant very beautiful, are the only inhabitants of this solitude. The gardeners and other workers lodge outside the monastery. After a quarter of an hour we had reached the base of the Needle, where there are 2 squares of ruined walls. Riding on a mule, I reached the base of the distant cliff, about half an hour's journey from the path, and there I had to dismount in order to climb the steep slope. On the morning of April 4th, accompanied by 2 guides, I set out, as neither the doctor nor my overly fat servant had the courage to follow me up the steep cliff. This Needle is a cliff cut almost vertically on all sides, offering no trace of a path. Finally, after much struggle, we reached the gate of the palace, where we took a moment to rest. We took advantage of the uneven rock and outcrops to cling with our hands and feet, helping each other. Sometimes the guides would stop to assess which side offered fewer obstacles, as they were all extremely difficult and littered with terrible precipices. This building can be considered divided into 4 parts, one higher than the other, which I will indicate as follows. The first is the accommodation for the guards, the second that of the warehouses, the third the parade ground or court, and third the parade ground. Fourth, the bedroom for the owners, located on the highest part of the spire. The construction of this building that rests upon underground chambers seems to predate historical times to me, for, as far as I was told, it is not mentioned in any credible history, and I, after carefully examining every part of it, found no trace of inscriptions or hieroglyphs. The walls are made of stones, taken from the local area, and bonded with lime cement. Many corners are constructed with still red and well-baked bricks. Those that I measured are 2 feet long, 1 foot wide, and have a thickness of 2 fingers. Some rooms in the building still have their original ceilings. The pillars of the doors and windows are made of marble composed of marine niches of various types, and they are very well preserved. Considering the work and expense that went into this structure located in such a place, and keeping its age in mind, one cannot help but be impressed. It is embellished with all that is most magnificent and noble that the luxury of its time could offer. The windows are regularly and symmetrically arranged. The pillars, frames, and door and window friezes are all made of marble transported from distant lands. As they could not be manufactured locally, lime, bricks, etc., were used instead. The beauty, or rather the magnificence of the apartment in which I believe the court assembled, and even the water supply needed to construct such a vast building at such a high location, contributes to making us believe that its founder was a sovereign endowed with uncommon talents and great wealth. If you want to regard it as the pleasure residence of some wealthy private individual similar to those that I. If one were to assume that this building is nothing more than a simple fortress, it would be possible to roughly determine the period of its construction, without hesitation about the silence of history, because it may not have deserved the attention of historians for any significant event. I saw some mountains in Africa. I would say that such a building was constructed under similar circumstances, namely, when there were no houses in the nearby plains. But if we consider the magnificence and opulence of this palace a precious monument marking the advancements in art during its construction era, and its singular unassailable location, I am led to believe it to be the abode of a great ruler. Here is the translation of the text from Italian to English. But what was the principle that caused its rise? However, despite the palace of the Queen having been built ahead of its time historically, and having been inhabited by a wealthy and powerful ruler of the island, he desired to make it at once an impenetrable fortress and a magnificent residence, where the pleasures of society embellished and cheered the apparatus of power. The name of the Queen's palace has been passed down through constant tradition to our times, not a single person on the island not knowing it by that name. She is depicted on her knees in a suppliant pose before an image of the Virgin Mary. The painter made the Queen as beautiful as he could, but he gave her a modern Greek dress. Just as every cult has its mysteries, I was shown an ancient wooden painting in the convent of St. John Chrysostom, representing, as they told me, a founding queen, to whom the monks still attribute the founding of their convent to this princess. At the base of the painting is a nearly illegible Greek inscription, which still reads the alleged name of this lady, Maria, daughter of Philip Molinos, etc. The monks claim that an ancient manuscript, stating that this queen was their protector, has been preserved in their convent. However, no one has seen this manuscript, and the comparison of the two buildings reveals an anachronism. Certainly, it is evident that when the palace of the Queen was built, neither Mary, nor Philip, nor the Molinos were yet known, and even less so the monastery of St. John Chrysostom. These poor Greeks, after the era of the late Empire, see nothing but monks and monasteries everywhere. They call the upper part of a palace church, even if it is composed of 2 small square rooms, with narrow doors that exclude any possibility of having served as a gathering place for many people. Other ruins almost at the foot of the cliff are also regarded as relics of a monastery, not less ancient than others. I myself consider them to have been reduced to rubble and advanced works built to defend the palace's entrance. Lower down there are the ruins of a true church. These clearly demonstrate the false origin attributed to the first ones. As we raise our thoughts, we find this singular monument to have an origin more analogous to its form, its ruins, and its surprising location. The name Palazzo della Regina, as I noted earlier, has been preserved and passed down by the most uniform tradition. In the very distant age when it was built, if the author had been a man, he would have only created a fortress, content with a small dwelling for his own use. But the good taste and extreme luxury that dominate in that part, which I call the court oro, social hall, make me suspect that it was the work of a woman. This is composed of 4 square rooms arranged one behind the other with large windows to the north and south, so that from each side you can see almost the entire island. The doors in the middle are the same size, and from the entrance to the first room, all 4 rooms can be seen. It cannot even be considered a place of worship, except for that of Venus, as it lacks the mysterious darkness that characterizes ancient temples. It cannot be supposed that such an apartment was intended for a place of defense, because its form is in no way suitable to this use. Nor can it be regarded as a usual place of residence, since its large windows, reaching down to the floor and opening to all the winds, rule out this supposition. I find no other explanation that could fit this continuation of rooms, except that they were intended for use as a lodge or court apartment and society. The taste and elegance of the parts also lead me to consider it the work of a woman, and when, moreover, tradition has preserved for this place the name of the Queen's Palace, it is difficult not to believe it. Considering the position of this monument, one cannot help but be surprised that no traveller has remembered it from its true historical and philosophical perspective. Tradition has it that in ancient times chariots could reach its summit. The same Mr. Rook who had left the course open to his imagination in these lands, teeming with so many ancient memories, made not a single gesture towards this singular building that dominates almost the entire island, and in particular Cythera and Idalia. Then if this lady was. The citations of Idalia are the nearest places where we find abundant waters to irrigate and adorn the vast gardens of the powerful lady of the palace. Yes, you can guess it, reader, a true Venus, or one of the types of poetic Venus. Undoubtedly, when she wished to bestow her favours upon mortals, she received incense at Cythera and Idalia. If other travellers visited these ruins, and offered a more plausible explanation, 7, do not take away from my illusion of having spent an instant in the abode of grace, and of having been introduced to the most exalted and secret sanctum of the goddess, of love. Ah, Ruka! Here is the translation of the text, ensuring all content is accurately and fully translated without omitting any parts. In non-violent sacrifices he retired to enjoy the company of the gods in their celestial abode above the clouds. I am equal to you in my imagination. 7. It seems that the few travellers who speak of these ruins do not examine them except while standing, a great distance, considering them only from the perspective represented by the monks. Note of the editor. Lastly, if one compares the construction, location, and antiquity of this building with tradition and legend, it seems highly probable that it was the work of a woman, that this woman held considerable power on the island, the civilization of the Greeks and Egyptians by a long time. In this hypothesis, the poetic genius would have made immortal an object that perhaps was far from deserving it. Cythera and Idalia must be respected as parts of the goddess's gardens. Since there were then some poets on the island, they would have undoubtedly divinized these objects, making an apotheosis of the queen, bringing her together with Venus, daughter of Jupiter, an allegory of the fertility of matter, and perhaps the universal attraction that predated. In the highest room that no longer has a roof, there is a wild cypress tree. I picked a branch with fruit, then, climbing up the wall, I removed the highest stone of the building. From this place one enjoys the most magnificent view, with the exception of a small corner. As I looked towards the north coast, I discovered the small town of Kyrigna, which seems nestled at the foot of the mountain. From the land covered by the mountains of Paphos, or Mount Olympus, the eye embraces almost the entire circumference of the island at a glance, as if on a geographical map. Upon making observations from there, I found that the latitude of Kyrigna is 35.25 north, and its longitude 31 east, as measured from the Paris Observatory. The sea horizon is so vast that it confuses the view of the sea with that of the sky, appearing like a chaotic or dense fog. Currently, there is no water on this cliff, as there perhaps was in ancient times, and perhaps the water of the monastery of St. John Chrysostom is nothing but an ancient spring diverted from its original purpose. At this height, respiration takes place in the purest air, but at a temperature so extreme that it did not allow the goddess to dress as lightly as painters and sculptors desired her to. This spire rises alone into the sky above the nearby mountain range, forming something akin to an electrical conductor. 8. This phenomenon favoured religious illusions of mysticism. 8. Tor. I have noticed on numerous occasions, while in the lower regions, that clouds rising from the smaller mountains, or carried by the winds, would attach themselves to its peak. On this subject, one should read what he wrote acutely in his New Science. Giovanni Battista Vico. At 9 o'clock in the morning, I left the Queen's palace. We encountered no greater difficulties descending than we had when ascending. Once, at the base of the spire, I remounted my mule, and by 10 o'clock I found myself at the monastery to meet the doctor and my servant. After an hour of rest, we descended the slopes of the basaltic mountains, then the clay hills, and we were on the plain half an hour after noon. Thus it takes 2 hours and a quarter to climb back up from the Queen's palace onto the plain. Walking towards S.O., I passed the stream of Nicosia an hour after noon, which has water only during the rainy season, and a quarter of an hour later I crossed the village of Kaimaka, from where I arrived in Nicosia at 2 o'clock. The next day, April 5th, I left this capital city at 8 o'clock and a quarter, heading towards S.O. on the Grand Plain, then advancing through the middle. A clay hill, we turned south at 11, following the left bank of a torrent, which we crossed at noon, just before entering Italia. The houses are poorly built and modest, and the inhabitants extremely poor. This place, once so famous for its groves, is now nothing more than a wretched village nestled in a valley, surrounded by pure clay hills, barren and rather sombre. There are few trees, and little herbage, only wheat and barley being cultivated, so that one might say that modern Idalia, resembling the poorest villages of Boeotia's plains, is the most desolate dwelling to be imagined. I arrived at the site, but I was not able to discover any signs of antiquity. It is believed in this country that ancient Idalia was situated on a small hill a mile from the present location. Beyond that, one can clearly see the Queen's palace. Not finding anything noteworthy, I resumed my journey at 2 hours past noon. Whom they share the privileges and immunities of their respective flags, and for that reason one finds customs almost identical in the cities and ports of Europe. Since I passed through a village and a town very sad among the sterile clay hills, I descended to the plain, leaving on my left the village of Aradipo, and after 6 hours I entered Larnaca, the most notable city after Nicosia, where resides bishop, all foreign consuls, some European merchants, and many Greeks protected by various nations. The consuls and the most prominent citizens did the same. On the day of my arrival, the Turkish governor, who is a sheriff, came to visit me, carrying alongside his carabine, and the next day, with a large entourage, the bishop found me. The council of Larnaca seemed too open and poorly defended. However, its geographical position facing the Syrian coast attracts many ships. A mile from this city lies the village of Scala, where the English consul and 2 other consuls reside. Larnaca. Its latitude is 31·27, 30 from the Paris Observatory, and the latitude is 34·56, 54. April 8, at 2 o'clock and a quarter past noon, I left, in the direction of SSW. I encountered, not far away, an aqueduct of considerable length, but meagre construction. At 6 o'clock I entered the village of Matsotos. Here is the translation of the provided text from Auto to English. I spent some time in the garden of a country house, and as I set off again, the weather began to change, so that despite my best efforts I was caught in the rain. The plain we crossed is quite fertile. To the right it is bounded by mountains, and to the left by the sea, 6 miles away from the mountains. Matsotos is a poor village situated on good land at the foot of the mountains. I was warned that I would come across the ruins of an ancient city called Alamina, which should not be confused with Salamina. On the 9th day, at 5:30 in the morning, I headed towards the SO. Then I turned to the O, after crossing a very fertile country called Laconicus, which the locals believe was once inhabited by a colony of that name. At 7 o'clock I crossed a small river, and an hour later another one of little significance. Finally, at 8:15 I made camp on the shore of St. Helena's River. At the mouth of this river is a small port with a wide bay of the same name, because Princess Helena, mother of Emperor Constantine, landed there upon her return from her pilgrimage to Jerusalem. I set off at 10 in the morning, walking along the sea. Chapter 26. Every 2 hours after noon I passed near the ruins of Amatunta. A quarter of an hour later I crossed the river with the same name. At 3:15 we arrived in Limassol, journey to Paphos. The Kuklia, beauty of Cypriot women. Geroshippos Aphroditis, that is, the sacred garden of Venus. 1. Extima, ancient Paphos, New Paphos, or Baffa. On Wednesday, April 23rd, I left Limassol at 7:15 a.m. to head to Paphos. 2 hours later, I passed through Colossi, and since I had crossed the river heading south, I stopped to rest in Episcopi until 3:45 p.m. At 4:30 p.m. I arrived in San Tommaso, and at 6 p.m. I reached Letanischio, where I was to spend the night. The Limassol plain stretches as far as Colossi, and at noon on this plain the Cape Gata extends. Colossi is a village surrounded by gardens and watered by many streams. You can still see a castle or square tower here, said to have been built by the Templars, and next to the tower a large aqueduct, both structures constructed from coarse marble. The bishops reside in an unalienable location, and their estates are more extensive than those of Colossae. Every house is surrounded by gardens, trees, cotton plantations, and grain fields. Idalia and Cythera of the goddess, protector of the island. This village, nestled at the foot of mountains that stretch down to the sea, commands a beautiful plain and coastline. The abundance of water and the fertility of the land make Episcopi's residence delightful and far more worthy than. It was once a very rich city with vast sugar refineries, for which a magnificent aqueduct had been built, as well as immense warehouses, as their ruins attest today. Now it is only a village inhabited by Turks and Greeks, who have their separate quarters. It seems like you've provided a text in Italian. Here is the accurate and complete translation into English. They tell me that women enjoy great freedom there, but I didn't have the luck to see any beautiful ones. Beyond Bishops, it's necessary to climb some limestone mountains. Their vast vertical layers running parallel to the sea make the path much more difficult and dangerous, as horses cannot secure themselves on a completely smooth and sloping ground. After this dangerous passage, the road continues through the mountains, surrounded by cypress, oak, holm oak, and various aromatic plants that fill the air with delicate fragrances. Stomaso is a small village nestled among the mountains, and not far away is Latanischio, slightly larger and located right in the heart of the mountain range. From this last viewpoint, you can perfectly see the Cape of Cat Gutta, whose end seems to be 7 leagues away in the southwest to me. Here's a breakdown. Da quest'ultimo vedesi. From this last viewpoint, perfettamente il capo di Gata. Perfectly see the Cape of Cat, literally, cat head. Their tables are nicely laid with sufficient delicate fare. They would be happy if they were not vexed by the governor, who treats them even worse than the Greeks, because even the poorest family pays 100 plates or coins per year. Here's a breakdown of the translation. Sarebbero felici. La di cui estremità sembromi lontana, whose end seems to be distant to me, 7 leghe al sud-ovest. 7 leagues in the southwest, the most numerous inhabitants of Latanischio are Turks, who seem to me good people and lovers of work. They are decently dressed in white woolen cloth, and let their beards grow long, thick, and reddish. Plates or coins per year. These good mountain people move me with their sorrow and pity. They are faithful Muslims, worthy of a better fate. They would be happy, se meno fossero vessati, if they were not vexed dal governator, by the governor che li maltratta, who treats them badly ancora più di Greci, even worse than the Greeks per Siorce, because anche la più povera famiglia, even the poorest family, paga 100 piastre al anno, pays 100. The gorge has a vertical drop of 240 feet, and exhibits an infinite number of horizontal layers of limestone, or coarse marble. The next morning at 8:30 I left Latanischio and descended into a great gorge, at the bottom of which lies a beautiful spring, adorned, like others on the island, with a small ancient frontispice. The entire uncut portion is covered in dense patches. It is located on the slope of the mountains and surrounded by beautiful valleys that are mostly cultivated. At 9:15 I passed through Jalectora, now a poor village, but once very large and rich, as can be judged from the ruins of its churches and other grand buildings, name that is almost completely ruined, and now has no more than 10 families. Finally, at 11:15, emerging from this pile of mountains, I crossed a small river near its mouth in the sea, whose coast here runs from east-southeast to northwest, and continuing down the road nearly due north, I reached Kuklia, an ancient palace built on a high hill, about half a league from the sea, and near a village of the same. However, the entire building is in extreme decay. The palace is entirely constructed of squared stones, and it has a vast courtyard at the back surrounded by stables and warehouses. Some authors believe that Kuklia was the ancient Cythera, while others attribute it to Arsinoe. The locals, however, think that this was the preferred garden of Queen Aphrodite Venus. Sure, here is the translation. Whoever desires to see this controversy treated more widely can read the historical and geographical portion of these travels. Of people will soon become a desert. The palace overlooks a vast and fertile countryside, watered by numerous streams or rivers, which currently forms the appanage of one of the sultans of the Grand Lord, but is left to tenants or subtenants who neglect its cultivation. And in this way, this district, which should be a delightful place, and at the same time sufficient to feed thousands. The main landlord, who is Greek, lives in the palace, and as he was absent, I decided to explore the nearby antiquities of this place upon returning from Paphos. From Kuklia, you can see the sea about half a mile away, and a Turkish village called Mandria. As he was about to leave, a Greek priest led me a short distance away from the palace gate, and showed me two beautiful recently discovered mosaics on top of the hill, each approximately 3 feet in diameter. It is astonishing that no one notices the remaining structure, as it is barely covered by a few inches of earth. The priest told me that there was even a palace dedicated to Aphrodite in this very spot. Leaving the temple around 4:30 p.m., I took the road towards the northeast and crossed a beautiful single-arch bridge with a Turkish inscription. Here's a breakdown of changes made. At 5 o'clock I crossed another river, and the villages of Demi, Askea, and Koloni, entirely unconnected to each other, and arrived at Geroshipos at 6:30. Alasinke at 5, kept as is, assuming a clock is implied in English context. Attraversai un altro fiume crossed another river, translated directly. Ai villaggi di Demi, d'Askea e di Koloni, and the villages of Demi, Askea, and Koloni, translated directly, separating with commas for clarity. Gli uni agli, altri affatto vicini, entirely unconnected to each other. A more natural phrasing in English. Geroshipos, Geroshipos, kept as is, assuming this is a proper noun. Alasai e tre quarti at 6:30, translated directly. In Geroshipos, I stayed with the Greek Andrea Zimbolacci, agent of the English consulate, whose flag fluttered on the roof of the house. It is desired that this be one of the sacred gardens of Venus, and indeed such is the meaning of the Greek word, which from the most remote antiquity has been given to the small village located at the top of the rock that overlooks the subject. Garden. The daughter of this most excellent man reached me as the most beautiful woman I had seen in Cyprus, and truly worthy to dwell in the dominion of Venus. Without being perfectly white, her complexion is the fairest that one could behold, and the proportions of her body are those of Greek statues, 9 except for her chest, which, as I observed in all the other Cypriot women, hangs too low. Having observed that this woman had golden hair, I remembered that African women dyed their hair. I shared this observation with her father, who showed me a powder from Alexandria, which the Cyprians used to give their hair a golden colour. I saw in the same house a Muslim maid with golden hair, who, although beautiful, had a certain wild aura that disgusted me, but has such perfect beauty preserved in the venia of the Car. Medici ever existed. It is true that one should not look for the type of ancient Greek beauty among Muslims, but rather among Cypriots. But how to find them if these escape our gaze? I admit that even if it is not true, such a hypothesis cannot be entirely dismissed. The beauties of their ancestors, perhaps the limited merit of other Greek women, contributed to enhancing the value of the Cypriot women, or perhaps the most dissolute customs of these supplied beauty to warm the imagination of poets, painters, and sculptors. 9. Here is the translation of the provided text from Auto to English. Abstraction from that air of secrecy and playfulness that I noticed in all Greek women, which is a consequence of the current state of decline of that nation, their round faces, without expression, drooping chests, and ungraceful bearing, give us a rather unfavourable impression of. It is said that Apelles painted the flesh tones of the two Venuses. On the morning of April 25th, I went to visit the sacred garden of Venus. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. A brunette and Pietro Aretino, as well as Ludovico Dolce, gave extraordinary praise to Tiziano for having given the same tint to his Saint Catherine. This is a long plan, approximately 1 mile in length and 2 wide, that extends out to the sea with a gentle decline from a layered cliff cut perpendicular, which closes it off at its highest point. The aspect this campaign has of a subterranean place is due to the fact that one cannot enter from any direction without descending into a chasm, and because even the strongest wind blows constantly at the top, the garden enjoys perfect stillness. Here's a breakdown. L'Hotel dà questa campagna l'aspetto di un sotterraneo, which gives this campaign the aspect of a cellar, literal translation, keeping the imagery. Perché non si può entrare da per una banda senza scendere per un burrone, because one cannot enter from any direction without descending into a chasm, rephrased for natural English, while preserving meaning, and because even the strongest wind blows constantly at the top, the garden enjoys perfect stillness. E perché soffiando il vento, anche gagliardissimo, nella parte superiore, nel giardino si gode costantemente di una perfetta calma. Direct translation with minor adjustments for grammatical flow from various points. Waters spring from the rock fractures, crystal clear, capable of irrigating the entire subject countryside. And one can see frequent traces of a much larger number of springs in past times. This supports the notion that one entered the sacred garden through a subterranean passage similar to the one visible beside the entrance. The main entrance appears to have been an open descent into the cliff next to the present village, the roof of which has now fallen, leaving the passage exposed and obstructed with ruin. And since the cliff has many twists and turns, at every bend one can see a change in the appearance of the garden, which can be naturally divided into several compartments, each with caves or dwellings carved into the rock, as could still be seen today. Perhaps the applicant was thought to endure the tests, or participate in the secrets of initiation. Under this assumption, when led from that gloomy den into the delightful garden, he must have believed himself transported to a celestial abode. The terrible trials of Isis and Osiris are well known, and we know that if here is the translation of the provided text, Pythagoras participated in the mysteries of Diospolis, and he was forced to undergo the cruel operation of circumcision. It is certain in the meantime that this rock layer is extremely thin, being perforated artificially in several places and eroded elsewhere. Thus, it is easy to imagine the dark labyrinths through which the initiated had to feel their way before entering the garden. But were such trials still used in the initiations of Aphrodite? I speak of primitive initiations, prior to those practiced in the time of the goddess. Illustration: a fontanos in the mountains of Papho. 10 memories regarding Pythagoras here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. I am so uncertain and obscure that it is not enough to clearly establish whether this is the name of an individual or the title of a chief of colleges. But this famous garden, that once was the delight of the inhabitants of Greece and Asia, is now nothing but the residence and badly tended farm of a poor tenant farmer. Almost in the centre of the garden one can see the remains of a Greek church called Ia Maria. Among these, the capital of a column striated with grey marble is particularly notable. It is both simple and elegant. Under the village of Geroshipos lies the main spring of the garden, which rises from just below the upper layer of the cliff, and provides water so clear and fresh that it tempts you to taste it. At that time the governor was Ali Bey, an extremely aged man, who, during his long tenure, had managed to earn the love and respect of both Turks and Greeks. On the same day, at 9:30 in the morning, I left Geroshipos, passing by the right side of the city and port of Paphos, now known as Baffa, and arrived an hour later in Kima, where the Turkish governor of Paphos and a Greek bishop reside. He welcomed me pompously, allowing me to enter on horseback right up to the door of his chamber, where I was served a magnificent meal. After lunch I was led to the accommodation that had been allocated to me, and from there I entered a kind mosque, which was once a Greek rite church dedicated to Saint Sophia. The city of Kima, once so renowned, is now little more than a pile of ruins, with no more than 200 Turkish and 20 Greek families remaining. The bishop's palace, along with its associated buildings, is located in a separate quarter. However, it seems the bishop prefers the residence of an interior city, which I was told is quite large and populated solely by Greeks. Here is the translation of your text from auto to English. Based on good observations, I fixed the northern latitude of Timor at 34·48·4. The port of Baffa is half a league further south than Timor. Illustration 1. House made of a stone in the old Pafo. 2. Catacombs in Pafo. The following Saturday, after receiving the visit of the respectable Ali Bey, I left for Paphos, 1 mile away from the seashore. As I approached this city, I noticed some isolated cliffs on the plain. But what surprised me was that when I visited them, I found them cut internally to form perfectly regular houses, and my wonder grew 1,000 times when I discovered underground the image of a city carved into the rock. The arches of these underground houses are built in a compressed arch style, and some have no centering. The walls are perpendicular and smooth, and the corners are perfectly plumb. The most perfect cleanliness is still preserved after many centuries. Here is the translation of the text from Italian to English. Some of these buildings have the appearance of palaces, with courtyards, loggias, columns, pillars, and all the exquisite details of architectural decorations one could imagine. Every element carved into the living stone with the finest mouldings. When considering this human effort, one cannot help but admire such prior works, which seem to precede the books and medals of the most distant antiquity. The cliff from which these structures are composed is formed from a sandy limestone rock with a yellowish-white colour, having a very fine grain in horizontal layers that are slightly oblique. In one of these buildings I saw some broken columns, whose capitals remain suspended on the architrave as they form part of the frame of the cornice. The living. Here's a breakdown. Although they may be considered catacombs due to their location and the countless narrow niches that seem intended for coffins, nonetheless, the lack of such niches in many apartments, and in others, the communication between each niche, and the quality of the decorations lead me to believe that these places also served as habitats for la qualità degli ornati, comunicazione dell'una col altra nitia, communication or connection between one niche and another, or the quality of the ornaments. Mi picano a credere che causes me to believe that questi luoghi servissero d'abitazione anche ai vivi. These places served as habitats even for the living. The vast extent of these ruins does not allow for any doubt that, if systematic and well-directed excavations are carried out, incredibly interesting objects will be found, more significant in terms of antiquity than those of Pompeii and Herculaneum. 11. The tradition that assigns this place to Venus for her stay, and the Geroshipos, is too well-founded to be questioned, and the spacious caves that can still be seen agree with the idea we have of the mysterious initiations of the goddess. But whether this goddess of Paphos and Geroshipos is the same goddess of Idalia and Cythera, and queen of the palace of the mountains of Nicosia, is what I cannot believe, for the style of the palace's architecture is patently later than the ruins and remnants of Paphos 11. This too may be true, but our author told us, speaking of the mountain palace, that he believed it to be earlier than historical times. If this is so, what will be the antiquity of Paphos? Assuming this to be true, one would likely suppose that there were once 2 queens of Aphrodite Venus on Cyprus. The eldest ruled in Paphos, at Geroshipos and Kuklia, while the other, at a later time, resided in the mountain palace of Nicosia and reigned over Cythera and Idalia, both being far anterior to this period. Such is at least the result of my observations, which I submit to the wisdom of my readers, hoping that where they disagree with my opinions, they may at least. The text translated from Auto to English is, historically, they reduced the poets of later eras to a single sovereign of Cythera, Idalia, and Paphos. In these cities, temples and altars were built for her as if she were a single deity. Sure, here is the translation. Directly. If it's not true, it's well-founded. I am ready to retract my statement if more plausible conjectures are presented to me. Unfortunately, when it comes to such distant memories, we have no choice but to content ourselves with probabilities, or remain silent. It is a most remarkable fact that the city of Paphos, situated on the sea-coast, is a monument to the stationary state of the Mediterranean, which for so many centuries did not vary by even a single inch in its general level. To be sure, the cliffs in which the city of Paphos is cut are of marine formation, but this must have occurred in an era still anterior to the last great cataclysm of the globe, and a few habitable houses scattered about. The ruins, with some gardens. Having observed the passage of the sun, standing amidst the ruins I had described, they were located at a northern latitude of 34·48·4. After noon, I left the ruins to head to the new Paphos, a seaport half a league away, known by the Turks and nautical charts as Baffa, once a splendid city, where one can find remnants of columns, arches, etc. The harbour is small and so crowded with sand that barely the smallest boats can enter. At the tip of a rock on the south side stands a fortress built by the Turks, equipped with artillery. When I approached the fort, I saw the flag flying, and was greeted by 3 cannon shots according to the orders given by Ali Bey. The inhabitants say that it was once a palace of Venus. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English, but I am of a sentiment that it was a temple of an era less distant from the underground, dedicated to her cult. In a place facing the port, there are excavations whose entrances are now obstructed by ruins, and at the top of this hill one can see the remains of many granite columns, entirely smooth, of a very dark grey colour, which attest to the existence of a magnificent monument. After casting one last glance at the labyrinth of ruins of New Paphos, I returned to Jeloshipos in the evening. Capitulo 27, ported, Pio, Psedid, Bite, Caves. But giant ruins of Kuklia, return to Limassol. Amatonta, ruins. Catacombs, general observations. Travel to Alexandria. Landing. In the second of these villages there are remnants and some arches of an aqueduct that served the sugar mills in the area. The main landlord of the Kuklia, who was expecting me, had prepared a rich lunch. The day after April 27th, after visiting other underground houses not far from Jericho's, I set off for the Kuklia, passing through Colony, Askeia, and Dimi. He complained to me about his sultan mistress. She would not allow the repair of the buildings on this vast property, which are falling into ruin. He pays 20 bags per year. Among the ruins of Kuklia there are some walls entirely extraordinary, composed of 2 orders of very large stones forming the base, and above a second order of double stones that make up the entire height and thickness. This colossal work of art seems to have been raised by giant hands. Not believing my eyes, I rather wanted to believe that this mass was nothing but an ancient petrified paste, but in vain. Its black colour and a sign of decomposition made me accept this assumption. Would this be a remnant of Cyclopean architecture? In vain would one be led to believe otherwise. These are true stones, and of such immense size that our imagination is awed when thinking of the efforts that must have been required for their transport and placement. 12, it is claimed that these ruins, and the mosaics mentioned earlier, belonged to Aphrodite's palace. I was assured that in Paphos, Ctima, and the nearby area, people are very good-looking. Amid these colossal ruins, one can glimpse the traces of several centuries, marked by inscriptions, bas-reliefs, and fresco paintings. The wife of the landlord in Kuklia is very beautiful, though rather stout, and so are her 2 servants. All 3 have a Greek round face. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. See the work? 12 of these Cyclopean walls. Many ruins are found in southern Italy and Greece. Clarifications requested by the Fine Arts class of the Institute of France regarding the construction of many military monuments of antiquity. Paris, Anne. Trattosti. On the 28th, I set off for Limassol along the already travelled road, where I arrived the following day. Not long after, I went to see the ruins of Amathunta, located about a league from Limassol. Amathunta was once a great city built on several hills overlooking the sea. However, these ruins are so dilapidated that there is nothing remarkable to be found. Among these ruins, my attention was drawn to those of a temple, the irregular architecture of which indicates that it was built during the decline of the fine arts. These 2 gigantic vases were placed one beside the other, and were intended for the same purpose. At the top of a hill there is a fragment of a column and 2 vases, or rather shapes carved from the same rock of immense size. One is almost completely destroyed, while the other is quite well preserved. There are also many tombs carved into the rock, and countless inscriptions chiselled onto large stones. Through the darkness of tradition, the construction of these vessels on top of a hill near a monument, and the figure of a bull prominently carved in relief on all four sides of each vase, corresponding to the four cardinal points, lead me to believe that they were intended for libations or sacrifices to a dun. A narrow passage, a central chamber, and 3 other funerary chambers make up these catacombs. The entrance to the catacombs or burial caves at Amatanta is so obstructed with ruins that it is only possible to enter through a narrow opening, crawling on your stomach for several meters, using just the light from torches. The river of Amatanta flows a short distance to the east of the city, and it appears to have once crossed through it. The sea crashes against the walls of the city. Thousands of bats awakened by our torches, the burial beds carved into the rock and open, the extreme humidity, and the silence of my guide, who was alone with me, reminded me that this was the abode of the dead, and prompted me to return soon, and to enjoy the light of day. A careful examination of the antiquities of the island of Cyprus confirms my assumption about the existence of 2 distinct sovereigns, known as Aphrodite, that is, the contemporary poets of the second Venus, to flatter her vanity, did not distinguish her from the first, and those of the subsequent centuries, misled by their writings, ended up confusing the copy with the original, attributing a single Venus with the attributes of that of Paphos, and of that of Idalia, and of Cythera, in entirely different periods. The first one predates the historical era of the catacombs or underground palaces of ancient Paphos, of Jerusalem, and Kuklia. The other one follows, ruling over Idalia and Cythera, owner of the Queen's Palace on Mount Bofavento. Superstition, license, and the interest of the Cypriots dedicated time to the apotheosis of this woman in places steeped in tradition and poetry, the sole historians of those distant times marked as the abode of a goddess. The port of Paphos. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. Baffa, located on the western side of the island, facing Greece and the archipelago between the ancient Paphos and Jerusalem, was likely the site of landing for Greek pilgrims. The offerings used, without a doubt, in the construction of the magnificent temple, whose beautiful columns are now scattered on the hill of New Paphos. The phrase baffa in faccia al porto is an Italian expression that literally translates to a slap in the face at the port. The rest of the sentence can be translated as follows. They unclear from the context who they refers to have contributed more than anything else to making this city wealthy and grand, as its immense ruins demonstrate. Illustration. Profile of an ancient temple in Amatunta. I do not remember having read any description of this island, nor do I know what other travellers might think. But whatever their opinion, I am of the belief that the Venus of Paphos is different from the Venus of Cythera and Idalia. 13. Changes made, removed underscores, and italicization. If this island had a protective and friendly government for arts, it is likely that well-directed research would yield much more interesting, varied monuments than Herculaneum and Pompeii. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. 13. It is a pity that other travellers have not yet described the island of Cyprus under its mythological aspects, and that they tell us nothing about Paphos, the Queen's Palace, etc. These are not necessary in English. Standardized formatting, ensured consistent capitalization and punctuation, clarified wording, made adjustments for natural flow and clarity in English. In general, there is a shortage of water in Cyprus. While the mountains of Paphos and Episcopi provide an abundance, other parts of the island are only irrigated by poor streams and torrents, which are almost always dry during the summer. One can also see that at the same time roads and bridges existed, making travel around the island easy and enjoyable. However, everything is now broken and ruined. This island, so beloved by nature for many other reasons, is afflicted by 2 calamities. 1. The remnants, the ancient aqueducts scattered here and there across the island, clearly demonstrate that it was once irrigated from all sides. It is certain that the mountains of Paphos could provide water to the entire island, but how could such works be undertaken under Turkish rule. A remarkable number of vipers or snakes, ranging from 2 to 3 feet in length, whose bites are generally fatal. As a result, people of all classes and ages, even the poorest, are forced to always wear boots. I've seen several of these snakes, whose usual gait is incredibly slow, on multiple occasions. 2. From the crickets that reproduce in astonishing numbers every year, without anyone considering the not-so-difficult means of destroying them. I sent a brief memorandum on this subject to the Archbishop, Prince of Cyprus, and received the most gracious acknowledgment. Diest. If the population were brought to the number which the island is capable of sustaining, if a liberal constitution secured to the inhabitants property and freedom of worship, it would not be long before it became one of the happiest spots on earth. Thus nature has been liberal to it in a temperate climate, pure air, excellent waters, and fertile land. Her metals that exist on the island. The disposition of the inhabitants towards a new order of things, which would give impetus to industry. The harvests of cotton, wine, and grain, which would grow in proportion to the population, industry, freedom, and security of its inhabitants. Easily multiply on the lofty mountains, the mining of abundant copper deposits, and perhaps even rich. Nationally, everything would contribute to the prosperity of the island of Cyprus. In terms of topography, one can consider this island as a segment of a circle, with a radius of 60 leagues and a width of 18.5 leagues. This surface is divided into 3 large parts. 1. 2. The mountain range of Paphos, or Mount Olympus, whose highest peaks are always covered in snow. This initial range forms the southern part of the island, from the vicinity of Paphos, where the highest peaks are found up to Larnaca. 3. The vast plain of Nicosia, which crosses the island from east to west through its centre. The chain of volcanic mountains to the north, stretching from Kyrenia to Cape St. Androdot. Alexandria. I chartered the cabin for myself, and reserved places for my servants. About midday, we encountered a warship approaching us, and it was quickly recognized as a Turkish frigate. He set sail on the night of the 9th to the 10th of May, with a wind in our rear quarters, which lasted until the night of the 11th, when we had a headwind. But in the morning of the 12th, we still had a good wind. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English, based on my astronomical observations made at Limassol at different times. I had the northern latitude of 34, 36, 30, and the eastern longitude of 30, 36, 30. To continue my journey to Mecca, I took advantage of the first opportunity offered by a Greek brigantine sailing from. After the practice examinations, he wished us a safe journey, and soon after we found ourselves facing the port of Alexandria, where we happily entered at noon on May 12, 1806. The next morning, the second Sheikh Ibrahim Pasha came to visit me on board. At the customs office, they refused to allow a visit. I immediately disembarked and accompanied him to his home. From there, I was taken to a house that had been prepared for me. End of Volume 2. 9. Index of matters contained in this second volume, Chapter 15. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. My suitcases, or boxes, and I received all demonstrations of respect, and those regards that custom could inspire in such good people. Description of Morocco. Saints. The Sultan's palace. Jews. Gardens. Crows. Lepers. Mount Atlas. Here it is the translation of the provided text from Auto to English. Brevi. Collection of some vocabulary of that language. Page 5, cap. 60 tides. 1. Ali Bey's illness. Natural history. Lunar eclipse. Well, the Sultan's return. Women's gift. Announcement of the Hajj journey. Etiquette visit and the Sultan's gift. Tent sent by him. Ali Bey departs from Morocco. 25, cap. Eward. Septin. Pontus. Note, the word cap appears to be an abbreviation and remains as is in the translation. The reigning house of Morocco. Genealogy. Sheriffs. Tactics. The Sultan's entries. His guards. His women. Departure of Ali Bey from Fez. Journey to Ulster 49 Cap. Etedenpad. 1. Description of Ulster. Difficulties in continuing the journey. Detention by order of the Sultan. Departure from Ulster. Desert adventures of the ancient island Atlantis. Here is the translation of the provided text from auto to English. Arrival at Larais and its description. Departure from the Moroccan Empire, 71, chapter 19. Journey by sea from Larais to Tripoli in Barbary. Of the existence of a Mediterranean Sea in the centre of Africa, 105, chapter 20. Rising of the sea. Storm. Landing on the Karkeni bank. Description of the islands with the same name. Arrival at the port of Tripoli, 136, chapter 21, landing. Introduction to the Pasha. Government. Intrigues. Description of Tripoli. Court. Mosques, courts, coffee houses, provisions, Jews, trade, measures, weights, coins, climate, antiquities. Kingdom of Tripoli, 151. Chapter 22. Ali Bey's leave-taking from the Pasha of Tripoli. Departure for Alexandria. Captain's mistake. Arrival on the shores of the sea, island of wisdom. Continuing the journey. Shortage of supplies. Return to wisdom. Long gate. Here is the translation of the provided text from auto to English. Modern 175, chapter 20. European supplies. Islands. Continuation of the journey. Storm. Arrival in Alexandria. Hurricane. Terrifying storm. Arrival in Cyprus. Poor condition of the ship. Landing in Limassol, 195, chapter 24. Journey to Nicosia. Description of this city. Here is the translation of the provided text from auto to English. Architecture, etiquette, visits. Archbishops and bishops. Greek tributes. Partners. Women. Ignorance. Turkish churches. Mosques, 208, chapter 25. Journey to Cythera. Ruins of the Queen's Palace. Observations concerning their origin. Return to Nicosia. Larnaca. Journey to Idalia. Return to Limassol, 230, chapter 26. La Cuclia. Travel to Paphos. The beauty of Cypriot women. Geroshipos, the sacred garden of Aphrodite. Extima, ancient Paphos, 27. New Paphos, or Buffer 250 cap. The gigantic ruins of La Cuclia. Return to Limassol. Amathunta. Ruins. Catacombs. General observations. Travel to Alexandria. Here is the translation of the provided text from auto to English. Landing 266 table index contents in this volume. Table I, view of the ruins of the Queen's Palace from the side of the monastery of Chrysostomo P. 241. Table 2. Fountain in the mountains of Paphos, 258. Table 3. A. The text translated from auto to English is House built in a stone in Old Paphos, 261b. Catacombs in Paphos, their table fort. Profile of an ancient temple in Amatanta, 271. Transcriber's note. Names, with minor typographical errors corrected without comment. End of the project, Gutenberg e-book. Travels of Ali Bey El Abbassi in Africa and Asia. Volume 2, updated editions will supersede previous versions. Old editions will be renamed. You write royalties. Here is the translation of the provided text from auto to English. Creating works from print editions not protected by U.S. copyright law means that no one holds a copyright for these works in the United States, allowing the Foundation and you to copy and distribute them within the United States without seeking permission and without paying top. Special rules, outlined in the General Terms of Use section of this license, apply to copying and distributing Project Gutenberg electronic works to safeguard the Project Gutenberg concept and trademark. If you do not charge anything for copies of this e-book, complying with the trademark license is very easy. Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark and may not be used if you charge for an e-book except by following the terms of the trademark license, including paying royalties for use of the Project Gutenberg trademark. You may use this e-book for nearly any purpose, such as creating derivative works, reports, performances, and research. Sure, here is the translation. Project Gutenberg e-books may be modified and printed out and redistributed, may do practically anything with most e-books in the United States that are not protected by U.S. copyright law. Redistribution is subject to trademark license restrictions, especially when commercial redistribution is involved. Full license, the full project, Gutenberg license. Please read this before you distribute. No. In this file or online at www.gutenberg.org. Section 1. Here is the translation of the provided text from auto to English. Use this work to uphold the Project Gutenberg mission of promoting the free distribution of electronic works. By using or sharing this work or any associated material referenced associate, Project Gutenberg, you agree to abide by all terms of the full Project Gutenberg license fountain. If you do not agree to abide by all the terms of this agreement, you must cease using and return or destroy all copies of Project Gutenberg electronic works in your possession. General terms of use and redistributing Project Gutenberg electronic works. Band A. By reading or using a part of this Project Gutenberg electronic work, you indicate that you have read, understood, agreed, and accepted all the terms of this license and intellectual property trademark copyright agreement. 1b. Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark. Here is the translation of your text from auto to English. If you paid a fee for obtaining a copy of or access to a Project Gutenberg electronic work and do not agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement, you may request a refund from this agreement. You may request a refund from person or entity to whom you made the payment as outlined in Section 1E8. It may only be used on or associated in any way with an electronic work by individuals who agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement. There are a few things that you can do with most Project Gutenberg electronic works, even without complying with the full terms of this agreement. See paragraph 1C below. Refer to paragraph 1E below. Line C. There are many things you can do with Project Gutenberg electronic works if you adhere to the terms of this agreement and contribute to preserving free access to Project Gutenberg electronic works in the future. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the foundational PGLAF, holds a compilation copyright in the collection of Project Gutenberg electronic works. The translation of nearly all the individual works in the collection are in the public domain in the United States. Remains the same in English, as it is already written in English. Here it is for your reference. Almost all the individual works in the collection are in the public domain in the United States. Ved. Here is the translation of the provided text. If a single work is not protected by copyright law in the United States, and you reside in the United States, we do not assert any right to stop you from copying, distributing, performing, displaying, or creating derivative works based on the work, so long as all references to Project Gutenberg are remote. You can easily comply with the terms of this agreement by maintaining the same format for this work, including the full Project Gutenberg license that is attached to it when you share it free of charge with others. 1D. Of course, we hope that you will support the Project Gutenberg mission of promoting free access to electronic works by freely sharing Project Gutenberg works in compliance with the terms of this agreement, ensuring that the Project Gutenberg remains associated with the work. Copyright laws are subject to frequent changes in most countries. The copyright laws of your jurisdiction also dictate what actions you may take regarding this work. The Foundation makes no representations regarding the copyright status of any work in any country other than the United States. Here is the translation of the provided text from auto to English. If you are outside the United States, please check the laws of your country, along with the terms of this agreement, before downloading, copying, displaying, performing, displaying, or creating derivative works based on this work or any other Project Gutenberg material. Textual content that needs translation. If this is meant to be interpreted or translated in a particular context, please provide additional details. Sure, here is the translation of your text from auto, assumed to be a language like French or German to English, while ensuring all content is accurately and fully translated, unless you have removed all references to Project Gutenberg. The specific Gutenberg, Code 1E1, has been left out as it seems to be a part of a classification system, rather than no cost, and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. The following text must appear prominently whenever any copy of a Project Gutenberg work, any work on which the phrase Project Gutenberg appears, or with which it is associated, is accessed, displayed, performed, viewed, copied, or distributed. This e-book is for the use of anyone, anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world. A. If you are not in the United States, please check the laws in your country before using this e-book. I have removed the unusual symbols as instructed and ensured that all essential information is conveyed accurately. Here is the translation of the provided text from auto to English. You may copy, distribute, or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this e-book or online at www.gutenberg.org. 1E3. Gutenberg trademark as outlined in sections 1E8 or 1E9. If an individual Project Gutenberg electronic work is derived from texts not protected by U.S. copyright law and does not contain a notice indicating that it is posted with permission of the copyright holder, it can be copied and distributed free of charge to anyone in the United States. Here is the translation of the provided text from auto to English. If you are redistributing or providing access to a work that includes the phrase Project Gutenberg associated with or appearing on the work, you must comply with either the requirements of sections 1E1 through 1E7 or obtain permission for the use of the work and the project. Here is the translation of the provided text. If an individual Project Gutenberg electronic work is posted with the permission of the copyright holder, your use and distribution must adhere to both paragraphs 1E1 through 1E7 and any additional terms set forth by the copyright holder. 1E4. Additional terms. These terms will be linked to the Project Gutenberg license for all works posted with the permission of the copyright holder found at the beginning of this work. 1E5. Do not unlink, detach, or remove the full Project Gutenberg license terms from this work, or any files containing a part of this work, or any other work associated with Project Gutenberg. You are allowed to convert and distribute this text in any format, whether binary, compressed, marked up, non-proprietary or proprietary, including word processing or hypertext formats. Here is the translation of the provided text from auto to English. Do not copy, display, perform, distribute, or redistribute this electronic work, or any part of it, without prominently displaying the sentence set forth in paragraph 1E1. Active links or immediate access to the full terms of the Project Gutenberg license. Pi, or a means of obtaining a copy upon request of the work in its original plain vanilla ASCII or other form. Here is the translation of the provided text from auto to English. Any alternative format must include the full Project Gutenberg license, as specified in section 1E1, 1E7. However, if you provide access to or distribute copies of a Project Gutenberg work in a format other than plain vanilla ASCII, or another format used in the official version, posted on the official Project Gutenberg website, official Project Gutenberg, must, at no additional cost, fee, or expense to the user, provide a copy, a means of exporting a queue. I have removed the uncommon symbols and ensured that the meaning and structure of the text are preserved in the translation. Do not charge a fee for access to viewing, displaying, performing, copying, or distributing any Project Gutenberg works unless you comply with either paragraph 1E8 or 1E9, or 1E9. The fee is owed to the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark, but he has agreed to donate royalties under this paragraph to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Royalty payments must be made within 60 days, following each date on which you file or are legally required to file your periodic tax returns. You may charge a reasonable fee for copies of, or providing access to or distributing Project Gutenberg electronic works, provided that you pay a royalty fee of 20 of the gross profits you derive from the use of Project Gutenberg works, calculated using the method you already use to determine your applicable taxes. Royalty payments should be clearly marked as such and sent to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation at the address specified in Section 4. Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. You provide a full refund of any money paid by a user who notifies you in writing or by email within 30 days of receipt that they do not agree to the terms of the full Project Gutenberg license. You must require such a user to return or destroy all copies of the works in physical form and cease all use of, and all access to other copies of Project Gutenberg works. You comply with all other terms of this agreement for free distribution of Project Gutenberg works. Here is the translation of the provided text from auto to English. You provide, in accordance with paragraph 1F3, a full refund of any money paid for a work or a replacement copy if a defect in the electronic work is discovered and reported to you. Electronic work is discovered and reported to you within 90 days of receipt of the work. 1E9. Sure. Here is the translation of the provided text from auto to English. Contact the Foundation as set forth in Section 3 below. If you wish to charge a fee or distribute a Project Gutenberg electronic work or group of works on different terms than are set forth in this agreement, you must obtain permission in writing from the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the manager of the Project Gutenberg trademark, and for the section reference 1F1, codes that damage or cannot be read by your equipment. 1F2, limited warranty, disclaimer of damages. Here is the translation of the provided text from auto to English. Project Gutenberg volunteers and staff invest significant effort in identifying, conducting copyright research on, transcribing, and proofreading works that are not protected by U.S. or copyright law in order to create the Project Gutenberg collection. Despite these efforts, Project Gutenberg electronic works and the medium on which they may be stored may contain defects, such as, but not limited to, incomplete, inaccurate, or corrupt data, transcription errors, a copyright or other intellectual property infringement, a defective or damaged disk or other medium, a computer virus or computer. This electronic work is provided to you as is. Neither the author nor Project Gutenberg assumes any responsibility for damages, for any loss of data, or for any negative effects caused by any virus in any version of this digital work when using it or downloading from any Project Gutenberg. Release. You agree that you have no remedies for negligence, strict liability, breach of warranty, or breach of contract, except those provided in paragraph 1F3. You also agree that the Foundation, the trademark owner, and any distributor under this agreement will not be liable to you for actual, direct, indirect, consequential, punitive, or incidental damages. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark, and any party distributing a Project Gutenberg electronic work under this agreement, except for the right of replacement or refund, described in paragraph 1F3, disclaim all liability to you for damages, costs, and expenses, including legal fees. 1F3. Here is the accurate English translation, even if you are aware of the possibility of such damage. Limited right of replacement or refund. If you identify a defect in this electronic work within 90 days of receiving it, you are entitled to a refund of the purchase price, if any, by providing a written explanation to the person from whom you received the work. If you receive the work on a physical medium, you must return the medium along with your written explanation. The individual or organization that supplied you with the defective work may choose to provide a replacement copy instead of a refund. Here is the translation of the provided text into English. If you receive the work electronically, the person or entity providing it to you may choose to give you a second opportunity to receive the work electronically instead of a refund. 1F4. If the second copy is also defective, you may demand a refund in writing without any further opportunities to fix the issue. 1F5. Here is the translation of the text from auto to English, except for the limited right of replacement or refund, stated in paragraph 1F3. This work is provided to you as is, with no other warranties of any kind, express or implied, including, not limited to warranties of merchantability or fitness for any purpose. I have removed any uncommon symbols as requested and ensured a clear and complete translation. Here is the translation of the provided text from auto to English. Some states do not permit the exclusion or limitation of certain implied warranties, or the exclusion or limitation of certain types of damages. The invalidity or unenforceability of any provision of this agreement shall not render void the remaining provisions. 1F6. If any disclaimer or limitation in this agreement conflicts with the laws of the state governing this agreement, it shall be construed to allow the maximum disclaimer or limitation permitted by applicable state law. Here is the translation of your text into English. Indemnity. You agree to indemnify and hold harmless the Foundation, the trademark owner, any agent or employee of the Foundation, anyone providing copies of Project Gutenberg electronic works, this agreement, and any volunteers associated with the production, promotion, and distribution of. It exists because of the efforts of hundreds of volunteers and donations from people in all walks of life. Project Gutenberg electronic works from all liability, costs, and expenses, including legal fees, that arise directly or indirectly from any of the following actions by you: distributing this or any project Gutenberg work, be altering, modifying, adding to, or deleting from any Project Gutenberg work, and see here is the translation. Section 2. Information about the mission of Project Gutenberg. Project Gutenberg is synonymous with the free distribution of electronic works in formats readable by the widest variety of computers, including obsolete, old, middle-aged, and new computers. Here is the translation of the provided text from auto to English. Volunteers and financial support to enable volunteers to receive the assistance they require are crucial for achieving Project Gutenberg's objectives and guaranteeing that the Project Gutenberg collection remains freely accessible for generations ahead. In 2001, the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation was established to ensure a secure and permanent future for Project Gutenberg and generations to come. To learn more about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation and how your support and donations can make a difference, please refer to sections 3 and 4, as well as the Foundation's information page at www.gutenberg. Section 3. Information about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation is a non-profit. Status by the Internal Revenue Service. Its employer identification number, EIN or federal tax. Identification number is 646,221,1541. Here is the translation of the text from auto to English. Contributions to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation are tax-deductible up to the full extent permitted by U.S. federal laws and your state's laws. The Foundation's business office is located at 809 North 1500 West, Salt Lake City, Ute 84116, 801-506, 1887. Contact information and up-to-date details can be accessed through the Foundation's website and official page at www.gutenberg.org. Contact GE of devices, including older ones. Section 4. Information about donations to Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation project. Gutenberg relies on and cannot continue without widespread public support and donations to fulfill its mission of increasing the number of public domain and license it 12 years. Works that can be freely distributed in machine-readable form, accessible by a wide RAM. Many small donations, from $1 to $5,000, are particularly crucial for preserving our tax-exempt status with the IRS. The Foundation is dedicated to adhering to the laws governing charities and charitable donations across all 50 states of the United States. Compliance requirements vary, and achieving and maintaining adherence involves considerable effort, extensive paperwork, and multiple fees. We do not solicit donations in areas where we have not received written confirmation of compliance. To send donations or check the compliance status for a specific state, visit www.gutenberg.ordinate. International donations are gladly accepted, but we cannot provide any information regarding the tax implications of donations received from outside the United States. While we cannot and do not solicit contributions from states where we have not met the solicitation requirements, we are unaware of any restrictions preventing us from accepting unsolicited donations from donors in these states who reach out to us with donation offers. US laws are complex and overwhelming for our small team. Please visit the Project Gutenberg website to find out about the latest donation methods and addresses. To donate, please visit www.gutenberg.ordinate. Here is the translation. Donations are accepted through several other methods, including checks, online payments, and credit card donations. Section 5. General information about Project Gutenberg Electronic Works. Professor Michael S. Hart was the originator of the Project Gutenberg concept of a library of electronic works that could be freely shared with anyone. For 40 years, he produced and distributed Project Gutenberg ebooks with only a loosely connected network of volunteer support. Therefore, we do not necessarily ensure that the ebooks comply with any specific paper edition. Project Gutenberg ebooks are often created from multiple printed editions, all of which have been verified as not protected by copyright in the US, unless a copyright notice is included. Most people begin at our website, which features the primary PG search functionality, www.org.org. This site includes details about Project Gutenberg, such as how to make donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, how to contribute to the creation of our new ebooks, and how to subscribe to our email newsletter for updates on email and new ebooks.